Chapter 58. Bezos vs. Musk, Round 2. SpaceX 2021. Goading each other. Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk had tangled beginning in 2013 over who would lease the storied Pad 39A at Cape Canaveral. Musk won. Be first to land a rocket that went to the edge of space. Bezos. Land a rocket that launched to orbit. Musk. And send humans into orbit. Musk. Space was a personal passion for both men, and their competition, like that of the railway barons a century earlier, would serve to push the field forward. Despite bleats about space becoming a billionaire boy's hobby, their vision for privatizing launches was what propelled America, which had fallen behind China and even Russia, back into the forefront of space exploration. The rivalry reignited in April 2021 when SpaceX beat Bezos's Blue Origin for the contract to take NASA astronauts on the final leg of a journey to the moon. Blue Origin unsuccessfully appealed the decision. Its website displayed a graphic criticizing the SpaceX plan, with big letters labeling it immensely complex and high risk. SpaceX responded by pointing out that Blue Origin has not produced a single rocket or spacecraft capable of reaching orbit. Musk's Twitter fans formed a flash mob ridiculing Blue Origin, and Musk joined in. "Can't get it up to orbit, LOL," he tweeted. Bezos and Musk were alike in some respects. They both disrupted industries through passion, innovation, and force of will. They were both abrupt with employees, quick to call things stupid and enraged by doubters and naysayers. And they both focused on envisioning the future rather than pursuing short-term profits. When asked if he even knew how to spell profit, Bezos answered, P-R-O-P-H-E-T. But when it came to drilling down on the engineering, they were different. Bezos was methodical. His motto was gradatim ferociter, or step-by-step ferociously. Musk's instinct was to push and surge and drive people toward insane deadlines, even if it meant taking risks. Bezos was skeptical, indeed dismissive, of Musk's practice of spending hours at engineering meetings making technical suggestions and issuing abrupt orders. Former employees at SpaceX and Tesla told him, he says, that Musk rarely knew as much as he claimed, and that his interventions were usually unhelpful or outright problematic. For his part, Musk felt that Bezos was a dilettante, whose lack of focus on the engineering was one reason Blue Origin had made less progress than SpaceX. In an interview in late 2021, he grudgingly praised Bezos for having reasonably good engineering aptitude, but then added, "But he does not seem to be willing to spend mental energy getting into the details of engineering. The devil's in the details." Now that Musk had sold all his homes and was living in rented quarters in Texas, he also began to disdain Bezos for his lavish multi-mansion lifestyle. "In some ways, I'm trying to goad him into spending more time at Blue Origin so they make more progress," Musk says. "He should spend more time at Blue Origin and less time in the hot tub." Another dispute erupted over their rival satellite communications companies. By the summer of 2021, SpaceX had deployed nearly 2,000 Starlinks into orbit. Its space-based internet was available in 14 countries. Bezos had announced in 2019 plans for Amazon to create a similar constellation and internet service called Project Kuiper, but so far no satellites had been launched. Musk believed that innovation was driven by setting clear metrics such as cost per ton lifted into orbit or average number of miles driven on autopilot without human intervention. For Starlink, he surprised Junkosa by asking how many photons were collected by the solar arrays of the satellite versus how many they could usefully shoot down to Earth. It was a huge ratio, perhaps 10,000 to 1, and Junkosa had never considered it. "I certainly never thought of this as a metric," he says. "It forced me to try some creative thinking about how we could improve efficiency." This led SpaceX to develop a second version of Starlink, and it applied to get approval from the Federal Communications Commission. The application lowered the planned orbital altitude for future Starlinks, which would reduce the network's latency. That would put them close to the planned orbits of Bezos's competing Kuiper constellation, so Bezos filed an objection. Once again, Musk attacked him on Twitter, misspelling his name intentionally as the Spanish word for kisses. Turns out Bezos retired to pursue a full-time job filing lawsuits against SpaceX. The FCC ruled that Musk's plans could proceed. Billionaire jaunts. One of Bezos's dreams was to go into space himself, so in the summer of 2020, amid his tussles with Musk, he announced that he and his brother Mark were going to fly to the edge of space, though not into orbit, on an 11-minute hop on a Blue Origin rocket. He would be the first billionaire in space. Sir Richard Branson, the smiley British billionaire who founded Virgin Airlines and Virgin Music, also had that dream. He had created his own spaceflight company, Virgin Galactic, with a business model largely dependent on taking wealthy, experienced seekers on joyrides. His marketing genius included using himself as the face and spirit of the company. He knew that there was no better way to promote his space tourism business and have a boatload of fun himself, which he very much liked to do, than to go up on one of his rockets. So after it was too late for Bezos to change his launch date, Branson announced that he would be going up on July 11th, 9 days earlier. Ever the showman, he invited Stephen Colbert to host the live cast and the singer Khalid to perform a new song for the occasion. When Branson woke up just before 1 a.m. the morning of the launch, he went into the kitchen of the house he was using and found Musk standing there with baby X. Elon was so sweet to turn up with his new baby to our flight, Branson says. Musk was barefoot and wearing a black t-shirt emblazoned 5 decades of Apollo that celebrated the 50th anniversary of the moon mission. They sat down and talked for a couple of hours. He doesn't seem to sleep much, Branson says. The flight on a suborbital winged rocket that was lifted to its launch altitude on a cargo jet went well. Branson and 5 Virgin Galactic employees reached an altitude of 53.6 miles, setting off a small dispute about whether they had reached space, which is defined by NASA as being at 50 miles above Earth, but by other nations as what is known as the Kármán line, at 62 miles up. Bezos's mission 9 days later also succeeded. Musk, of course, did not attend that one. Bezos, his brother, and the crew reached an altitude of 66 miles, well above the Kármán line, giving him a dollop of added bragging rights. Their space capsule landed gently by parachute in the Texas desert, where his very anxious mother and calmer father were waiting. Musk offered a pinch of faint praise to Bezos and Branson. "I thought it was cool that they're spending money on the advancement of space," he told Kara Swisher at a code conference in September. But he pointed out that hopping up 60 miles was a minor step. To put things into perspective, you need about 100 times more energy to get to orbit versus suborbit, he explained. And then to get back from orbit, you need to burn off that energy, so you need a heavy-duty heat shield. Orbit is roughly 2 orders of magnitude more difficult than suborbit. Musk was cursed with a conspiratorial mindset, which made him believe that much of his negative press was due to the hidden agendas or corrupt interests of the people who own the news organizations. This was particularly pronounced when Bezos bought the Washington Post. When the paper contacted Musk about a story it was reporting in 2021, he sent an email that simply said, "Give my regards to your puppet master." In fact, Bezos has always been admirably hands-off when it came to news coverage in the Post, and its respected space reporter, Christian Davenport, regularly published stories that chronicled Musk's successes, including one about his rivalry with Bezos. For now, Musk is well ahead in virtually every area, Davenport wrote. SpaceX has dispatched 3 teams of astronauts to the International Space Station, and on Tuesday is scheduled to launch a crew of civilian astronauts on a 3-day trip orbiting Earth. Blue Origin has launched a single suborbital mission to space that lasted just over 10 minutes. Chapter 59. Starship Surge. SpaceX, July 2021. Mechazilla. X, then 15 months old, toddled on top of the white Starbase conference table in Boca Chica, opening and shutting his outstretched arms. He was mimicking the animation on the screen showing the arms of the Boca Chica launchpad tower. The first 3 words he had learned to speak were rocket, car, and daddy. Now he was practicing a new one, chopsticks. His father paid little attention, and the other 5 engineers in the room that night were practiced in pretending not to be distracted by him. The story of the chopsticks had begun 8 months earlier at the end of 2020, when the SpaceX team was discussing the landing legs being planned for Starship. Musk's guiding principle was rapid reusability, which he often declared was the holy grail for making humans a spacefaring civilization. In other words, rockets should be like airplanes. They should take off, land, and then take off again as soon as possible. The Falcon 9 had become the world's only rapidly reusable rocket. During 2020, Falcon boosters had landed safely 23 times, coming down upright on landing legs. The video feeds of the fiery yet gentle landings still made Musk leap from his chair. Nevertheless, he was not enamored with the landing legs being planned for Starship's booster. They added weight, thus cutting the size of the payloads the booster could lift. "Why don't we try to use the tower to catch it?" he asked. He was referring to the tower that holds the rocket on the launch pad. Musk had already come up with the idea of using that tower to stack the rocket. It had a set of arms that could pick up the first stage booster, place it on the launch mount, then pick up the second stage spacecraft and place it atop the booster. Now he was suggesting that these arms could also be used to catch the booster when it returned to Earth. It was a wild idea, and there was a lot of consternation in the room. If the booster comes back down to the tower and crashes into it, you can't launch the next rocket for a long time, Bill Riley says. But we agreed to study different ways to do it. A few weeks later, just after Christmas 2020, the team gathered to brainstorm. Most engineers argued against trying to use the tower to catch the booster. The stacking arms were already dangerously complex. After more than an hour of argument, a consensus was forming to stick with the old idea of putting landing legs on the booster. But Stephen Harlow, the vehicle engineering director, kept arguing for the more audacious approach. "We have this tower, so why not try to use it?" After another hour of debate, Musk stepped in. "Harlow, you're on board with this plan," he said, "so why don't you be in charge of it?" As soon as he made the decision, Musk switched into silly humor mode. He began laughing about the scene in The Karate Kid where the karate master, Mr. Miyagi, uses a pair of chopsticks to catch a fly. The tower arms, Musk said, would be called the chopsticks, and he dubbed the whole tower Mechazilla. He celebrated with a tweet, "We're trying to catch the booster with the launch tower arm." When asked by a follower why he didn't just use landing legs, Musk responded, "Legs would certainly work, but the best part is no part." On a hot Wednesday afternoon in late July 2021, the final segment of Mechazilla with the movable chopstick arms was put in place at the Boca Chica launch site. When his team showed him an animation of the device, Musk got excited. "Kick ass," he shouted. "The viewership on this one is going to be huge." He found a 2-minute clip from The Karate Kid and tweeted it out from his iPhone. "SpaceX will try to catch largest ever flying object with robot chopsticks," he said. "Success is not guaranteed, but excitement is." The Surge. "We need to stack the ship on the booster," Musk told the impromptu meeting of 100 workers gathered in a semicircle in one of the 3 hangar-like tents in Boca Chica. It was a brutally sunny day in July 2021, and he was focused on getting FAA approval for Starship to fly. The best way, he decided, was to stack the booster and the second-stage ship on the launch pad to show that they were ready. "That will force the regulators to get off their butts," he said. "There will be public pressure getting them to move to approval." It was a somewhat pointless but typical Musk move. Starship, as it turned out, would not be ready to fly until April 2023, another 21 months away. But creating a maniacal sense of urgency would, he hoped, light a fire under everyone, including the regulators, the workers, and even himself. For the next few hours, he lumbered along the assembly lines, his hairless arms swinging, his neck slightly bent, pausing occasionally to stare at something in silence. Increasingly, his face got darker, and his pauses took on an ominous feel. By 9 p.m., a full moon had arisen out of the ocean, and it seemed to be transforming him into a man possessed. I had seen Musk get into this demon mode temperament before, so I sensed what it portended. As often happens, at least 2 or 3 times a year in a major way, a compulsion was swelling inside him to order up a surge, an all-in burst of round-the-clock activity, like he had done at the Nevada battery factory, the Fremont car assembly plant, and the autonomous driving team offices, and would later do in the crazed month after he bought Twitter. The goal was to shake things up and extrude shit out of the system, as he put it. The storm clouds building in his head burst when he and a group of his top managers went down the road to the launch pad site and didn't see anybody working. This might not have seemed unusual to most people on a late Friday night, but Musk erupted. His immediate target was a tall, mild-mannered civil engineer named Andy Krebs, who was in charge of building the infrastructure at Starbase. "Why is no one working?" Musk demanded. Unfortunately for Krebs, it was the first time in 3 weeks he didn't have a full night shift working on the tower and launch pad. Soft-spoken with a hint of a stutter, he was tentative in his answers, which didn't help. "What is the fucking problem?" Musk demanded. "I want to see activity." That's when he ordered the surge. Starship's booster and second stage, he said, should be rolled out of the manufacturing bays and stacked on the launch pad within 10 days. He wanted 500 workers from around SpaceX, Cape Canaveral, Los Angeles, Seattle, to be flown immediately to Boca Chica and thrown into the breach. "This is not a volunteer organization," he said. "We are not selling Girl Scout cookies. Get them here now." When he called Gwynne Shotwell, who was in bed in Los Angeles, to figure out what workers and supervisors would come to Boca Chica, she protested that the engineers at the Cape still had Falcon 9 launches to prepare for. Musk ordered them delayed. The surge was his priority. Shortly after 1 a.m., Musk sent out an email titled Starship Surge to all SpaceX employees. Anyone who is not working on other obviously critical path projects at SpaceX should shift immediately to work on the first Starship orbit, he wrote. "Please fly, drive, or get here by any means possible." At Cape Canaveral, Kiko Donchev, who won his spurs when Musk ignited a similar frenzy after seeing almost no one working on Pad 39A one night, began rousing his best workers to fly to Texas. Musk's assistant, Jen Balahadia, tried to get hotel rooms in nearby Brownsville, but most were booked for a border control convention, so she scrambled to make arrangements for workers to sleep on air mattresses. Sam Patel worked through the night figuring out the reporting and supervising structures they would put in place, and also how to get enough food to Boca Chica to feed everyone. By the time Musk got back from the launch pad to the Starbase main building, the video monitor by the front door had been reprogrammed. It read ship plus rocket stacked T-minus 196 hours, 44 minutes, 23 seconds, and was counting down the seconds. Balahadia explained that Musk does not let them round off into days or even hours. Every second counted. "We need to get to Mars before I die," he said. "There's no forcing function for getting us to Mars other than us, and sometimes that means me." The surge was successful. In just over 10 days, the booster and spacecraft of Starship were stacked on the launch pad. It was also a bit pointless. The rocket was not yet capable of flying, and stacking it did not force the FAA to rush its approval. But the ginned-up crisis pushed the team to remain hardcore, and it provided Musk with a bit of the drama that his headspace craves. "I feel renewed faith in the future of humanity," he said that evening. Another storm had passed. Raptor costs. A few weeks after the surge, Musk turned his attention to Raptor, the engine that would power Starship. Fueled by supercooled liquid methane and liquid oxygen, it had more than twice the thrust of the Falcon 9's Merlin engine. This meant that Starship would have more thrust than any other rocket in history. But the Raptor engine would not get humanity to Mars simply by being powerful. It would also have to be manufactured by the hundreds at a reasonable cost. Each Starship would need about 40 of them, and Musk envisioned a fleet of scores of Starships. Raptor was too complex to be mass manufactured. It looked like a spaghetti bush, so in August 2021, Musk fired the person in charge of its design and personally took on the title of Vice President for Propulsion. His goal was to get the cost of each engine to around $200,000, a tenth of what it then cost. Gwynne Shotwell and the SpaceX CFO Brett Johnson arranged a small meeting one afternoon with the person in the finance department in charge of overseeing Raptor costs. In walked a studious-looking young financial analyst named Lucas Hughes, whose slightly preppy appearance was mitigated by his hair being scrunched into a ponytail. He had never directly interacted with Musk and wasn't even sure Musk knew his name, so he was nervous. Musk began with his lecture on collegiality. "I want to be super clear," he began. "You are not the friend of the engineers. You are the judge. If you're popular among the engineers, this is bad. If you don't step on toes, I will fire you. Is that clear?" Hughes stuttered a bit as he assented. Ever since he flew back from Russia and calculated the costs of building his own rockets, Musk had deployed what he called the idiot index. That was the ratio of the total cost of a component to the cost of its raw materials. Something with a high idiot index, say a component that cost $1,000 when the aluminum that composed it only cost $100, was likely to have a design that was too complex or a manufacturing process that was too inefficient. As Musk put it, if the ratio is high, you're an idiot. "What are the best parts in Raptor as judged by the idiot index?" Musk asked. "I'm not sure," Hughes responded. "I will find out." This was not good. Musk's face hardened, and Shotwell shot me a worried glance. "You better be fucking sure in the future you know these things off the top of your head," Musk said. "If you ever come into a meeting and do not know what are the idiot parts, then your resignation will be accepted immediately." He spoke in a monotone and showed no emotion. "How can you fucking not know what the best and worst parts are?" "I know the cost chart down to the smallest part," Hughes said quietly. "I just don't know the cost of the raw materials of those parts." "What are the worst 5 parts?" Musk demanded. Hughes looked at his computer to see if he could calculate the answer. "No, don't look at your screen," Musk said. "Just name one. You should know the problematic parts." "There's the half-nozzle jacket," Hughes offered tentatively. "I think it costs $13,000. "It's made of a single piece of steel," Musk said, now quizzing him. "How much does that material cost?" "I think a few $1,000s," replied Hughes. Musk knew the answer. "No, it's just steel. How about $200? "You have very badly failed. If you don't improve, your resignation will be accepted. This meeting is over. Done." When Hughes came into the conference room the next day for a follow-up presentation, Musk showed no sign that he remembered reaming him out. "We are looking at the 20 worst idiot index parts," Hughes began as he pulled up a slide. "There's definitely some themes." Other than ringing a pencil, he was able to hide his nervousness. Musk listened quietly and nodded. "It's mainly the parts that require a lot of high-precision machining, like pumps and fairings," Hughes continued. "We need to cut out as much of the machining as possible." Musk started smiling. This had been one of his themes. He asked a few specific questions about the use of copper and the best way to do stamping and hole punching. It was no longer a quiz or a confrontation. Musk was interested in figuring out the answers. "We are looking at some of the techniques that automakers use to keep these costs down," Hughes continued. He also had a slide that showed how they were applying Musk's algorithm to each of the parts. There were columns that showed what requirements had been questioned, what parts had been deleted, and the name of the specific person in charge of each component. "We should ask each of them to see if they can get the cost of their part down by 80%, Musk suggested, and if they can't, we should consider asking them to step aside if someone else might be able to do so." By the end of the meeting, they had a roadmap to get the cost of each engine down from $2 million to $200,000 in 12 months. After these meetings, I pulled Shotwell aside and asked for her assessment of how Musk had treated Hughes. She cares about the human dimension that Musk ignores. She lowered her voice. "I heard that Lucas lost his first child about 7 weeks ago," she said. "He and his wife had a baby with birth problems who was never able to leave the hospital." That's why, she felt, Hughes had been flustered and less prepared than usual. Given that Musk had a similar experience when his first baby died, sending him into months of grief, I suggested to Shotwell he should be able to relate. "I still need to tell Elon," she said. I didn't mention this to Musk when I talked to him later that day because Shotwell told me it was confidential, but I did ask him whether he thought he was too harsh with Hughes. Musk stared a bit blankly as if he wasn't sure what I was referring to. After some silence, he answered in the abstract. "I give people hardcore feedback, mostly accurate, and I try to do it in a way that's ad hominem," he says. "I try to criticize the action, not the person. We all make mistakes. What matters is whether a person has a good feedback loop, can seek criticism from others, and can improve. Physics does not care about hurt feelings. It cares about whether you got the rocket right." The Lesson of Lucas. A year later, I decided to see what had happened to the two people Musk chewed out in the summer of 2021, Lucas Hughes and Andy Krebs. Hughes remembered every moment vividly. He kept coming back at me on the costs of the Raptor's half-nozzle jacket, he says. He was correct about what the materials cost, and I couldn't figure out a way in the moment to explain the other costs in a way that was successful. When Musk kept interrupting him, Hughes reached back to his training as a gymnast. He had grown up in Golden, Colorado with a passion for gymnastics. Starting when he was 8, he began training 30 hours a week. Gymnastics helped him excel academically. "I was very detail-oriented, very type A, very dedicated and disciplined," he says. At Stanford, he competed in all 6 of the men's gymnastic routines, which required training year-round while majoring in engineering and finance. His favorite course was one called Building the Future with Engineering Materials. When he graduated in 2010, he went to work at Goldman Sachs, but yearned to do something that was closer to real engineering. "I was a space nerd as a kid," he says, so he sent in an application when he saw that SpaceX had posted a job for a financial analyst. He went to work there in December 2013. "When Elon was really chewing me out, I focused hard on trying to keep my composure," he says. "Gymnastics teaches you to stay calm in a high-pressure situation. I was just trying to hold it together and not collapse." After the second meeting, when he had all of the idiot index data at his fingertips, he never had a problem with Musk. When cost questions came up at subsequent Raptor meetings, Musk would often ask Hughes his thoughts, calling on him by name. Did Musk ever acknowledge that he had reamed him out? That's a good question, Hughes says. I have no idea. I don't know if he internalizes those meetings or remembers them. All I know is that afterwards, he at least knew my name. Was he distracted at the first meeting, I asked, because of the death of his infant daughter? He paused for a while, perhaps surprised that I knew about this, then asked me not to mention it in the book. But a week later he emailed, "After talking with my wife, we are comfortable with you sharing the story." Despite Musk's belief that all feedback should be impersonal, sometimes things are in fact personal. Shotwell understands that. Gwyn definitely cares a lot about people, which I think at the company is an important role for her to fill, Hughes says. Elon cares a lot about humanity, but humanity in more of a very macro sense. As someone who spent a dozen years focused on gymnastic training, Hughes appreciated Musk's all-in mindset. He's willing to just throw his entire being at his mission, and that's what he expects in return, he says. That has a good and bad side. You definitely realize that you're a tool being used to achieve this larger objective, and that's great. But sometimes tools get worn down, and he feels he can just replace that tool. Indeed, as he showed when he bought Twitter, Musk does feel that way. He thinks that when people want to prioritize their comfort and leisure, they should leave. That's what Hughes did in May 2022. Working for Elon is one of the most exciting things you can do, but it doesn't allow time for a lot else in your life, he says. Sometimes that's a great trade. If Raptor becomes the most affordable engine ever created and gets us to Mars, then it may be worth the collateral damage. That's what I believed for more than 8 years. But now, especially after the death of our baby, it's time for me to focus on other things in life. The lesson of Andy. Andy Krebs took the other pill, at least initially. Like Hughes, he is soft-spoken and gentle-natured, with a dimpled chin and big smile, and he's not as comfortable as Mark Junkosa and Kiko Donchev at being in the target zone of one of Musk's exchanges. At one pre-meeting when the team was discussing who would present some unpleasant data about methane leaks, Krebs said that he would be away, at which point Junkosa started flapping his elbows and making chicken sounds. But he is popular with Junkosa and others at Starbase who thought he handled himself well when Musk trained his fire on him at the launch pad incident that precipitated the surge. Musk often repeats himself in meetings. Partly it's for emphasis, partly it's just a trance-like invocation of a mantra. Krebs learned that one way to reassure him was to parrot back what he said. He wants to know you've listened, he says, so I learned to repeat his feedback. If he says the walls should be yellow, I will say, I hear you, this is not successful, we're going to paint the walls yellow. The method worked that night on the launch pad. Even though Musk sometimes seems not to notice how people are reacting, he can be good at determining who can handle tough situations. I actually thought Krebs was quite self-aware when he messed up, Musk says. His feedback loop was good. I can work with people if they have a good critical feedback loop. As a result, around midnight on a Friday a few weeks after the surge, Musk called Krebs and gave him additional duties in Boca Chica, including the critical task of getting the propellants into the engine. He will report to me, Musk emailed the team. Please give him your full support. One Sunday a few months later, when Starship was again being stacked on the pad, the winds picked up and some of the workers resisted climbing to the top of the tower, where there was still work to be done, scraping off coating and securing the proper connections. So Krebs himself climbed up and began doing the work. I had to make sure all the workers stayed motivated, he says. Had he done so, I asked, because he was inspired by Musk, who liked being a battlefield general on the front lines, or was it out of fear? It's like Machiavelli taught, Krebs replied. You have to have fear and love for the leader. Both. That attitude would sustain Krebs for another 2 years, but by spring 2023, he would become another refugee from Musk's hardcore all-in approach. After getting married and having a child, he decided it was time to move on and find a better work-life balance. Chapter 60. Solar Surge. Summer 2021. Musk's surges are sequential. After the Starship stacking surge of the summer of 2021, the next group in his line of fire was the Solar Roof Team. Musk had helped his cousins Peter and Lyndon Rive launch Solar City in 2006, and he bailed it out 10 years later by having Tesla purchase it for $2.6 billion. That provoked a class action lawsuit from some Tesla shareholders, causing Musk to become obsessed with juicing up the business in order to justify the acquisition in court. He fired his cousins who had focused on door-to-door sales schemes rather than making a good product. "I fucking hate my cousins," he told Kunal Girotra, one of the 4 chiefs of Tesla Energy he hired and fired over the subsequent 5 years. "I don't think I will ever speak to them again." He cycled through leaders by demanding miraculous growth in roof installations, giving them insane deadlines for delivering, and firing them when they didn't. Everybody was super scared of him, says Girotra, who describes one meeting where Musk got so mad that he started banging on the table while calling him a fucking failure. Girotra was replaced by a square-jawed former U.S. Army captain named R.J. Johnson, who brought in no-nonsense supervisors to manage the installation crews. At the beginning of 2021, when the number of installations was not rising fast enough, Musk called Johnson in and gave him the usual ultimatum. "You have 2 weeks to fix this. I fired my cousins and I'll fire you if you don't get installations going 10 times faster." Johnson didn't. Next came Brian Dow, a happy warrior with a can-do enthusiasm who had served at Musk's side during the 2017 Nevada battery factory surge. It started well. Musk, sitting at a little table in his Boca Chica living room, telephoned Dow in California to go over what he wanted. "Don't worry about sales tactics, which is a mistake my cousins made," he said. "Awesome products grow with word of mouth." The main goal was to make a great solar roof that was easy to install. As always, he invoked to Dow the steps of the algorithm and proceeded to show how they should be applied to the solar roofs. Question every requirement. Specifically, they should question the requirement that the installers must work around every vent and chimney pipe sticking up from a house. The pipes for dryers and ventilator fans should simply be sheared off and the solar roof tiles placed on top of them, he suggested. The air would still be able to vent under the tiles. Delete. The roof system had 240 different parts, from screws to clamps to rails. More than half should be deleted. Simplify. The website should offer just 3 types of roofs: small, medium, and large. After that, the goal was to accelerate. Install as many roofs as possible each week. Musk decided that he needed to find out from the actual installers what could be done to speed things up. So one day in August 2021, he told Dow to come to Boca Chica with a team who could put a roof on one of the 31 tract homes in the subdivision next to Starbase, where he lived. While Dow's workers rushed to see if they could install a roof in one day, Musk spent the afternoon in the Starbase conference room going over the designs for future rockets and engines. As usual, the meetings lasted longer than planned, with Musk raising new ideas and allowing the conversation to wander off on tangents. Dow was hoping that Musk would get to the site before sundown, but it was close to 9 p.m. when he finally got into his Tesla, drove to his house to grab X, then carried him on his shoulders down the block to where the installers were working. Even at that hour, it was a muggy 94 degrees. 8 sweat-drenched workers were swatting mosquitoes as they tried to keep their balance atop the tract house roof, which was lit by spotlights. As X meandered among the cables and equipment below, Musk clambered up a ladder to the peak of the roof, where he stood precariously. He was not happy. There were too many fasteners, he said. Each had to be nailed down, adding time to the installation process. Half should be deleted, he insisted. Instead of 2 nails for each foot, try it with only 1, he ordered. If the house has a hurricane, the whole neighborhood is fucked up, so who cares? 1 nail is going to be fine. Someone protested that could lead to leaks. Don't worry about making it as waterproof as a submarine, he said. My house in California used to leak. Somewhere between sieve and submarine should be okay. For a moment he laughed before returning to his dark intensity. No detail was too small. The tiles and railings were shipped to the sites packed in cardboard. That was wasteful. It took time to pack things and then unpack them. Get rid of the cardboard, he said, even at the warehouses. They should send him pictures from the factories, warehouses, and sites each week, showing that they were no longer using cardboard. His face got gradually more charged and dark, like the skies heralding a storm moving in from the Gulf. We need to get the engineers who designed this system to come out here and see how hard it is to install, he said angrily. Then he erupted. I want to see the engineers out here installing it themselves, not just doing it for 5 minutes. Up on roofs for days, for fucking days. He ordered that, in the future, everyone on an installation team, even the engineers and managers, had to spend time drilling and hammering and sweating with the other workers. When we finally climbed back down to the ground, Brian Dow and his deputy, Marcus Mueller, gathered the dozen engineers and installers in the side yard to hear Musk's thoughts. They weren't pleasant. Why, he asked, did it take 8 times longer to install a roof of solar tiles than one with regular tiles? One of the engineers, named Tony, began showing him all the wires and electronic parts. Musk already knew the workings of each component, and Tony made the mistake of sounding both assured and condescending. How many roofs have you done? Musk asked him. I've got 20 years of experience in the roof business, Tony answered. But how many solar roofs have you installed? Tony explained he was an engineer and had not actually been on a roof doing the installation. Then you don't fucking know what you're fucking talking about, Musk responded. This is why your roofs are shit and take so long to install. For more than an hour, Musk's anger ebbed and flowed, but mostly flowed. If they did not figure out ways to install roofs faster, the Tesla Energy division would keep losing money, and he would shut it down. That would be a setback not just for Tesla, he said, but for the planet. If we fail, he said, we will not get to a sustainable energy future. Dow, eager to please, agreed heartily with every pronouncement. They had set a record the previous week by installing 74 roofs nationwide. Not enough, Musk replied. We need to increase that tenfold. Then he strode down the block back to his little house, looking angry. When he reached his front door, he turned and said, Solar roof meetings are like daggers in my eye. At high noon the next day it reached 97 degrees in the shade, of which there was none. Dow and his installers were on top of the house next door to the one they had done the previous day. 2 of the installers succumbed to the heat and started vomiting, so Dow sent them home. Some of the rest attached battery fans to their safety vests. Per Musk's instructions, they were using only 1 nail to hold down each foot of the tiles, but it wasn't working well. The tiles were popping up and rotating, so the team began using 2 nails again. I asked if Musk would be angry, and I was assured that if they showed him the physical evidence, he would change his mind. They turned out to be right. When Musk arrived at 9 p.m., they showed him why they needed a second nail, and he nodded. It was part of the algorithm. If you don't end up having to restore 10% of the parts you deleted, then you didn't delete enough. He was in a better mood this second night, partly because the installation process had been improved, and partly because his moods fluctuate. After a storm, there is calm. Nice work, guys, he said. You should stopwatch each step. That will make it more fun, like a game. I asked him about his anger the previous evening. "It's not my favorite way to fix things, but it worked," he says. "The improvement from yesterday to today was gigantic. The big difference is that today the engineers were actually on the roof, installing, instead of at a keyboard." Brian Dow's eagerness never waned. "I'm a person who will literally sweep the floors if that's going to help this company," he told Musk. But he had an impossible task. The business of installing solar roofs is labor-intensive and doesn't scale. Musk was a master at designing factories that could bring down the cost of physical products by churning them out in ever-increasing volumes. But the cost of each roof installation is pretty much the same whether you do 10 a month or 100. Musk did not have the patience for such businesses. Just 3 months after tapping him to run Tesla's solar roof business, Musk summoned Dow back down to Boca Chica. It was Dow's birthday, and he had planned to be with his family, but he scrambled to get there. When he missed his connection in Houston, he rented a car and drove the 6 hours down the Texas coast, arriving at 11 p.m. A crew was redoing the roof at the same house we were on in August, this time with the streamlined new methods and components. When Dow drove up, Musk was standing on top of the roof, and things seemed to be going well enough. "The crew was crushing it using our new methods," Dow says. "They were finishing up the install after just 1 day." But when Dow climbed up and joined him at the peak, Musk began grilling him about expenses. Dow is a big man, even larger than Musk, and they had trouble keeping their footing on the roof, which was slippery from the sea mist. So they sat on the peak while Dow went over financial data on his iPhone. Musk's jaw clenched when he saw how much money they were losing on each roof they installed. "You've got to cut costs," he said. "You've got to show me a plan by next week to cut costs in half." As before, Dow showed his enthusiasm. "Okay, let's do it," he said. "We'll kick ass and cut costs." He spent all weekend working on a cost-cutting plan to present to Musk that Monday. But as soon as the meeting began, Musk changed the subject and grilled Dow about how many installations had been completed in the past week and details about personnel redeployments. Dow did not know some of the answers, and he protested that he had been working since his birthday on cost-cutting plans and not the details Musk was now asking about. "Thank you for trying," Musk finally said, "but this isn't cutting it." It took Dow a while to realize that Musk was firing him. It was just the most bizarre, weird firing you could imagine, Dow later says. "I had so much history with him, and deep down, Elon knows that I have something special. He knows that I can kick ass because we'd done it together in the past, in the Nevada battery factory. But he thought I was losing my edge even though I had missed my birthday with my family to be up on that roof with him." After Dow left, Musk was still not able to make the numbers work. A year later, Tesla Energy was installing only about 30 roofs per week, nowhere close to the 1,000 that Musk kept demanding. But his fervor to solve the problem receded in April 2022, when a Delaware court ruled in his favor in the lawsuit over Tesla's purchase of Solar City. With that threat lifted, he no longer felt quite as desperate to show that the acquisition made financial sense. Chapter 61. Nights Out. Summer 2021. Saturday Night Live. To anyone I've offended, I just want to say, I reinvented electric cars and I'm sending people to Mars in a rocket ship. Did you think I was also going to be a chill, normal dude? Musk grinned sheepishly as he delivered his opening monologue as the guest host of Saturday Night Live. Shifting his weight from one leg to the other, he was doing a passable job of making his awkwardness charming. That was his theme, showing that he could be self-aware about his emotional shortcomings. With the help of producer Lorne Michaels' unerring sense of how to make a guest look good, he used his hosting gig in May 2021 to soften his image. "I'm actually making history tonight as the first person with Asperger's to host SNL, or at least the first to admit it," he said. I won't make a lot of eye contact with the cast tonight, but don't worry, I'm pretty good at running human in emulation mode. It was Mother's Day, so May got a chance to come on stage. At the rehearsal on Friday, she read the cue cards and pronounced, "This isn't funny." She was given permission to improvise on some of her lines, which she did. "We made it more real and funnier," she says. Grimes also appeared in a sketch based on Super Mario Brothers. One idea that they rehearsed, which played off of some of Musk's anti-woke tweets, involved him playing a totally woke James Bond, but it didn't gel and was cut from the show. The after-party was held at Ian Schrager's downtown hotspot, the Public Hotel, which had been closed for COVID but reopened just for the event. Chris Rock, Alexander Skarsgård, and Colin Jost were there along with Grimes, Kimball, Tosca, and May. Elon left around 6 a.m. and went with Kimball and a few others to the house of Tim Urban, the internet writer, where he stayed up a few more hours talking. He is such a nerdy guy that he didn't really know how to party as a kid, says May, but now he's really made up for it. 50th birthday. For his birthdays, Musk had often celebrated with well-crafted fantasy parties, most notably the ones that Tallulah Riley choreographed. But when he reached the milestone of turning 50 on June 28, 2021, he had just undergone a third neck surgery to ease the pain from the injury that happened when he tried to take down a sumo wrestler at his 42nd birthday party. So he decided to have just a quiet gathering in Boca Chica of close friends. On the drive down from the Brownsville airport, Kimball bought out most of the fireworks at a roadside stand, which they shot off with Elon's older sons, Griffin, Kai, Damien, and Saxon. They were real fireworks, not wimpy little bottle rockets, because, as Kimball explains, in Texas you can do whatever you want. In addition to the pain from his neck, Musk was exhausted by work. He had spent the day walking the production tents in Boca Chica, where he became angry about the complexity of the section that connected the Starship booster with the second stage spaceship. "There are so many openings in the skin that it looks like Swiss cheese," he railed in an email to Mark Juncosa. "The hole size for antennas should be tiny, just enough to fit a wire through. All loads or other design requirements must have an individual name assigned to them. No design by committee." For much of his birthday weekend, his friends left him alone so that he could sleep. He eventually woke up and gathered everyone for dinner at Flaps, the employee restaurant that SpaceX had built near the launch pad. Then they all went to his tiny house and gathered in an even tinier backyard studio cottage where Grimes worked. It was furnished only with big floor pillows, and they hung around, Musk lying flat on the floor with a pillow behind his neck, and talked until sunrise. Burning Man 2021. For Elon and Kimball, going to Burning Man, the massive late-summer festival of art and self-expression in the Nevada desert, had been since the late 1990s a treasured spiritual ritual and a chance to bond, dance, and party in an encampment with Antonio Gracias, Mark Juncosa, and other friends. After the event was canceled in 2020 because of COVID, Kimball took up the cause of raising money to make sure that it would resume at the end of summer 2021. Elon agreed to chip in $5 million with the stipulation that Kimball join the board. At his first meeting in April 2021, Kimball was shocked when the rest of the board decided to cancel that summer's event as well. "Are you fucking kidding me?" he kept asking. He and some of the other Burning Man stalwarts organized an unauthorized renegade burn in the same desert locale. About 20,000 attendees rather than the usual 80,000 showed up, but that gave the event an intimate rebel magic, like the festival had in its earlier days. Because they had no permit, they could not do the ritual huge bonfire of the wooden effigy that gives the festival its name, so Kimball worked with a friend to replicate the look of a Burning Man using lighted drones. "This is a religious experience for a loyal community," Kimball said. "The man must burn," and it did. Elon came just for Sunday night and stayed in Kimball's encampment, which was centered around a lotus-shaped tent that provided room for 40 people to dance or hang out. As was often the case, there was a ginned-up crisis, in this case, meetings about supply chain problems at Tesla, that served as an excuse for him to not take much time off. Grimes came with Elon, but their relationship was not going well. His romances often involved an unhealthy dose of mutual meanness, and the one with Grimes was no exception. Sometimes he would seem to thrive on the tension, demanding that Grimes do such things as shame him for being fat. When they arrived at Burning Man, they went into their trailer and didn't emerge for hours. "I love you, but I don't love you," he told her. She replied that she felt the same. They were expecting another child via a surrogate at the end of the year, and they agreed that it would be easier to be co-parents if they weren't involved romantically, so they broke up. Grimes later expressed her feelings in a song she was working on, Player of Games, a fitting title on many levels for the ultimate strategy gamer. "If I loved him any less, I'd make him stay, but he has to be the best player of games. I'm in love with the greatest gamer, but he'll always love the game more than he loves me. Sail away to the cold expanse of space. Even love couldn't keep you in your place." Met Gala, September 2021. The breakup with Grimes did not last, or at least not totally. Instead, their relationship became a roller coaster of companionship, co-parenting, loneliness avoidance, boundary setting, estrangement, blocking, ghosting, and re-embracing. A few weeks after Burning Man, they flew from South Texas to New York for the Met Gala, the costume extravaganza that Grimes relished. They stayed with May in her small apartment in Greenwich Village. Musk had just sent his plane to pick up a Shiba Inu dog he had just bought named Floki, the breed that is the face of the Dogecoin cryptocurrency. He also brought his other dog, Marvin, who did not get along with Floki. Neither were housebroken. May's apartment became a two-bedroom circus. The outfit Grimes assembled for the gala was an homage to the sci-fi novel and movie Dune: a sheer gown, a gray and black cape, a silver face mask, and a sword. Musk was ambivalent about going and, not surprisingly, found a work excuse to avoid arriving at the beginning. A Falcon 9 rocket was launching that night, and a bureaucratic snafu caused a delay in getting permission to re-enter the spacecraft over Indian airspace. It was readily resolved and probably did not require his attention, but he loved throwing himself into work dramas, large and small. After the gala, he and Grimes hosted a party at the hot club Zero Bond in Manhattan's NoHo neighborhood. Leonardo DiCaprio and Chris Rock were among the celebrities who came. But for much of the party, Musk stayed in a back room, mesmerized by a magician performing tricks. "I went to get him so he would come up front to greet people, but he wanted to stay longer watching the magician," May says. Having reached the pinnacle of celebrity in the summer of 2021, Musk found it exciting but awkward. The next day they went to an art installation Grimes had done as part of a trendy audiovisual exhibition in Brooklyn, featuring an animated video in which she played a war nymph navigating a dystopian future. From there they went directly to Musk's jet and flew to Cape Canaveral for SpaceX's attempt to be the first private company to launch civilians into space. Reality could trump fantasy. Chapter 62. Inspiration 4. SpaceX, September 2021. The July 2021 flights of Branson and Bezos raised a question. Would Musk follow suit and become the third billionaire to launch himself into space? Although he had a strong appetite for the limelight and for risky adventures, he never considered it. He insisted that his mission was about humanity, not himself, which sounded grandiose but contained a kernel of truth. The idea that rockets were billionaire boys' toys threatened to give citizen space travel a bad odor. Instead, for SpaceX's first civilian flight, he chose a low-key tech entrepreneur and jet pilot named Jared Isaacman, who displayed the quiet humility of a square-jawed adventurer who had proven himself in so many fields that he didn't need to be brash. Isaacman dropped out of high school at 16 to work for a payment processing company, then started his own company, Shift4 Payments, that handled more than $200 billion in payments each year for restaurants and hotel chains. He became an accomplished pilot, performing in air shows and setting a world record by flying around the world in a light jet in 62 hours. He then co-founded a company that owned 150 jets and provided training for the military and defense contractors. Isaacman bought from SpaceX the right to command a 3-day flight named Inspiration 4 that would become history's first private orbital mission. His purpose was to raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis, and he invited a 29-year-old bone cancer survivor, Haley Arsenault, to join the crew, along with 2 other civilians. A week before the scheduled launch, Musk held a 2-hour prep call with the SpaceX team. As was customary for manned missions, he gave his standard speech about safety. "I want anyone with any worries or any suggestions to send a note to me directly," he said. But he knew that great ventures involve risks, and he also knew, as did Isaacman, that it was important for adventurers to take them. Early in the call, they addressed one that had not been made public. "There is a risk that we wanted to brief you on," one of the flight managers told Musk. "We're planning to fly higher than a typical space station mission and most other human space flight experiences." Indeed, the SpaceX Dragon capsule would be orbiting at an altitude of 364 miles, 585 kilometers. That was the highest orbit for any human crew since a space shuttle mission to service the Hubble Space Telescope in 1999. "The risk is actually a big one involving orbital debris," the manager said. Orbital debris is the junk floating in space from defunct spacecraft, satellites, and other human-made objects. By the time of the Inspiration 4 launch, there were 129 million pieces in space that were too small to track. Several spacecraft had been damaged by them. The mission's super-high altitude made things worse. These flotsam and jetsam persist for longer times in higher altitudes, where there is less drag causing them to burn up or fall to Earth. "We're worried that penetration of the cabin by a piece of debris or damage to the heat shields could compromise the vehicle during re-entry," the briefer said. Hans Königsmann, who was being nudged by Musk into retirement, had been replaced as the vice president for flight reliability by Bill Gerstenmaier, a crusty former NASA official known as Gerst. He described to Musk the reliability team's recommendation for reducing the risk: change the way the Dragon capsule was pointed as it orbited the Earth, which would decrease its exposure to debris. Too much of a change would cause the radiators to get too cold, but they had come to a consensus on how to balance these two risks. With the original pointing, the risk of a debris strike would be about 1 in 700. The new pointing would decrease the risk to about 1 in 2,000. But he then showed a slide with a stark warning: there is significant uncertainty in the predicted risk. Musk approved the plan. Gerstenmaier went on to note that there might be an even safer approach: flying lower. "There are potential orbits in lower altitudes," he said, including going down to 190 kilometers. They had already figured out how to do this reduced height and make it to the landing site as planned. "Why aren't we doing that?" Musk asked. "The customer wanted to go higher than the International Space Station," Gerstenmaier explained, referring to Isaacman. "He really wanted to go for the highest he could. We briefed him on all this orbital debris stuff. He and his crew understand the risk and accept it." "Okay, great," replied Musk, who respected people willing to take risks. "I think that's fair as long as he's fully informed." Later, when I asked why he had not opted for the lower altitude, Isaacman said, "If we're going to go to the moon again and we're going to go to Mars, we've got to get a little outside our comfort zone." The last time civilians were launched toward orbit was the 1986 Space Shuttle Challenger mission carrying teacher Christy McAuliffe, which exploded a minute after takeoff. Grimes felt that was a psychic wound for America that needed to be healed, and Inspiration 4 would do that. So she took on the role of Chief Spellmaster, casting good luck charms on the rocket before it launched. As usual during tense moments, Musk diverted his mind by thinking about the future. Sitting in the control room next to Kiko Donchev, who was trying to focus on the countdown, he asked questions about the Starship system being built in Boca Chica and how to convince engineers to move there from Florida. Hans Königsmann was attending his last launch. After working for 20 years at SpaceX, beginning with the hardy cadre that launched the original Falcon 1 flights on Kwaj, Musk had eased him out after the report he wrote about disobeying FAA weather orders. After the Inspiration 4 rocket ascended, he went over and awkwardly hugged Musk to say goodbye. "I worried that I would get a little upset or emotional," Königsmann says. "I had been there longer than anyone else." They talked for a few minutes about how important this civilian mission would be to the history of space exploration. As Königsmann started to leave, Musk turned to his phone to check his Twitter feed. Grimes nudged him. "It's his last mission," she said. "I know," Musk replied, then looked up at Königsmann and nodded. "I was not offended by it," Königsmann says. "Musk cares a lot, but he's not emotionally nurturing." Congratulations to @Elon Musk and the @SpaceX team on their successful Inspiration 4 launch last night, Bezos tweeted. "Another step towards a future where space is accessible to all of us." Musk replied politely but succinctly, "Thank you." Isaacman was so thrilled that he offered $500 million for 3 future flights, which would aim at going to an even higher orbit and doing a spacewalk in a new suit designed by SpaceX. He also asked for the right to be the first private customer on Starship when it was ready. Other potential customers also tried to reserve flights. One of them, a promoter of mixed martial arts fights, wanted to do a zero-gravity match in space. Musk laughingly considered that possibility one evening over drinks in Boca Chica. "We don't want to do that," Bill Riley said. "Why not?" asked Musk. "Gwen said they'd pay $500 million. "We will lose that in reputation," replied Sam Patel, the engineer in charge of building Starbase. "Yeah, it should not be something we do anytime soon," Musk agreed. "Maybe only after it becomes mundane to go into orbit." The Inspiration 4 mission, launched by a private company for private citizens, heralded a new orbital economy, one that would be filled with entrepreneurial endeavors, commercial satellites, and great adventures. SpaceX and Elon are an amazing success story, NASA Administrator Bill Nelson told me the next morning. "There's synergy between the public sector and the private sector, and it's all to the good of mankind." As Musk processed the significance of the launch, he became philosophical in his Hitchhiker's Guide fashion, ruminating on human endeavor. "Building mass-market electric cars was inevitable," he said. "It would have happened without me. But becoming a spacefaring civilization is not inevitable. 50 years earlier, America had sent men to the moon, but since then there had been no progress, just the reverse. The space shuttle could only do low Earth orbit, and after it was retired, America couldn't even do that anymore. Technology does not automatically progress, Musk said. This flight was a great example of how progress requires human agency. Chapter 63 Raptor Shakeup SpaceX 2021 Engineering Mode My neural net is getting fired up like it's the 4th of July, Musk exulted. This is what I like doing most, iterating with kick-ass engineers. He was sitting in the Starbase conference room in Boca Chica in early September 2021, sporting a stark fade haircut that looked like it was done by a soon-to-be-executed barber of a North Korean leader. I cut it myself, he told the engineers. I had someone else cut the back. Over the previous weeks, Musk had been cycling through periods of despair and fury about the Starship's Raptor engine. It had become complex, expensive, and difficult to manufacture. When I see a tube that costs $20,000, I want to stab my eye with a fork, he said. Going forward, he announced, he would hold meetings in his SpaceX conference room with the Raptor team at 8 p.m. every evening, including weekends. Musk took a special interest in the mass of materials being used. The thickness of the engine cylinder was the same as that of its dome, he pointed out, even though they would be exposed to different pressure. What the fuck is going on, he asked. There is a shit ton of metal there that doesn't make any damn sense. Each extra ounce of mass would reduce the amount of payload the rocket could launch. One major decision, made at a meeting that had been pushed back to midnight because the Inspiration 4 astronauts were landing, was to have as much of the engine as possible made out of his favorite material, stainless steel. After being shown a series of slides about ways to minimize the use of expensive alloys, Musk broke in. Enough said, he declared. You're getting analysis paralysis. We are moving every part possible to low-cost steel. At first, the only exceptions he allowed were for parts exposed to hot oxygen-rich gas combustion. Some of the engineers pushed back and suggested that copper, with its better ability to conduct heat, was needed for a faceplate. But Musk argued that copper had a worse melt temperature. I'm convinced you could make a steel faceplate, he said. Please do it. I think I've been pretty clear. Make it out of steel. He admitted there was a reasonable chance that it would not work, but it was better to try and fail rather than analyze the issue for months. If you make this thing fast, you can find out fast, and then you can fix it fast. He eventually succeeded in converting most of the parts into stainless steel. Jake McKenzie. As Musk ran the meetings in his conference room each night, he was looking for someone who might be able to oversee Raptor design. Any leaders emerging? Shotwell asked him after one of the skip-level sessions. My neural net for assessing engineering skill is good, but it's hard to do when they're wearing masks, Musk complained. So he started also having one-on-one sessions, peppering the mid-level engineers with questions. After a few weeks, a young engineer named Jacob McKenzie began to stand out. The juxtaposition of his cherubic smile with his shoulder-length dreadlocks made him cool in an understated way. There are two types of lieutenants Musk favors: the Red Bulls, such as Mark Juncosa, who are highly caffeinated and voluble as they purge pulse ideas, and the Spocks, whose measured monotones give them an aura of Vulcan competence. McKenzie was in the latter category. He had grown up in Jamaica and later moved to Northern California, where he became interested in cars, rockets, and anything with a lot of heavy engineering. His family was poor, so he worked in a warehouse to make money while in high school. He saved up to go to Santa Rosa Junior College, where he studied engineering, and did well enough that he was able to transfer to Berkeley and then to graduate school at MIT, where he got a Ph.D. in mechanical engineering. At SpaceX, which he joined in 2015, he managed the team that delivered the valves to the Raptor engine. It's a critical role. When a countdown is stopped, it's often because of a leaky valve. McKenzie had interacted with Musk just a few times, so he was surprised when Musk started talking to him about running the Raptor program. I didn't think he knew my name, McKenzie says. That indeed may have been the case, but Musk knew his work was succeeding. McKenzie's team had successfully improved Starship's flap actuators, one of the many projects that Musk dove into personally. Just after midnight one night in September 2021, Musk texted McKenzie, "Are you still up?" Not surprisingly, McKenzie responded, "Yeah, I'm still up. I'll be in the office for at least a few more hours." Musk called and said he was going to promote him. At 4:30 a.m., he sent out the email. "Jake McKenzie is reporting to me directly going forward," he wrote. Among his goals, Musk said, would be to remove most of the flanges and inconel parts in favor of weldable steel alloys, as well as delete any part that is even potentially unnecessary. If we don't end up adding back some parts later, we haven't deleted enough. Mackenzie set about applying automotive-style solutions, which in some cases resulted in parts that were 90% cheaper. He asked Lars Moravy, one of Musk's top Tesla executives, to walk with him through the SpaceX manufacturing line and suggest automotive techniques that would simplify things. At times, Moravy was so appalled by the unnecessary complexities on the rocket engine line that he covered his eyes. "Okay, can you stop putting your face in your palm?" Mackenzie asked, "because it's really, like hurting my feelings." The biggest change Musk wrought was to put the design engineers in charge of production, like he had done for a while at Tesla. "I created separate design and production groups a long time ago, and that was a bullshit mistake," he said at one of the first meetings that Mackenzie led. "You are responsible for the production process. You can't hand it off to someone else. If the design is expensive to produce, you change the design." Mackenzie and his engineering team moved their 75 desks to be next to the assembly lines. The LEET engine. One method Musk used when a problem got hairy was to turn his attention to designing a future version of the product. That's what he did with Raptor a few weeks after Mackenzie took over. He declared that they were going to shift their attention to making a whole new engine. It was going to be different enough that he didn't even want to name it after a breed of falcon like Merlin or Kestrel. Instead, he decided to use a meme from the world of coding and call it 1337, but as with the meme, it would be pronounced LEET, spelled L-E-E-T. The numerals 1337 kind of look like the letters L-E-E-T. The goal was to get an engine that would cost less than $1,000 per ton of thrust and thus be, he said, the fundamental breakthrough needed to make life multiplanetary. The point of leapfrogging to a new engine was to get everyone thinking boldly. "Our goal is the Great Adventure engine," he said in a pep talk to the team. "Does it have a chance of success above zero? If so, put it in. If we find that there are changes we made that are too adventurous, then we will back up." The guiding principle should be to make an engine that was lean. "There are a lot of ways to skin a cat," he said, "but it's important to know what the post-skinned cat looks like. The answer is muscly and gnarly." Late that night, he sent out a flurry of texts to emphasize how serious he was about this new push. "We are not shooting for the moon," he wrote. "We are shooting for Mars. A maniacal sense of urgency is our operating principle." In a text sent directly to Mackenzie, he added, "The SpaceX LEET engine is the last major critical breakthrough needed to get humanity to Mars. No words are enough to capture how important this is for the future of civilization." He personally suggested some extreme ideas, such as deleting the whole hot fuel gas manifold and merging the fuel turbopump with the main chamber injector. It might result in poor fuel gas distribution, might not. Let's find out. He reinforced his crusade with emails almost every night. "We are on a deletion rampage," he wrote in one. "Nothing is sacred. Any remotely questionable tubes, sensors, manifolds, etc. will be deleted tonight. Please go ultra-hardcore on deletion and simplification." Over the course of October 2021, the meetings got pushed back later each night, most of them starting around 11 p.m. Nevertheless, there were usually a dozen people in the conference room and more than 50 joining virtually. Each session usually had a new idea for simplification or deletion. One night, for example, he focused on getting rid of the entire skirt of the booster, which is the unpressurized open part at the very bottom. "It doesn't help contain much of the propellant," he said. "It's like peeing in a swimming pool. Doesn't affect the swimming pool much." After a month, just as suddenly as he had forced his team to focus on a futurist LEET engine, Musk turned their attention back to revising the current Raptor engine into a leaner and meaner Raptor 2. "I'm moving the SpaceX propulsion focus back to Raptor," he announced in a 2 a.m. text message. "We need engine production rate to be 1 per day to keep up a decent launch cadence. It is currently at 1 every 3 days. I asked whether that would slow the development of the LEAT. "Yes," he replied, "we can't make life multiplanetary with Raptor as it is way too expensive, but Raptor is needed to tide us over until LEAT is ready." Was the LEAT surge and retreat a carefully considered strategy by Musk to get his team thinking more boldly, or was it an impulsive act that he later walked back? As usual with him, it was a mix of both. It served a purpose of forcing new ideas, including getting rid of various shrouds and skirts that would be incorporated into his goals for an improved Raptor. The exercise helped define what an ideal engine looks like, Mackenzie says, but it was not moving the needle on stuff that was immediately needed to advance the Starship program. Over the next year, Mackenzie and his team were able to churn out Raptors almost like they were cars on an assembly line. By Thanksgiving 2022, they were making more than 1 a day, creating a stockpile for future Starship launches. Chapter 64. Optimus is Born. Tesla, August 2021. The Friendly Robot. Musk's interest in creating a humanoid robot stretched back to the fascination and fear he felt about artificial intelligence. The possibility that someone might create intentionally or inadvertently AI that could be harmful to humans led him to start OpenAI in 2014. It also led him to push related endeavors, including self-driving cars, a neural network training supercomputer known as Dojo, and neural-linked chips that could be implanted in brains to create a very intimate symbiotic relationship between humans and machines. An ultimate expression of safe AI, especially for someone who imbibed sci-fi as a kid, would be creating a humanoid robot, one that could process visual inputs and learn to perform tasks without violating Asimov's law that a robot shall not harm humanity or any human. While OpenAI and Google were focusing on creating text-based chatbots, Musk decided to focus on artificial intelligence systems that operated in the physical world, such as robots and cars. If you can create a self-driving car which is a robot on wheels, then you can make a robot on legs as well, Musk said. In early 2021, Musk began mentioning at his executive meetings that Tesla should get serious about building a robot, and at one point he played for them a video of the impressive ones that Boston Dynamics were designing. "Humanoid robots are going to happen, like it or not," he said, "and we should do it so we can guide it in a good direction." The more he talked about it, the more excited he got. "This has the potential to be the far biggest thing we ever do, even bigger than a self-driving car," he told his chief designer, Franz von Holzhausen. "Once we hear a recurring theme from Elon, we start working on it," von Holzhausen says. They began meeting in the Tesla design studio in Los Angeles, where the Cybertruck and Robotaxi models were on display. Musk gave the specs. The robot should be about 5'8" with an elfish and androgynous look so it doesn't feel like it could or would want to hurt you. Thus was born Optimus, a humanoid robot to be made by the Tesla teams working on self-driving cars. Musk decided that it should be announced at an event called AI Day, which he scheduled for Tesla's Palo Alto headquarters on August 19, 2021. AI Day. 2 days before AI Day, Musk held a prep meeting with the Tesla team virtually from Boca Chica. That day also included a meeting with the Texas Fish and Wildlife Conservation Office to get support for Starship launches, a Tesla finance meeting, a discussion of solar roof finances, a meeting about future launches of civilians, a contentious walk through the tents where Starship was being assembled, an interview for a Netflix documentary, and his second late-night visit to the tract houses where Brian Dow's team was installing solar roofs. After midnight, he got on his plane and headed for Palo Alto. "It's draining to have to switch between so many issues," he said when he finally relaxed on the plane. "But there are a lot of problems, and I have to solve them." So why was he now leaping into the world of AI and robots? "Because I'm worried about Larry Page," he said. "I had long conversations with him about AI dangers, but he didn't get it. Now we barely speak." When we landed at 4 a.m., he went to a friend's house for a few hours of sleep, then to Tesla's Palo Alto headquarters to meet with the team preparing for the robot announcement. The plan was for an actress to dress up as the robot and come on stage. Musk got excited. "She will do acrobatics," he declared, as if in a Monty Python sketch. "Can we make her do cool stuff that looks impossible, like tap dancing with a hat and cane?" He had a serious point. The robot should seem fun rather than frightening. As if on cue, X started dancing on the conference room table. "The kid has a real good power pack," his father said. "He gets his software updates by walking around and looking and listening." That was the goal. A robot that could learn to do tasks by seeing and mimicking humans. After a few more jokes about hat and cane dancing, Musk began drilling down on the final specifications. "Let's make it go 5 miles per hour, not 4, and give it power to lift a bit more weight," he said. "We overdid making it look gentle." When the engineers said that they were planning to have the batteries swapped out when they ran down, Musk vetoed that idea. "Many a fool has gone down the swappable battery path, and it's usually because they have a lousy battery," he said. "We went down that path with Tesla originally. No swappable pack. Just make the pack bigger so it can operate 16 hours. After the meeting, he stayed behind in the conference room. His neck was hurting from his old sumo wrestling accident, and he lay on the floor with an ice pack behind his head. "If we're able to produce a general-purpose robot that could observe you and learn how to do a task, that would supercharge the economy to a degree that's insane," he said. "Then we may want to institute universal basic income. Working could become a choice." Yes, and some would still be maniacally driven to do it. Musk was in a foul mood at the next day's practice session for AI Day presentations, which would feature not only the unveiling of Optimus, but also the advances Tesla was making in self-driving cars. "This is boring," he kept saying as Milan Kovac, a sensitive Belgian engineer who ran the Autopilot and Optimus software teams, presented very technical slides. "There is too much here that is not cool. This is a recruiting event and no one will want to join after seeing these fucking slides." Kovac, who had not yet mastered the art of deflecting Musk's blasts, walked back to his office and quit, throwing plans for that evening's presentation into disarray. Lars Moravy and Pete Bannon, his more seasoned and battle-hardened supervisors, stopped him as he was about to leave the building. "Let's look at your slides and see how we can fix this," Moravy said. Kovac mentioned he could use a whiskey, and Bannon found someone in the Autopilot workshop who had some. They drank 2 shots and Kovac calmed down. "I'm going to get through the event," he promised them. "I'm not going to let my team down." With the help of Moravy and Bannon, Kovac cut in half the number of his slides and rehearsed a new speech. "I sucked up my anger and brought the new slides to Elon," he says. Musk glanced through them and said, "Yep, sure, okay." Kovac got the impression that Musk did not even remember chewing him out. The disruption caused the presentation that evening to be delayed by an hour. It was not a very polished event. The 16 presenters were all male. The only woman was the actress who dressed up as the robot, and she didn't do any fun hat and cane dance routines. There were no acrobatics. But in his slightly stuttering monotone, Musk was able to connect Optimus to Tesla's plans for self-driving cars and the Dojo supercomputer. Optimus, he said, would learn to perform tasks without needing line-by-line instructions. Like a human, it would teach itself by observing. That would transform not only our economy, he said, but the way we live. Chapter 65, Neuralink, 2017 to 2020. Human-computer interfaces. Some of the most important technology leaps in the digital age involved advances in the way that humans and machines communicate with each other, known as human-computer interfaces. The psychologist and engineer J.C.R. Licklider, who worked on air defense systems that tracked planes on a monitor, wrote a seminal paper in 1960 titled Man-Computer Symbiosis, showing how video displays could get a computer and a person thinking together. He added, "The hope is that in not too many years, human brains and computing machines will be coupled together very tightly." MIT hackers used these video displays to create a game called Space War, which helped spawn commercial games that, in order to be easy enough for a stoned college student to play, had interfaces that were so intuitive they required almost no instructions. 1. Insert quarter, 2. Avoid Klingons were the only ones on Atari's first Star Trek game. Doug Engelbart combined such displays with a mouse that allowed users to interface with a computer by pointing and clicking, and Alan Kay at Xerox PARC helped develop that into an easy-to-use graphical interface that mimicked a desktop. Steve Jobs adopted that for Apple's Macintosh computer, and at his very last board meeting as he was dying in 2011, he tested another great leap in human-computer interfaces, an application called Siri that allowed people and computers to interact by voice. Despite all these advances, the input-output between humans and machines remained crushingly slow. On a trip in 2016, Musk was typing on his iPhone with his thumbs and began complaining about how long it took. Typing allowed information to flow from our brains into our devices at only about 100 bits per second. Imagine if you could think into the machine, he said, like a high-speed connection directly between your mind and your machine. He leaned over to Sam Teller, who was riding in the car with him. "Can you get a neuroscientist who can help me understand computer-brain interface?" he asked. The ultimate human-machine interface, Musk realized, would be a device that connected our computers directly to our brains, such as a chip inside our skull that could send our brain signals to a computer and receive signals back. That could allow information to flow back and forth up to 1 million times faster. Then you could have true human-machine symbiosis, he says. In other words, it would assure that humans and machines would work together as partners. To make this happen, he founded in late 2016 a company that he dubbed Neuralink, which would implant small chips into the brain and allow humans to mind meld with computers. Like Optimus, the idea for Neuralink was inspired by science fiction, most notably the Culture space travel novels by Ian Banks, which feature a human-machine interface technology called neural lace that is implanted into people and can connect all of their thoughts to a computer. When I first read Banks, he says, it struck me that this idea had a chance of protecting us on the artificial intelligence front. Musk's lofty goals are usually accompanied by practical business models. He had developed Starlink satellites, for example, as a way to fund SpaceX's mission to Mars. Likewise, he planned for Neuralink brain chips to be used to help people with neurological problems such as ALS interact with computers. If we can find good commercial uses to fund Neuralink, he says, then in a few decades we will get to our ultimate goal of protecting us against evil AI by tightly coupling the human world to our digital machinery. Among his co-founders were 6 top neuroscientists and engineers, led by the brain-machine interface researcher Max Hodak. The only member of the founding team who survived the pressure and turmoil of working with Musk was DJ Seo, who had moved from Korea to Louisiana at age 4. Because he didn't speak English well as a young boy, he became very frustrated about having thoughts that he could not express. How can I get this thing that's in my head out as efficiently as possible? He began asking himself. It would have to be something tiny put in my head. At Caltech, then at Berkeley, he developed what he called neural dust, tiny implants that could be put into the brain and send out signals. Musk also recruited a bright-eyed and sharp-minded technology investor named Siobhan Zillis. As a student growing up near Toronto, she starred at hockey, but she also became a tech geek after reading Ray Kurzweil's 1999 book, The Age of Spiritual Machines, When Computers Exceed Human Intelligence. After studying at Yale, she worked at a few startup incubators helping new AI ventures, and she became a part-time consultant at OpenAI. When Musk founded Neuralink, he took her out for coffee and asked her to join. Neuralink is not just about research, he assured her. It's about building real devices. She quickly decided that would be more fun and useful than continuing to be a venture investor. I noticed that I learned more unique lessons from Elon per minute than any other human I've met, she says. It would be dumb to not spend some of your life with such a person. Initially, she spent her time working on artificial intelligence projects at all three of his companies, Neuralink, Tesla, and SpaceX, but she eventually moved into the role of top manager at Neuralink, in addition to being a close personal companion to Musk, about which more later. The chip. The underlying technology for the Neuralink chip was based on the Utah array, invented at the University of Utah in 1992, which is a microchip studded with 100 needles that can be pushed into the brain. Each needle detects the activity of a single neuron and sends the data by wire to a box strapped to someone's skull. Because the brain has roughly 86 billion neurons, this was only a nanostep toward human-computer interfaces. In August 2019, Musk published a scientific paper describing how Neuralink would improve on the Utah array to create what he called an integrated brain-machine interface platform with thousands of channels. Neuralink's chips had more than 3,000 electrodes on 96 threads. As always, Musk focused not only on the product, but also on how it would be manufactured and deployed. Robots working at high speeds would cut a small hole in a human skull, insert the chip, and push the threads into the brain. He revealed an early version of the device at an August 2020 public presentation at Neuralink, featuring a pig named Gertrude with a chip in her brain. A video of her walking on a treadmill showed how the chip could detect the signals in her brain and send it to a computer. Musk held up the chip, which was the size of a quarter. When it was nestled underneath the skull, it could transmit its data wirelessly, assuring that the user did not look like a cyborg from a horror movie. I could have a Neuralink right now and you wouldn't know, Musk said. Maybe I do. A few months later, Musk came by the Neuralink lab in Fremont near the Tesla factory, where the engineers showed him their latest version. It combined 4 separate chips, each with about 1,000 threads. They would be implanted in different parts of the skull with wires connecting them to a router that was embedded behind the ear. Musk paused silently for almost 2 minutes while Zillis and her colleagues watched. Then he delivered his verdict. He hated it. It was too complex with too many wires and connections. He was in the process of deleting connections from SpaceX's Raptor engines. Each was a possible failure point. This has to be a single device, he told the deflated Neuralink engineers. A single elegant package with no wires, no connections, no router. There was no law of physics, no basic principle that prevented all of the functionality from being on one device. When the engineers tried to explain the need for the router, Musk's face turned stony. Delete, he said. Delete, delete, delete. After they left the meeting, the engineers went through the usual stages of post-Musk distress disorder. Baffled, then angry, then anxious. But within a week they got to the stage of being intrigued, because the new approach, they realized, might actually work. When Musk returned to the lab a few weeks later, they showed him a single chip that could handle the processing of data from all the threads and transmit it by Bluetooth to a computer. No connections, no router, no wires. "We thought this was impossible," one of the engineers said, "but now we're actually pretty stoked by it." One problem they faced was caused by the requirement that the chip be very small. That made it a challenge for it to have a long battery life and support many threads. "Why does it have to be so small?" Musk asked. Someone made the mistake of saying that it was one of the requirements they had been given. This flipped on the switch for Musk to intone his algorithm, beginning with questioning every requirement. Then he engaged them on the basic science of the chip size. "Our skulls are rounded, so couldn't the chip bulge a bit? And couldn't the diameter be bigger?" They came to the conclusion that a human skull could easily accommodate a larger chip. When they had the new device ready, they implanted it in one of the macaque monkeys, named Pager, housed at the lab. He was taught to play the video game Pong by rewarding him with a fruit smoothie when he scored well. The Neuralink device recorded which neurons were firing each time he moved the joystick a certain way. Then, the joystick was deactivated, and the signals from the monkey's brain controlled the game. It was a major step toward Musk's goal of creating a direct connection between a brain and a machine. Neuralink uploaded a video of it to YouTube, and within a year, it was viewed 6 million times. Chapter 66. Vision Only. Tesla, January 2021. Delete radar. The question of whether to use radar in its autopilot system for self-driving cars, rather than relying solely on visual data from cameras, remained a contentious one at Tesla. It also became a case study of Musk's style of decision-making, oscillating between bold, stubborn, reckless, visionary, guided by the first principles of physics, but at times surprisingly flexible. He had initially been somewhat open-minded on the issue. When the Tesla Model S was upgraded in 2016, he reluctantly allowed the autopilot team to use a forward-facing radar in addition to the car's 8 cameras, and he authorized his engineers to have a program to build its own radar system, known as Phoenix. But by the beginning of 2021, the use of radar was causing problems. The microchip shortages arising from COVID meant that Tesla's suppliers could not provide enough of them. Plus, the Phoenix system that Tesla was building in-house was not working well. "We have a choice," Musk declared in a fateful meeting early that January. "We can shut down car production, we can make Phoenix work right away, or we can remove radar entirely." There was no doubt which option he preferred. "We should be able to kick ass on this with a pure vision solution," he said. "Not requiring radar and vision to identify the same object is a mega game changer." Some of his top team, especially automotive president Jerome Guillen, pushed back. Deleting radar, he argued, would be unsafe. Radar could detect objects not easily visible to a camera or the human eye. A meeting was scheduled for the entire team to debate the issue and make a decision. After all the arguments were aired, Musk paused for about 40 seconds. "I'm pulling the plug," he finally said. "Delete radar." Guillen continued to push back, and Musk got coldly angry. "If you won't remove it," he said, "I will get someone else who will." On January 22, 2021, he sent out an email. "Going forward, turn off radar," it said. "It's a terrible crutch, I'm not kidding, and it's clear that camera-only driving is working well." Guillen soon left the company. Controversy. Musk's decision to delete radar sparked a public debate. A deeply reported New York Times investigation by Cade Metz and Neil Boudet revealed that many Tesla engineers had deep misgivings. Unlike technologists at almost every other company working on self-driving vehicles, Mr. Musk insisted that autonomy could be achieved solely with cameras, they wrote. but many Tesla engineers questioned whether it was safe enough to rely on cameras without the benefit of other sensing devices, and whether Mr. Musk was promising drivers too much about autopilot's capabilities. Edward Niedermeyer, who had written a critical book on Tesla titled Ludicrous, unleashed a thread of tweets. Improvements to common driver assistance systems is moving the industry toward more radar and even more novel modalities like LiDAR and thermal imaging, he wrote. Tesla, in a marked contrast, is moving backwards. And Dan O'Dowd, a software security entrepreneur, took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling Tesla's self-driving system the worst software ever sold by a Fortune 500 company. Tesla had long been a target of investigations by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and these picked up after the 2021 removal of radar. In a study, it recorded 273 accidents by Tesla drivers using some level of driver assist systems, 5 of which resulted in deaths. It also opened an investigation into 11 Tesla crashes with emergency vehicles. Musk was convinced that bad drivers rather than bad software were the main reason for most of the accidents. At one meeting, he suggested using data collected from the car's cameras, one of which is inside the car and focused on the driver, to prove when there was driver error. One of the women at the table pushed back. "We went back and forth with the privacy team about that," she said. "We cannot associate the selfie streams to a specific vehicle, even when there's a crash, or at least that's the guidance from our lawyers." Musk was not happy. The concept of privacy teams did not warm his heart. "I am the decision-maker at this company, not the privacy team," he said. "I don't even know who they are. They are so private you never know who they are." There were some nervous laughs. "Perhaps we can have a pop-up where we tell people that if they use FSD, full self-driving, we will collect data in the event of a crash," he suggested. "Would that be okay?" The woman thought about it for a moment, then nodded. "As long as we are communicating it to customers, I think we're okay with that." Phoenix rises. Although stubborn, Musk can be brought around by evidence. He was adamant about eliminating radar in 2021 because its technical quality at the time did not provide enough resolution to add meaningful information to a vision system. However, he did agree to allow his engineers to continue their Phoenix program to see if they could develop a better radar technology. Lars Moravy, Musk's head of vehicle engineering, put a Danish-born engineer named Pete Schützow in charge. "Elon's not against radar," Moravy says. "He's just against bad radar." Schützow's team developed a radar system that focused on cases where a human driver might not be able to see something. "You may be right," Musk said, and he secretly signed off on trying out the new system in the more expensive Model S and Model Y. "It's a much more sophisticated radar than general automotive radar," Musk says. "It's what you would see in a weapons system. It creates a picture of what's going on rather than just getting a ping back." Did he really plan to put it in Tesla's high-end cars? It's worth experimenting. I'm always open to evidence from physics experiments. Chapter 67. Money. 2021 to 2022. The world's richest person. Tesla's stock price, which had been knocked down to $25 when COVID began to spread in early 2020, rebounded tenfold by the beginning of 2021. On January 7th, it hit $260. That day, Musk became the richest person in the world, with $190 billion, vaulting him past Jeff Bezos. Under the extraordinary compensation bet he had made with his Tesla board in February 2018, amid Tesla's worst production problems, he got no guaranteed salary. Instead, his compensation would depend on hitting very aggressive revenue, profit, and market value targets, which included Tesla's market valuation increasing tenfold to $650 billion. News articles at the time predicted that most targets would be impossible to achieve. But in October 2021, Tesla became the sixth company in U.S. history to be worth more than $1 trillion. Its market value was greater than its five biggest rivals, Toyota, Volkswagen, Daimler, Ford, and GM, combined. And in April 2022, it reported a profit of $5 billion on revenue of $19 billion, an 81% increase from the year before. The result was that Musk's payout from the 2018 compensation deal was around $56 billion, and his net worth at the start of 2022 increased to $304 billion. Musk was angered by the public attacks on him for being a billionaire, a sensitivity exacerbated by the fact that his newly transitioned daughter Jenna, a fervent anti-capitalist, would no longer speak to him. He had sold all of his houses because he believed that he should not be criticized if he kept his wealth deployed in his companies rather than spending it on his lifestyle. But he continued to be criticized because by taking no salary and leaving his money invested in the company, he did not reap any capital gains and paid little tax. In November 2021, he conducted a Twitter poll to see if he should sell some Tesla stock in order to realize some of the capital gains and pay tax on it. There were 3.5 million votes, with 58% voting yes. As he already was planning to do, he exercised options that he had been granted in 2012 and were due to expire, which caused him to pay the largest single tax bill in history, $11 billion, enough to fund the entire budget of his antagonists at the Securities and Exchange Commission for 5 years. Let's change the rigged tax code so the person of the year will actually pay taxes and stop freeloading off everyone else, Senator Elizabeth Warren tweeted at the end of 2021. Musk shot back, "If you opened your eyes for 2 seconds, you would realize I will pay more taxes than any American in history this year. Don't spend it all at once." Oh, wait, you did already. What money can't buy. If it's true that money cannot buy happiness, one confirming data point was Musk's mood when he became the person with the most of it. He was not happy in the fall of 2021. When he flew to Cabo San Lucas in Mexico for a birthday party Kimball had organized for his wife Christiana in October, where Grimes performed as DJ, he shut himself in his room and played Polytopia much of the time. We were underneath this art piece with interactive lights dancing to beautiful music from Claire, Grimes, Christiana says. I thought about how our good fortune was thanks to Elon, but he just couldn't let himself enjoy the moment. As often happened, his mood swings and depression were manifest as stomach pains. He was throwing up and had intense heartburn. Any great docs you'd recommend? He texted me when he cut short his visit to Cabo. They don't need to be famous or have fancy offices. I asked if he was all right. I'm not super okay, to be honest, he responded. I've been burning the candle at both ends with a flamethrower for a very long time. It has taken its toll. I was very ill this weekend. A few weeks later, he opened up more. We spoke for more than 2 hours, much of it about the mental and physical scars he still had in 2021. From 2007 onwards until maybe last year, it's been nonstop pain. There's a gun to your head, make Tesla work, pull a rabbit out of your hat, then pull another rabbit out of the hat. A stream of rabbits flying through the air. If the next rabbit does not come out, you're dead. It takes a toll. You can't be in a constant fight for survival, always in adrenaline mode, and not have it hurt you. But there's something else I've found this year. It's that fighting to survive keeps you going for quite a while. When you're no longer in a survive or die mode, it's not that easy to get motivated every day. This was an essential insight that Musk had about himself. When things were most dire, he got energized. It was the siege mentality from his South African childhood. But when he was not in survival or die mode, He felt unsettled. What should have been the good times were unnerving for him. It prompted him to launch surges, stir up dramas, throw himself into battles he could have bypassed, and bite off new endeavors. That Thanksgiving, his mother and sister flew to Austin to celebrate with him, his 4 older sons, X and Grimes. 2 of his cousins and his 2 half-sisters from his father's second marriage were also there. We needed to be with him because he gets lonely, May says. He loves to have family around, and we have to do that for him, because he's under so much stress. The following day, Damien cooked pasta for everyone and played classical music on the piano. But Musk decided to focus on the problems of Starship's Raptor engines. After briefly walking through the dining room looking stressed, he spent most of the day on conference calls. Then abruptly he announced that he had to fly back to Los Angeles to deal with the Raptor crisis. It was a crisis that mainly existed in his mind. It was Thanksgiving weekend, and the Raptor was not even expected to be ready for at least another year. "Last week was a good week," he texted me. "Technically, I did spend all night Friday and Saturday at the rocket factory working on Raptor issues, but still a good week. It is very painful, but we have to just muscle through building Raptor, even though it really needs a complete redesign." Chapter 68. Father of the Year, 2021. Siobhan's Twins. One thing that may have been distracting Musk on Thanksgiving 2021, or driving him to choose to be distracted by the nozzles and valves of the Raptor engine, was that a week earlier he had become the father of 2 more children, a twin boy and girl. The mother was Siobhan Zillis, the bright-eyed AI investor he recruited in 2015 to work at OpenAI, and who ended up as the top operations manager of Neuralink. She had become his very close friend, intellectual companion, and occasional gaming partner. "It's been one of the most meaningful friendships of my life, by far," she says. "Soon after I met him, I said, I hope we're friends for life." Zillis had been living in Silicon Valley and working at the Neuralink office in Fremont, but she moved to Austin shortly after Musk did, and she was part of his tight-knit social circle. Grimes considered her a friend and occasionally tried to set her up on dates. Grimes and Zillis connected to opposite facets of Musk's personality. Grimes is feisty in a fun but also fiery way, often getting into fights with Musk and sharing his attraction to tumult. Zillis, on the contrary, says, "In 6 years, Elon and I have never gotten in a fight, never argued." That's a claim that few can make. They talk to each other in a low-key intellectual way. Zillis, by her own choice, decided not to get married, but she had the motherhood bug super hard, she says. Her maternal impulses were further stoked by Musk's evangelizing about how important it was for people to have many children. He feared that declining birth rates were a threat to the long-term survival of human consciousness. "People are going to have to revive the idea of having children as a kind of social duty," he said in a 2014 interview. "Otherwise, civilization will just die." His loyal sister, Tosca, who had become a successful producer of romance films and was based in Atlanta, had never married. Elon encouraged her to have children, and when she agreed, helped her find a clinic, pick out an anonymous sperm donor, and pay for the procedure. "He really wants smart people to have kids, so he encouraged me to," Zillis says. When she decided that she was ready, he suggested that he be the sperm donor so the kids would be genetically his. The idea appealed to her. "If the choice is between an anonymous sperm donor or doing it with the person you admire most in the world, for me that was a pretty fucking easy decision," she says. "I can't possibly think of genes I would prefer for my children." There was another upside. It seemed like something that would make him very happy. Their twins were conceived by in vitro fertilization. Because Neuralink is a privately owned company, It's unclear how the evolving rules surrounding workplace relationships applied. At the time, the issue didn't arise because Zillis did not tell people who the biological father was. One day that October, she led Musk and other top Neuralink executives on a tour of a new facility the company was building in Austin. It included an office and lab in a strip mall near Tesla's Giga Texas factory and a set of barns nearby to house pigs and sheep used for the chip implanting experiments. She was visibly pregnant with the twins, though no one there knew that they were also Musk's. Later, I asked if this made her feel awkward. "No," she replied, "I was thrilled to be becoming a mother." Zillis had a complication at the end of her pregnancy and went into the hospital. The twins were born 7 weeks prematurely, but healthy. Musk was listed as the father on the birth certificate, but the children, a boy named Strider and a girl named Azure Astra Alice, were given Zillis's last name. She assumed that he would not be very involved in parenting them. "I thought he would play a role like a godfather," she says, "because the dude's got a lot going on." Instead, Musk ended up spending a lot of time with the twins and bonding with them, albeit in his own emotionally distracted way. At least once a week, he would stay at Zillis's house, feed the kids, and sit on the floor with them while he did his late evening virtual meetings on Raptor, Starship, and Tesla Autopilot. He was, given his nature, not quite as cuddly as your average dad. There's some stuff he just can't do because he's emotionally hardwired a bit differently, Zillis says. But when he comes in, they light up and have eyes only for him, which lights him up as well. Baby Y. Even though they were in a rough patch in their relationship, Grimes and Musk were having such a great time being co-parents of X that they had decided to have another baby. "I really wanted him to have a daughter so bad," she says. Because she had had a rough first pregnancy and her very slender body made her prone to complications, they decided to use a surrogate. That led to an improbably weird and potentially awkward situation worthy of a New Age French farce. When Zillis was in the Austin hospital with complications from her pregnancy, so too was the surrogate mother carrying the baby girl that Musk and Grimes had secretly conceived in vitro. Because the surrogate mother was having a troubled pregnancy, Grimes was staying with her. She was unaware that Zillis was in a nearby room, or that she was pregnant by Musk. Perhaps it is no surprise that Musk decided to fly west that Thanksgiving weekend to deal with the simpler issues of rocket engineering. When their daughter was born in December, just a few weeks after her twin half-siblings, Musk and Grimes began their drawn-out process of settling on names. At first they called her Sailor Mars after one of the heroines in the Sailor Moon manga, which features female warriors who protect the solar system from evil. It seemed a fitting, though not exactly conventional name for a child who might be destined to go to Mars. By April, they decided they needed to give her a less serious name, yes, because she's all sparkly and a lot goofier troll, Grimes said. They settled on Exa Dark Sidereal, but then in early 2023 toyed with changing her name to Andromeda Synthesis Story Musk. For simplicity's sake, they mainly just called her Y, or sometimes Y, with a question mark as part of her name. Elon always says we need to figure out what the question is before we can know the answers to the universe, Grimes explains, referring to what he learned from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. When Musk and Grimes brought Y home from the hospital, they introduced her to X. Christiana Musk and other relatives were there, and everybody played on the floor as if they were a conventional family. Musk never said anything about just having twins with Siobhan. After an hour of playing and a quick dinner, he scooped up X and took him on his jet to New York, where the toddler sat on his lap at the Time magazine ceremony, anointing him Person of the Year. The magazine's accolade marked a peak in his popularity. In 2021, he became the richest person in the world. SpaceX became the first private company to send a civilian crew into orbit, and Tesla reached $1 trillion market value by leading the world's auto industry in a historic shift into the era of electric vehicles. Few individuals have had more influence than Musk on life on Earth, and potentially life off Earth, too, Times editor Ed Felsenthal wrote. The Financial Times also named him Person of the Year, stating, "Musk is staking a claim to be the most genuinely innovative entrepreneur of his generation." In his interview with the paper, Musk stressed the missions that drove his companies. "I'm just trying to get people to Mars and enable freedom of information with Starlink, accelerate sustainable technology with Tesla, and free people from the drudgery of driving," he said. It's certainly possible that the road to hell to some degree is paved with good intentions, but the road to hell is mostly paved with bad intentions. Chapter 69. Politics, 2020 to 2022. Take the red pill. "The coronavirus panic is dumb," Musk tweeted. It was March 6, 2020, and COVID had just shut down his new factory in Shanghai and begun to spread in the U.S. That was decimating Tesla's stock price, but it was not just the financial hit that upset Musk. The government-imposed mandates in China and then California inflamed his anti-authority streak. When California issued a stay-at-home order later in March, just when the Fremont factory was starting to produce the Model Y, he became defiant. The factory would remain open. He wrote in a company-wide email, "I'd like to be super clear that if you feel the slightest bit ill or even uncomfortable, please do not feel obligated to come to work." But then he added, "I will personally be at work. My frank opinion remains that the harm from the coronavirus panic far exceeds that of the virus itself." After county officials threatened to force the plant to shut down, Musk filed suit against the orders. "If somebody wants to stay in their house, that's great," Musk said. "But to say that they cannot leave their house, and that they will be arrested if they do, this is fascist. This is not democratic. This is not freedom. Give people back their goddamn freedom." He kept the plant open and challenged the county sheriff to make arrests. "I will be on the line with everyone else," he tweeted. "If anyone is arrested, I ask that it only be me." Musk prevailed. The local authorities reached an agreement with Tesla to let the Fremont factory stay open so long as certain mask-wearing and other safety protocols were followed. These were honored mainly in the breach, but the dispute died down, the assembly line churned out cars, and the factory experienced no serious COVID outbreak. The controversy became a factor in his political evolution. He went from being a fanboy and fundraiser for Barack Obama to railing against progressive Democrats. One Sunday afternoon in May, in the middle of the controversy, he unleashed a cryptic four-word tweet, "Take the red pill." It was a reference to the 1999 movie The Matrix, in which a hacker discovers that he has been living in a computer simulation, a concept that has always intrigued Musk, and is given a choice of taking a blue pill, which will allow him to forget everything and return pleasantly to his life, or a red pill, which will expose him to the real truth of the Matrix. The phrase, "take the red pill," was adopted by many, including some men's rights activists and conspiracy theorists, as a rallying cry that signaled willingness to face the truth about secretive elites. Ivanka Trump caught the reference. She retweeted him with the comment, "Taken." The Woke Mind Virus. Trace route woke mind virus. It was a rather obscure tweet by Musk in December 2021, but it reflected the shift that was underway in his politics. Traceroute is a networking command to determine the path to the source server of some information. Musk had taken up the cause of battling what he considered to be the excesses of political correctness and the woke culture of progressive social justice activists. When I asked him why, he responded, "Unless the woke mind virus, which is fundamentally anti-science, anti-merit, and anti-human in general, is stopped, civilization will never become multiplanetary. Musk's reaction was partly triggered by his daughter Jenna's transition, her embrace of radical socialist politics, and her decision to break off relations with him. He feels he lost a son who changed first and last names and won't speak to him anymore because of this woke mind virus, says Jared Birchall, the manager of his personal office. He is a first-hand witness on a very personal level of the damaging effect of being indoctrinated by this woke mind religion. On a more mundane level, he had become convinced that wokeness was destroying humor. His own jokes tended to be filled with smirking references to 69, other sex acts, body fluids, pooping, farts, dope smoking, and topics that would crack up a dorm room of stoned freshmen. Once a fan of the satirical news site The Onion, he switched his loyalty to the Babylon Bee, a Christian conservative site, and gave them an interview at the end of 2021. Wokeness wants to make comedy illegal, which is not cool, he contended. Trying to shut down Dave Chappelle? Come on, man, that's crazy. Do we want a humorless society that is simply rife with condemnation and hate and no forgiveness? At its heart, wokeness is divisive, exclusionary, and hateful. It gives mean people a shield to be mean and cruel, armed with false virtue. In May 2022, Musk got a call from Business Insider, which was about to run a story saying that he exposed himself to a flight attendant on his private jet and asked for a handjob. In return, the story went, he would buy her a pony because she loved horses. Musk denied the claims and noted that he had no flight attendants on his jet, but documents showed that Tesla had paid the woman $250,000 in severance in 2018. When the story appeared, the company's stock fell 10%, and Musk's political resentments were further inflamed. He believed that the story was leaked by a friend of the woman who was, in his words, an activist, woke, far-left Democrat. As soon as he heard the story was about to run, Musk tried to inoculate himself with a tweet casting it in political terms. In the past, I voted Democrat because they were mostly the kindness party, he wrote. But they have become the party of division and hate, so I can no longer support them and will vote Republican. Now watch their dirty tricks campaign against me unfold. He was on his way to Brazil to meet with the right-wing populist President Jair Bolsonaro, another example of his own political shift, and as his plane took off, he sent another tweet. The attacks against me should be viewed through a political lens. This is their standard, despicable playbook. But nothing will deter me from fighting for a good future and your right to free speech. By the following day, when the story ended up not being as explosive as he feared, Musk snapped back into sunnier mode. Finally, we get to use Elon Gate as scandal name. It's kinda perfect, he tweeted. And when Chad Hurley, the co-founder of YouTube, made a joke about him horsing around, Musk replied, "Hi, Chad. Fine. If you touch my wiener, you can have a horse." Biden. As he became more concerned about wokeness, Musk's party loyalties shifted. This woke mind virus resides primarily in the Democratic Party, even though most Dems don't agree with it, he said. His evolution was also a reaction to attacks on him by some Democrats. Elizabeth Warren actually called me a freeloading grifter who doesn't pay taxes when I'm literally paying the most tax of any individual in history, he says. He was especially infuriated by an attack from a progressive California assemblywoman, Lorena Gonzalez. "Fuck Elon Musk," she tweeted. That added to his frustrations with California. "I came there when it was the land of opportunity," he says. "Now it's the land of litigation, regulation, and taxation." He had developed a deep disdain for Donald Trump, who he considered a con man, but he wasn't impressed by Joe Biden. When he was vice president, I went to a lunch with him in San Francisco where he droned on for an hour and was boring as hell, like one of those dolls where you pull the string and it just says the same mindless phrases over and over. Nevertheless, he says he would have voted for Biden in 2020, but he decided that going to the polls in California, where he was then registered, was a waste of time because it was not a contested state. His disdain for Biden grew in August 2021 when the president held an event at the White House to celebrate electric vehicles. The heads of GM, Ford, and Chrysler, along with the leader of the United Auto Workers Union, were invited, but not Musk, even though Tesla sold far more electric cars in the U.S. than all other companies combined. Biden's press secretary, Jen Psaki, was forthright about the reason. "Well, these are the three largest employers of the United Auto Workers," she said, "so I'll let you draw your own conclusions." The UAW had failed to unionize Tesla's Fremont plant partly because of what the National Labor Relations Board deemed to be illegal anti-union actions by the company, and partly because its workers, as at the other new electric vehicle companies Lucid and Rivian, got stock options not usually part of union contracts. Biden went even further that November when he visited a GM factory in Detroit with CEO Mary Barra and members of the UAW leadership. "Detroit's leading the world in electric vehicles," Biden said. "Mary, I can remember talking to you way back in January about the need for America to lead in electric vehicles. You changed the whole story, Mary. You electrified the entire automobile industry. I'm serious, you led and it matters." In fact, GM had started to lead the way to electric vehicles in the 1990s, but it had pulled the plug on the effort. When Biden made this statement, GM had only one electric vehicle, the Chevy Bolt, which had been recalled and was not being produced at the time. In the last quarter of 2021, GM sold a grand total of 26 electric vehicles in the U.S. That year, Tesla sold about 300,000 electric vehicles in the U.S. "Biden is a damp sock puppet in human form," Musk responded. Dana Hull, a reporter from Bloomberg who was often critical of Musk, he blocked her on Twitter, wrote, "Biden would do best to stick to the facts and acknowledge, as the market has, Tesla's role as the leader in the EV revolution." Biden's staffers, many of whom drove Teslas, became concerned about the growing rift, and in early February 2022, his chief of staff, Ron Klain, and top economic advisor Brian Deese called Musk. He found the pair refreshingly reasonable. Eager to diffuse Musk's anger, they promised that the president would praise Tesla publicly, and they inserted a phrase into a speech he was giving the next day. "Companies have announced investments totaling more than $200 billion in domestic manufacturing here in America, from iconic companies like GM and Ford building out new electric vehicle production to Tesla, our nation's largest electric vehicle manufacturer." It was not the most fulsome endorsement, but it mollified Musk, at least for a while. The détente with the Biden administration was not destined to last. Musk sent an email to his top executives at Tesla expressing his super bad feeling about the economy and asking them to make plans for a recession. When the email leaked, Biden was asked about it. He blurted out a sarcastic barb. "So, lots of luck on his trip to the moon." It was as if he thought Musk was some oddball trying to fly to the moon. In fact, SpaceX's moon lander was being built for the U.S. under a contract from NASA. A few minutes after Biden's remark, Musk poked fun at his cluelessness by tweeting, "Thanks, Mr. President," and included a link to the NASA press release saying that SpaceX had won a contract to land American astronauts on the moon. On a phone call in April, Biden's advisors described the incentives for electric cars that were in the pending Inflation Reduction Act. Musk was pleasantly surprised at how well conceived they were, but he pushed back on plans for the government to spend $5 billion over 3 years to create a network of electric vehicle charging stations. Even though that could help Tesla, Musk felt that the government should not be in the business of building charging stations, just as it shouldn't be building gas stations. This was better done by the private sector, including both big companies and mom-and-pop small businesses. Businesses would come up with ways to attract customers by building charging stations at restaurants, roadside attractions, convenience stores, and other locales. But if the government built stations, it would quash those entrepreneurial impulses. He promised that Tesla's chargers would be open to other cars. I want you to know that our charging mechanisms, both in the car and our stations, are going to be interoperable, he pledged on the call. That was a bit more complicated than it sounded. Tesla's superchargers would need adapters for the connectors used in other electric vehicles, and the financial arrangements had to be negotiated. Mitch Landrieu, the White House infrastructure czar, went to Tesla's Nevada battery factory and was given a briefing on the technological details. Then he and John Podesta, Biden's advisor for clean energy innovation, had a small meeting with Musk in Washington to agree on details. It led to a rare exchange of supportive tweets. Elon Musk will open a big part of Tesla's network up to all drivers, read a tweet that the advisors wrote for Biden to post. That's a big deal, and it'll make a big difference. Replied Musk, thank you. Tesla is happy to support other EVs via our supercharger network. A libertarian circle. One day early in 2022, Musk decided to throw an impromptu party at Tesla's almost finished Giga Texas factory. His deputy, Omid Afshar, commandeered a prototype of the Cybertruck and had it lifted to one of the open spaces on the factory's second floor. He set up a bar, used seats from unfinished cars to make a lounge space, and had a few assembly line robots around for fun. Musk invited his friend Luke Nosek, the PayPal co-founder and SpaceX investor, who suggested adding Joe Rogan, the proudly politically incorrect podcaster based in Austin, on whose show Musk had taken a toke during the turmoil of 2018. Nosek also invited Jordan Peterson, the Canadian psychologist and occasional anti-woke provocateur, who was visiting. Peterson arrived in a gray velvet-collared jacket with a matching gray velvet-trimmed vest. After the party, a small group that included Musk, Rogan, Peterson, and Grimes went to Nosek's house, where they talked until close to 3 a.m. Nosek, who was born in Poland, had been a dedicated libertarian since his days at the University of Illinois, where he had long discussions with Max Levchin. They would become co-founders with Musk of PayPal, along with the even more ardent libertarian Peter Thiel. Nosek had been one of a handful of people celebrating at Thiel's house the victory of Trump in 2016. Musk's set of Austin friends also included PayPal co-founder Ken Howry, who was Trump's ambassador to Sweden, and the young tech entrepreneur Joe Lonsdale, another protege of Thiel. Another friend from PayPal days was the San Francisco entrepreneur and venture capitalist David Sachs. His politics were not rigidly partisan. He had supported both Mitt Romney and Hillary Clinton, but he had been concerned since his student days with what was then called political correctness, and in 1995 he co-authored with Thiel a book called The Diversity Myth, Multiculturalism and Political Intolerance on Campus, which decried, using their alma mater Stanford as an example, the debilitating impact that politically correct multiculturalism has had upon higher education and academic freedom. None of these people determined Musk's political views, and it would be wrong to cast them as shadowy backstage influencers. Musk was willfully opinionated by his own nature and instinct, but they tended to reinforce his anti-woke sentiments. Musk's hopscotch path to the right in 2022 disconcerted his progressive friends, including his first wife Justine and current girlfriend Grimes. The so-called war against wokeism is one of the dumbest things ever, Justine tweeted that year. When he began texting right-wing memes and conspiracy theories to Grimes, she replied, "Is this from 4chan or something? You're actually starting to sound like someone from the far right." There was an oddness to his newfound anti-woke fervor and occasional endorsements of alt-right conspiracy theories. It came in waves like his demon mode personality. It was not his default setting. Much of the time, He claimed to be a centrist moderate, albeit one with a libertarian streak born of his natural resistance to regulations and rules. He had contributed to Obama's campaigns and once stood in line for 6 hours to shake his hand at an event. "I'm thinking of creating a super-moderate super PAC that supports candidates with centrist views from all parties," he tweeted at one point in 2022. And when he flew out later that summer to appear at a fundraiser for the PAC of Republican House Leader Kevin McCarthy, he inoculated himself with a tweet that tried to reassure those who felt he might be going full MAGA. "To be clear, I support the left half of the Republican Party and the right half of the Democratic Party." But his politics, like his moods, were mercurial. Throughout 2022, he would cycle from sunny praise for moderation to angry brooding about how wokeness and censorship, perpetuated by media elites, were an existential threat to humanity. Polytopia. One key to understanding Musk, his intensity, focus, competitiveness, die-hard attitudes, and love of strategy, is through his passion for video games. Hours of immersion became the way he let off or built up steam and honed his tactical skills and strategic thinking for business. At age 13 in South Africa, after teaching himself how to code, he wrote a video game called Blastar. He learned to hack ways to play arcade games for free, considered starting his own arcade, and interned at a game-making company. As an undergraduate, he began to focus on the genre known as strategy games, beginning with Civilization and Warcraft, Orcs and Humans, in which players take turns making moves as they compete to win a military or economic campaign using clever strategy, resource management, and decision tree tactical thinking. In 2021, he became obsessed with a new multiplayer strategy game on his iPhone, Polytopia. In it, players choose to be one of 16 characters known as tribes and compete to develop technologies, corner resources, and wage battles in order to build an empire. He became so good he was able to beat the game's Swedish developer Felix Ekenstam. What did his passion for the game say about him? "I am just wired for war, basically," he answers. Siobhan Zillis downloaded it onto her phone so they could play together. "I just fell down a fucking rabbit hole and there's so many life lessons you learn, so many weird things about yourself and your opponents," she says. One day in Boca Chica, after a tense argument with some engineers over the need for the safety chains being used when moving the Starship booster, Musk retreated to sit on a piece of equipment on the edge of the parking lot and played 2 intense games of Polytopia on his phone against Zillis, who was in Austin. "He just absolutely crushed me both games," she says. He also convinced Grimes to download the game. "He doesn't have hobbies or ways to relax other than video games," she says, "but he takes those so seriously that it gets very intense." During one game, when they had agreed to be a united front against other tribes, she surprise attacked him with a flame ball. "It was one of our biggest fights ever," she remembers. "He took it as this deep betrayal moment." Grimes protested it was only a video game and not a big deal. "It's a huge fucking deal," he told her. He did not speak to her for the rest of the day. On a visit to Tesla's Berlin factory, he got so wrapped up in Polytopia that he delayed meetings with the local managers. His mother, who was on the trip, scolded him. "Yeah, I was wrong," he conceded, "but it's the best game ever." During the ride home on his plane, he played it all night. A couple of months later in Cabo San Lucas for Christiana Musk's birthday party, he spent hours by himself in his room or in the corner playing the game. "Come on, you gotta come hang out," she pleaded, but he refused. Kimball had learned the game in order to bond closer with his brother. "He said it would teach me how to be a CEO like he was," Kimball says. "We called them Polytopia life lessons. Among them, empathy is not an asset. He knows that I have an empathy gene unlike him, and it has hurt me in business," Kimball says. "Polytopia taught me how he thinks when you remove empathy. When you're playing a video game, there is no empathy, right? Play life like a game. I have this feeling, Zillis once told Musk, that as a kid you were playing one of these strategy games and your mom unplugged it, and you just didn't notice, and you kept playing life as if it were that game. Do not fear losing. You will lose, Musk says. It will hurt the first 50 times. When you get used to losing, you will play each game with less emotion. You will be more fearless, take more risks. Be proactive. I'm a little bit Canadian pacifist and reactive, Zillis says. My gameplay was 100% reactive to what everyone else was doing, as opposed to thinking through my best strategy. She realized that, like many women, this mirrored the way she behaved at work. Both Musk and Mark Juncosa told her that she could never win unless she took charge of setting the strategy. Optimize every turn. In Polytopia, you get only 30 turns, so you need to optimize each one. Like in Polytopia, you only get a set number of turns in life, Musk says. If we let a few of them slide, we will never get to Mars. Double down. Elon plays the game by always pushing the edge of what's possible, Zillis says. And he's always doubling down and putting everything back in the game to grow and grow. And it's just like he's just done his whole life. Pick your battles. In Polytopia, you might find yourself surrounded by 6 or more tribes all taking swipes at you. If you swipe back at all of them, you're going to lose. Musk never fully mastered that lesson, and Zillis found herself coaching him on it. Dude, like everyone's swiping at you right now, but if you swipe back at too many, you'll run out of resources, she told him. She called that approach front minimization. It was a lesson she also tried and failed to teach him about his behavior on Twitter. Unplug at times. I had to stop playing because it was destroying my marriage, Kimball says. Siobhan Zillis also deleted Polytopia from her phone. So did Grimes. And for a while, Musk did so as well. I had to take Polytopia off my phone because it was taking up too many brain cycles, he says. I started dreaming about Polytopia. But the lesson about unplugging was another one that Musk never mastered. After a few months, he put the game back onto his phone and was playing again. Chapter 70. Ukraine, 2022. Starlink to the rescue. An hour before Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine on February 24, 2022, it used a massive malware attack to disable the routers of the American satellite company Viasat that provided communications and internet to the country. The command system of the Ukrainian military was crippled, making it almost impossible to mount a defense. Top Ukrainian officials frantically appealed to Musk for help, and the Vice Prime Minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, used Twitter to urge him to provide connectivity. We ask you to provide Ukraine with Starlink stations, he pleaded. Musk agreed. 2 days later, 500 terminals arrived in Ukraine. We have the U.S. military looking to help us with transport. State has offered humanitarian flights and some compensation, Gwynne Shotwell emailed Musk. Folks are rallying for sure. Cool, Musk responded. Sounds good. He got on a Zoom call with President Volodymyr Zelensky, discussed the logistics of a larger rollout, and promised to visit Ukraine when the war was over. Lauren Dreyer, SpaceX's director of Starlink business operations, began sending Musk updates twice a day. Russia took offline a bunch of Ukraine communications infrastructure today, and a number of Starlink kits are already allowing Ukraine armed forces to continue operating theater command centers, she wrote on March 1st. These kits can be life or death, as the opponent is now focusing heavily on comms infrastructure. They are asking for more. The next day, SpaceX sent 2,000 more terminals via Poland. But Dreyer said that the electricity was off in some areas, so many of them wouldn't work. Let's offer to ship some Field Solar Plus battery kits, Musk replied. They can have some Tesla Powerwalls or Megapacks too. The batteries and solar panels were soon on their way. Every day that week, Musk held regular meetings with the Starlink engineers. Unlike every other company and even parts of the U.S. military, they were able to find ways to defeat Russian jamming. By Sunday, the company was providing voice connections for a Ukrainian Special Operations Brigade. Starlink kits were also used to connect the Ukrainian military to the U.S. Joint Special Operations Command and to get Ukrainian television broadcasts back up. Within days, 6,000 more terminals and dishes were shipped, and by July there were 15,000 Starlink terminals operating in Ukraine. Starlink was soon garnering lavish press coverage. The conflict in Ukraine has provided Musk and SpaceX's fledgling satellite network with a trial by fire that has whetted the appetite of many Western militaries, Politico reporters wrote after profiling Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines using the service. Commanders have been impressed by the company's ability within days to deliver thousands of backpack-sized satellite stations to the war-torn country and to keep them online despite increasingly sophisticated attacks from Russian hackers. The Wall Street Journal also did a feature. Without Starlink, we would have been losing the war, one Ukrainian platoon commander told the paper. Starlink contributed about half of the cost of the dishes and services it provided. How many have we donated so far? Musk wrote Dreyer on March 12th. She replied 2,000 free Starlinks and monthly service. Also 300 heavily discounted to Lviv IT Association, and we waived the monthly service for approximately 5,500. The company soon donated 1,600 additional terminals, and Musk estimated its total contribution to be around $80 million. Other funding came from government agencies, including those in the U.S., Britain, Poland, and the Czech Republic. There were also contributions from private individuals. The historian Niall Ferguson sent out an email to friends seeking to raise $5 million for the purchase and transport of 5,000 more Starlink kits. If you would like to contribute, please let me know as soon as you can, he wrote. I cannot overstate the importance of the role Starlink has played in keeping the communications of the Ukrainian government from being taken out by the Russians. 3 hours later, he got a reply from Mark Benioff, the billionaire co-founder of Salesforce. I'm in for $1 million, he wrote. Elon rocks. No good deed. This could be a giant disaster, Musk texted me. It was a Friday evening in September 2022, and Musk had gone into crisis drama mode, this time with reason. A dangerous and knotty issue had arisen, and he believed that there was a non-trivial possibility, as he put it, that it could lead to a nuclear war, with Starlink partly responsible. The Ukrainian military was attempting a sneak attack on the Russian naval fleet based at Sevastopol in Crimea by sending 6 small drone submarines packed with explosives, and they were using Starlink to guide them to the target. Although he had readily supported Ukraine, his foreign policy instincts were those of a realist and student of European military history. He believed that it was reckless for Ukraine to launch an attack on Crimea, which Russia had annexed in 2014. The Russian ambassador had warned him in a conversation a few weeks earlier that attacking Crimea would be a red line and could lead to a nuclear response. Musk explained to me the details of Russian law and doctrine that decreed such a response. Throughout the evening and into the night, he personally took charge of the situation. Allowing the use of Starlink for the attack, he concluded, could be a disaster for the world. So he secretly told his engineers to turn off coverage within 100 kilometers of the Crimean coast. As a result, when the Ukrainian drone subs got near the Russian fleet in Sevastopol, they lost connectivity and washed ashore harmlessly. When the Ukrainian military noticed in the midst of the mission that Starlink was disabled in and around Crimea, Musk got frantic calls and texts asking him to turn the coverage back on. Mikhailo Fedorov, the vice prime minister who had originally enlisted his help, secretly shared with him the details of how the drone subs were crucial to their fight for freedom. "We made the sea drones ourselves. They can destroy any cruiser or submarine," he texted using an encrypted app. "I did not share this information with anyone. I just want you, the person who is changing the world through technology, to know this." Musk replied that the design of the drones was impressive, but he refused to turn the coverage for Crimea back on, arguing that Ukraine is now going too far and inviting strategic defeat. He discussed the situation with Biden's National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Mark Milley, explaining to them that SpaceX did not wish Starlink to be used for offensive military purposes. He also called the Russian ambassador to assure him that Starlink was being used for defensive purposes only. "I think if the Ukrainian attacks had succeeded in sinking the Russian fleet, it would have been like a mini Pearl Harbor and led to a major escalation," Musk says. "We did not want to be a part of that." Musk's siege mentality was often apocalyptic. In business and in politics, he had a tendency to perceive and be energized by dire threats. In 2022, he became alarmed by what he saw as multiple catastrophic dangers looming in world affairs. There was a strong likelihood, he came to believe, that there would be a major confrontation with China over Taiwan within a year, which could decimate the world economy. He also became convinced that if the war in Ukraine dragged on, it could lead to military and economic disasters. He took it upon himself to help find an end to the Ukrainian war, proposing a peace plan that included new referenda in the Donbass and other Russian-controlled regions, accepting that Crimea was a part of Russia, and assuring that Ukraine remained a neutral nation rather than becoming part of NATO. It provoked an uproar. "Fuck off is my very diplomatic reply to you," tweeted Ukraine's ambassador to Germany. President Zelensky was a bit more cautious. He posted a poll on Twitter asking, "Which Elon Musk do you like more, one who supports Ukraine or one who supports Russia?" Musk backed down a bit in subsequent tweets. SpaceX's out-of-pocket cost to enable and support Starlink in Ukraine is approximately $80 million so far, he wrote in response to Zelensky's question. "Our support for Russia is zero. Obviously, we are pro-Ukraine." But then he added, "Trying to retake Crimea will cause massive death, probably fail and risk nuclear war. This would be terrible for Ukraine and Earth." In early October, Musk extended his restrictions on the use of Starlink for offensive operations by disabling some of its coverage in the Russian-controlled regions of southern and eastern Ukraine. This resulted in another flurry of calls and highlighted the outsized role that Starlink was playing. Neither Ukraine nor the U.S. had been able to find any other satellite providers or communication systems that could match Starlink or fend off attacks from Russian hackers. Feeling unappreciated, he suggested that SpaceX was no longer willing to bear some of the financial burden. Shotwell also felt strongly that SpaceX should stop subsidizing the Ukrainian military operation. Providing humanitarian help was fine, but private companies should not be financing a foreign country's war. That should be left to the government, which is why the U.S. has a foreign military sales program that puts a layer of protection between private companies and foreign governments. Other companies, including big and profitable defense contractors, were charging billions to supply weapons to Ukraine, so it seemed unfair that Starlink, which was not yet profitable, should do it for free. "We initially gave the Ukrainians free service for humanitarian and defense purposes, such as keeping up their hospitals and banking systems," she says. "But then they started putting them on fucking drones trying to blow up Russian ships. I'm happy to donate services for ambulances and hospitals and mothers. That's what companies and people should do, but it's wrong to pay for military drone strikes." Shotwell began negotiating a contract with the Pentagon. SpaceX would continue to provide another 6 months of free service to the terminals that were being used for humanitarian purposes, but it would no longer provide free service to ones used by the military. The Pentagon should pay for that. An agreement was struck that the Pentagon would pay SpaceX $145 million to cover the service. But then the story leaked, igniting a backlash against Musk in the press and Twitterverse. He decided to withdraw his request for funding. SpaceX would provide free service indefinitely for the terminals that were already in Ukraine. "The hell with it," he tweeted. "Even though Starlink is still losing money and other companies are getting billions of taxpayer money, we'll just keep funding Ukraine government for free." Shotwell thought that was ridiculous. The Pentagon had a $145 million check ready to hand to me, literally. Then Elon succumbed to the bullshit on Twitter and to the haters at the Pentagon who leaked the story. "No good deed goes unpunished," his friend David Sachs tweeted. "Even so, we should still do good deeds," Musk replied. Vice Prime Minister Fedorov tried to smooth things over by sending Musk encrypted text messages, lavishing him with thanks. "Not everyone understands your contribution to Ukraine. I am confident that without Starlinks, we would be unable to function successfully. Thanks again." Fedorov said that he understood Musk's position of not allowing Starlink service to be used for attacks in Crimea, but he pushed Musk to allow Ukraine to use the service to fight in the Russian-controlled regions in the south and east. That led to an amazingly candid secret encrypted exchange. Fedorov: "The exclusion of these territories is absolutely unfair. I come from Vasilivka village in Zaporizhia region. My parents and friends live there. Now this village is occupied by Russian troops and there is complete lawlessness and outrage. The residents are impatiently waiting for liberation. At the end of September we noticed that Starlink does not work in the liberated villages, which makes it impossible to restore the critical infrastructure of these territories. For us, it is a matter of life and death." Musk: "Once Russia is fully mobilized, they will destroy all infrastructure throughout Ukraine and push far past the current territories. NATO will have to intervene to prevent all of Ukraine falling to Russia. At that point, risk of World War III becomes very high." Fedorov: "Mobilization does not affect the course of the war as much as technology. This is a technology war. Mobilization in Russia can lead to the overthrow of Putin. This is not a war of Russian people and they don't want to go to Ukraine." Musk: "Russia will stop at nothing to hold Crimea. This poses catastrophic risk to the world. Seek peace while you have the upper hand. Let's discuss this." Musk included his new private cell phone number. "I will support any pragmatic path to peace that serves the greater good for all of humanity." Fedorov: "I understand. We look through the eyes of Ukrainians and you from the position of a person who wants to save humanity, and not just wants but does more than anybody else for this." After his exchange with Fedorov, Musk felt frustrated. "How am I in this war?" he asked me during a late-night phone conversation. "Starlink was not meant to be involved in wars. It was so people can watch Netflix and chill and get online for school and do good peaceful things, not drone strikes." In the end, with Shotwell's help, SpaceX made arrangements with various government agencies to pay for increased Starlink service in Ukraine, with the military working out the terms of service. More than 100,000 new dishes were sent to Ukraine at the beginning of 2023. In addition, Starlink launched a companion service called Star Shield, which was specifically designed for military use. SpaceX sold or licensed Star Shield satellites and services to the U.S. military and other agencies, allowing the government to determine how they could and should be used in Ukraine and elsewhere. Chapter 71. Bill Gates, 2022. The Visit. "Hey, I'd love to come see you and talk about philanthropy and climate," Bill Gates said to Musk when they happened to be at the same meeting in early 2022. Musk's stock sales had led him, for tax reasons, to put $5.7 billion into a charitable fund he had established. Gates, who was then spending most of his time on philanthropy, had many suggestions he wanted to make. They'd had friendly interactions a few times in the past, including when Gates brought his son Rory to SpaceX. Musk, who had always liked the Microsoft operating system more than most other techies did, could relate to a guy who had built a company by being hardcore and relentless. They agreed to set up a visit, and Gates, who has a team of schedulers and assistants, said he would have his office call Musk's scheduler. "I don't have a scheduler," Musk replied. He had decided to get rid of his personal assistant and scheduler because he wanted complete control of his calendar. "Just have your secretary call me directly." Gates, who thought it was bizarre that Musk had no scheduler, felt weird having one of his assistants call Musk, so he did so directly and arranged a time they could meet in Austin. "Just landed," Gates texted on the afternoon of March 9, 2022. "Cool," replied Musk, who sent Omid Afshar down to the Gigafactory entrance to meet him. In the rarefied fraternity of people who have held the title of richest person on Earth, Musk and Gates have some similarities. Both have analytic minds, an ability to laser focus, and an intellectual surety that edges into arrogance. Neither suffers fools. All of these traits made it likely they would eventually clash, which is what happened when Musk began giving Gates a tour of the factory. Gates argued that batteries would never be able to power large semi-trucks, and that solar energy would not be a major part of solving the climate problem. "I showed him the numbers," Gates says. "It's an area where I clearly knew something that he didn't." He also gave Musk a hard time on Mars. "I'm not a Mars person," Gates later told me. He's overboard on Mars. I let him explain his Mars thinking to me, which is kind of bizarre thinking. It's this crazy thing where maybe there's a nuclear war on Earth, and so the people on Mars are there, and they'll come back down and, be alive after we all kill each other. Nevertheless, Gates found himself impressed by the factory Musk had built and his detailed knowledge of every machine and process. He also admired SpaceX for deploying a large constellation of Starlink satellites to provide internet from space. "Starlink is the realization of what I tried to do with Teledesic 20 years ago," he says. At the end of the tour, the conversation turned to philanthropy. Musk expressed his view that most of it was bullshit. There was only a 20-cent impact for every dollar put in, he estimated. He could do more good for climate change by investing in Tesla. "Hey, I'm going to show you 5 projects of $100 million each," Gates responded. He listed money for refugees, American schools, an AIDS cure, eradicating some mosquito types through gene drives, and genetically modified seeds that will resist the effects of climate change. Gates is very diligent about philanthropy, and he promised to write for Musk a super long description of the ideas. There was one contentious issue that they had to address. Gates had shorted Tesla stock, placing a big bet that it would go down in value. He turned out to be wrong. By the time he arrived in Austin, he had lost $1.5 billion. Musk had heard about it and was seething. Short sellers occupied his innermost circle of hell. Gates said he was sorry, but that did not placate Musk. "I apologized to him," Gates says. "Once he heard I'd shorted the stock, he was super mean to me. But he's super mean to so many people, so you can't take it too personally." The dispute reflected different mindsets. When I asked Gates why he had shorted Tesla, he explained that he had calculated that the supply of electric cars would get ahead of demand, causing prices to fall. I nodded, but still had the same question. Why had he shorted the stock? Gates looked at me as if I had not understood what he just explained, and then replied as if the answer was obvious. He thought that by shorting Tesla, he could make money. That way of thinking was alien to Musk. He believed in the mission of moving the world to electric vehicles, and he put all of his available money toward that goal, even when it did not seem like a safe investment. How can someone say they are passionate about fighting climate change and then do something that reduced the overall investment in the company doing the most? He asked me a few days after Gates' visit. It's pure hypocrisy. Why make money on the failure of a sustainable energy car company? Grimes added her own interpretation. I imagine it's a little bit of a dick-measuring contest. Gates followed up in mid-April, sending Musk the promised paper on philanthropy options that he had personally written. Musk responded by text with a simple question. Do you still have $500 million short position against Tesla? Gates was sitting in the dining room of the Four Seasons Hotel in Washington, D.C. with his son Rory, who was just starting graduate school. He laughed, showed Rory the text, and asked for his advice on how to answer. Just say yes and then change the subject quickly, Rory suggested. Gates tried that. Sorry to say I haven't closed it out, he texted back. I would like to discuss philanthropy possibilities. It didn't work. Sorry, Musk shot back instantly. I cannot take your philanthropy on climate seriously when you have a massive short position against Tesla, the company doing the most to solve climate change. When angry, Musk can get mean, especially on Twitter. He tweeted a picture of Gates in a golf shirt with a bulging belly that made him look almost pregnant. In case you need to lose a boner fast, Musk's comment read. Gates was truly puzzled about why Musk was upset that he shorted the stock, and Musk was just as puzzled that Gates could find it puzzling. At this point, I am convinced that he is categorically insane and an asshole to the core, Musk texted me right after his exchange with Gates. I did actually want to like him. Sigh. For his part, Gates was far more gracious. Later that year, he was at a dinner in Washington, D.C., where people were criticizing Musk. You can feel whatever you want about Elon's behavior, Gates said, but there is no one in our time who has done more to push the bounds of science and innovation than he has. Philanthropy. Musk had shown little interest in philanthropy over the years. He felt that the good he could do for humanity was best accomplished by keeping his money deployed in his companies that pursued energy sustainability, space exploration, and artificial intelligence safety. A few days after Bill Gates visited him with philanthropy suggestions, Musk sat down at an open table on the mezzanine overlooking the assembly lines at Tesla's new Giga Texas with Birchall and 4 estate planning advisors. Even though he had not been persuaded by Gates to dive into philanthropy, he wanted ideas for funding something that would be more operational than a traditional foundation. The option Birchall proposed was creating a nonprofit holding company, which is like a business that guides and funds multiple nonprofit companies under its protection. As Birchall explained, the structure would be similar to that of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. We're going to do it like in baby steps, Birchall told me, but ultimately it can become a pretty big thing, maybe a full-fledged institute of higher learning. Although the concept appealed to Musk, he was not ready to commit. I've got too much else to think about now, he said as he left the table. Yes, he did. That day, April 6, 2022, he was preparing for the opening of Giga Texas, and he had spent the morning doing an intense inspection walk on the Model Y assembly line and approving the details of the Giga Rodeo party being planned. It was also the day of his conference call with White House officials on trade, China, and battery subsidies. And then there was the issue that was taking up most of his mind space that day, an offer he had just accepted but was having second thoughts about, to join the board of a company whose stock he had been secretly accumulating since January. Chapter 72. Active Investor. Twitter, January through April 2022. Before the storm. In April 2022, things were going surprisingly well for Musk. Tesla sales had grown 71% in the past 12 months, without spending a penny on advertising. Its stock had gone up 15-fold in 5 years, and it was now worth more than the next 9 auto companies combined. Musk's fierce browbeating of microchip suppliers meant that Tesla, unlike other manufacturers, had survived the supply chain dislocations caused by the pandemic, allowing it to achieve record deliveries in the first quarter of 2022. As for SpaceX, in the first quarter of 2022, it launched twice as much mass into orbit as all other companies and countries combined. In April, it sent up its 4th manned mission to the International Space Station, carrying 3 astronauts for NASA, which still didn't have its own launch capability, and 1 for the European Space Agency. It also that month sent into orbit another batch of Starlink communications satellites, bringing to 2,100 the number in the SpaceX constellation that was by then providing internet connectivity to 500,000 subscribers in 40 countries, including Ukraine. No other company or country had been able to land orbital rockets safely and reuse them. The super weird thing is that Falcon 9 is still the only orbital booster to land or refly after all these years, Musk tweeted. The upshot was that the value of the 4 companies he had initially funded and built were Tesla, $1 trillion, SpaceX, $100 billion, The Boring Company, $5.6 billion, Neuralink, $1 billion. It promised to be a glorious year, if only he could leave well enough alone. But it was not in Musk's nature to leave well enough alone. Siobhan Zillis noticed that by early April he had the itchiness of a video game addict who has triumphed but couldn't unplug. You don't have to be in a state of war at all times, she told him that month. Or is it that you find greater comfort when you're in periods of war? It's part of my default settings, he replied. It was like he was winning the simulation and now felt at a loss for what to do, she says. Extended periods of calm are unnerving for him. During a conversation that month about the milestones his companies had reached, he explained to me why he thought Tesla was on a trajectory to be the most valuable company in the world, one that made $1 trillion in profits every year. Yet there were no notes of celebration or even satisfaction in his voice. I guess I've always wanted to push my chips back on the table or play the next level of the game, he said. I'm not good at sitting back. Usually at such moments of unnerving success, Musk manufactures a drama. He launches a surge, scrambles the jets, announces an unrealistic and unnecessary deadline. Autonomy Day, Starship stacking, solar roof installations, car production hell. He yanks the alarm chain and forces a fire drill. Normally he would go into one of his companies and find something to turn into a crisis, Kimball says. But this time, Musk didn't do that. Instead, without fully thinking it through, he decided to buy Twitter. Flamethrower for the thumbs. Musk's period of unnerving calm in early 2022 coincided, fatefully, with a moment when he suddenly had a lot of cash in his pocket. His stock sales had left him with about $10 billion. I didn't want to just leave it in the bank, he says, so I asked myself what product I liked, and that was an easy question. It was Twitter. In January, he confidentially told his personal manager, Jared Birchall, to start buying shares. Twitter is an ideal, almost too ideal, playground for Musk. It rewards players who are impulsive, irreverent, and unfiltered, like a flamethrower for the thumbs. It has many of the attributes of a schoolyard, including taunting and bullying. But in the case of Twitter, the clever kids win followers rather than get pushed down the concrete steps. And if you're the richest and cleverest of all, you can even decide, unlike back when you were a kid, to become king of the schoolyard. Musk first used Twitter soon after it was launched in 2006, but dropped his account after being bored by tweets about what kind of latte somebody had at Starbucks. His friend Bill Lee urged him to re-engage so that he could have an unfiltered method of communicating with the public, and he turned on the spigot in December 2011. His early tweets included a picture of him at a Christmas party wearing a fright wig and pretending to be Art Garfunkel, and another that became the beginning of a fraught friendship. Got called randomly by Kanye West today and received a download of his thoughts, ranging from shoes to Moses, Musk wrote. He was polite but opaque. Over the next decade, Musk composed 19,000 tweets. My tweets are like Niagara Falls sometimes, and they come too fast, he says. Just dip a cup in there and try to avoid the random turds. His 2018 pedo guy and funding secured tweets showed that Twitter could be dangerous in his twitchy fingers, especially late on some agitated nights fueled by Red Bull and Ambien. When asked why he doesn't restrain himself, he merrily admits that he too often shoots himself in the foot or digs his own grave. But life needs to be interesting and edgy, he says, then quotes his favorite line from the 2000 movie Gladiator. Are you not entertained? Is that not why you are here? By early 2022, a new ingredient had been added to this combustible cauldron. Musk's swelling concern with the dangers of the woke mind virus that he believed was infecting America. He disdained Donald Trump, but he felt it was absurd to ban permanently a former president, and he became increasingly riled up by complaints from those on the right who were being suppressed on Twitter. He saw the direction Twitter was heading, which was that if you were on the wrong end of the spectrum, you were censored, says Birchall. His libertarian tech friends cheered him on. When Musk suggested in March that Twitter should make public the algorithms it used to boost or downplay content, his young friend Joe Lonsdale expressed support. Our public square needs to not have arbitrary, sketchy censorship, he texted. I'm actually speaking to over 100 members of Congress tomorrow at GOP policy retreat, and this is one of the ideas I'm pushing. Absolutely, Musk responded. What we have now is hidden corruption. Their Austin friend Joe Rogan also weighed in. Are you going to liberate Twitter from the censorship-happy mob? He texted Musk. I will provide advice which they may or may not choose to follow, Musk answered. His view of free speech was that the more there was, the better it would be for democracy. At one point in March, he conducted a poll on Twitter. Free speech is essential to a functioning democracy. Do you believe Twitter rigorously adheres to this principle? When more than 70% answered no, Musk posed another question. Is a new platform needed? Twitter's co-founder Jack Dorsey, then still on the company's board, privately texted an answer to Musk. Yes. Musk replied, I'd like to help if I'm able to. Board seat. At that point, Musk was considering whether to start a new platform. But in late March, he had some private conversations with a few members of the Twitter board who urged him to become more involved with the company. One night, right after he finished his 9 o'clock meeting with the Tesla Autopilot team, he called Parag Agrawal, the software engineer who had taken over from Dorsey as Twitter's CEO. The two of them decided to meet secretly for dinner on March 31st, along with Twitter's board chair, Brett Taylor. The Twitter staff arranged for them to use an Airbnb farmhouse near the San Jose airport. When Taylor arrived first, he texted Musk to warn him. This wins for the weirdest place I've had a meeting recently, he wrote. There are tractors and donkeys. Musk replied, Maybe Airbnb's algorithm thinks you love tractors and donkeys. Who doesn't? At the meeting, Musk found Agrawal to be likable. He's a really nice guy, he says. But that was the problem. If you ask Musk what are the traits needed in a CEO, he would not include being a really nice guy. One of his maxims is that managers should not aim to be liked. "What Twitter needs is a fire-breathing dragon," he said after that meeting, and Parag is not that. Fire-breathing dragon. That's a pithy description of Musk. But he hadn't yet thought about taking over Twitter himself. At their meeting, Agrawal told him that Dorsey had proposed a while back that Musk join the board. Agrawal urged him to do so. Musk was traveling in Germany 2 days later when the Twitter board sent over its official offer for him to join. But to Musk's surprise, it was not a friendly agreement. It was based on what Twitter had used 2 years earlier when it agreed to put 2 hostile activist investors on the board. It was 7 pages long and included provisions that would bar him from making public statements, and presumably tweets, critical of the company. From the Twitter board's perspective, that was understandable. History showed, as would the future, the damage Musk could do when not compelled to holster his flamethrowers. His battle with the SEC also showed how hard it was to force such restrictions on him. Musk told Birchall to reject the agreement. It was the ultimate irony, he said, for a company that was supposed to be the public square to try to restrict his freedom of speech. Within a few hours, the Twitter board backed down. They sent back a very friendly revised agreement that was only 3 paragraphs long. Its only major restriction was that he could not purchase more than 14.9% of Twitter stock. "Well, if they're going to roll out the red carpet, I'll do it," he told Birchall. After Musk belatedly disclosed to the SEC that he owned about 9% of Twitter's stock, he and Agrawal exchanged celebratory tweets. "I'm excited to share that we're appointing @Elon Musk to our board," Agrawal posted early on the morning of April 5th. "He's both a passionate believer and intense critic of the service, which is exactly what we need." Musk responded 7 minutes later with a carefully scripted tweet. "Looking forward to working with Parag and Twitter board to make significant improvements to Twitter in coming months." For a brief couple of days, it looked as if there would be peace in the valley. Musk liked the fact that Agrawal was an engineer, not a typical CEO. "I interface way better with engineers who are able to do hardcore programming than with program manager MBA types of people," he texted. "I love our conversations. In our next convo, treat me like an engineer instead of a CEO and let's see where we get to," Agrawal replied. Brainstorming. Luke Nosek and Ken Howry, Musk's close friends and fellow PayPal co-founders, paced around the mezzanine workspace of Giga Texas on the afternoon of April 6th, waiting for him to finish his discussion on philanthropy with Birchall and then his call with Biden administration officials about China tariffs. He had been living at Howry's house and also sometimes stayed at Nosek's. "My 2 landlords," he declared when he finally broke free and wandered over. It was the day after the announcement that he was joining the Twitter board, and Nosek and Howry were skeptical about the decision. "It's probably a recipe for trouble," Musk merrily conceded as he sat down at a conference table overlooking the Tesla assembly lines. "I had a bunch of cash sitting around." Howry and Nosek chuckled, then waited for more. "I think it's important to have a forum that is trusted, or at least not too distrusted," Musk added. The Twitter board, he complained, had little personal investment in the service, either as stockholders or users. Parag is a technologist and has a medium idea of what's going on, but it's very clear that the inmates are running the asylum. He repeated his simple view that it would be good for democracy if Twitter stopped trying to restrict what users could say. Twitter has to move more in the direction of free speech, at least as defined by the law, he said. Right now, Twitter's suppression of speech is far in excess of the law. Despite sharing Musk's libertarian views on free speech, Howry pushed back gently with some sophisticated thoughts, posed as gentle questions. Should it be like a telephone system where the words that go in one end come out exactly the same on the other end? He asked. Or do you think this is more like a system that is governing the discourse of the world, and maybe there should be some intelligence put into the algorithm that prioritizes and deprioritizes things. Yeah, it's a thorny question, Musk answered. There's an ability to say something, and then there's also the issue of to what degree it's promoted or demoted or amplified. Perhaps the formula for promoting tweets should be more open. It could be an open source algorithm placed on GitHub so people can sift through it. This was an idea that appealed to conservatives who felt that there were liberal biases secretly baked into the algorithm, but it didn't really address the issue of whether Twitter should try to prevent the spread of dangerous, false, or harmful content. Musk then threw out a few other ideas. What if we charged people a small amount, like $2 a month, to be verified, he asked. This would become one of Musk's core ideas for Twitter. Making people subscribe using their credit card and cell phone number would be a way to verify and authenticate their identity. The algorithm could favor those users who would probably be less likely to engage in scams, bullying, and spreading what they knew to be lies. It might reduce how quickly any discussion degenerated into comparing people to Nazis. Getting a user's credit card, he said, would have an additional advantage. It could facilitate turning Twitter into a payments platform where people could send money, hand out tips, and pay for stories, music, and videos. Because Howry and Nozick had been with Musk at PayPal, they liked the idea. It could fulfill my original vision for X.com and PayPal, Musk said with a gleeful laugh. From the very beginning, he saw the potential that Twitter could become what he had envisioned for X.com, a social network that supported financial transactions. The conversation continued over a late dinner at the Pershing, an elegant but unpretentious club in Austin, where Nozick had reserved an upstairs room. Also there were Griffin and Saxon, Chris Anderson of TED, who was in town to record an interview for his upcoming conference, May, who had just arrived from Prague, where she was doing appearances for Vogue, and later Grimes. Griffin and Saxon allowed that they rarely used Twitter, but May said she did so often, which perhaps should have been a warning sign about the demographics of the service's users. I probably spend too much time on Twitter, Elon said. It's a good place to dig your own grave. You get your shoulder into it and you keep on digging. Giga Rodeo. The grand opening of the Giga Texas factory was set for the next night, April 7th. Omid Afshar had planned what he dubbed a Giga Rodeo with 15,000 guests. Instead of overseeing the preparations and rehearsing his show, Musk flew to Colorado Springs for a 3-hour visit to the U.S. Air Force Academy, where he had agreed to give a lecture. It was a welcome break. He could process his thoughts about Twitter in the background while he engaged in something else. He pushed the cadets not to fall prey to the cautious bureaucratic mindset that he believed stymied government programs. If we're not blowing up engines, we're not trying hard enough, he told them. He seemed unhurried despite all that was going on. After his talk, he met with a small group of students to discuss their research on artificial intelligence and the development of autonomous drones. When he returned in the late afternoon, Giga Texas had been transformed. The parking area was festooned with art installations like those at Burning Man, arcade games, bandstands, a mechanical bull, a giant rubber duck, and 2 towering Tesla coils. Inside, parts of the factory were staged to look like a nightclub. Kimball helped put together a drone show that featured likenesses of Nikola Tesla, the Dogecoin dog mascot, and a Cybertruck in the night sky. Celebrities included Harrison Ford, Spike Lee, and the artist Beeple, who had created an installation. Musk came on stage to a blaring Dr. Dre song driving the black Tesla Roadster that was the first car the company had ever made. He gave many statistics about the enormity of the 10 million square foot factory. Then he put it in perspective by saying it could fit 194 billion hamsters. After listing the many milestones that Tesla had achieved, he emphasized what he said would be the ultimate one. Full self-driving, he promised. is going to revolutionize the world. The opening of Giga Texas should have been a moment of triumph. Musk had led the way into the era of electric vehicles, and now he was showing that manufacturing could thrive in America. But the buzz at the opening celebration and the after-party was not about miracles of manufacturing. Especially among Musk's close friends and family, Kimball, Antonio, Luke, and even May, the conversation was about Twitter. Why was he throwing himself into that snake-infested swamp? Would this be his wilderness campaign? Should we try to talk him out of it? Chapter 73. I Made an Offer. Twitter, April 2022. Pause. The day after the Giga Rodeo, Friday, April 8, 2022, Musk met Kimball for brunch. He was frustrated by his talks with members of the Twitter board. "They're nice, but none of them use Twitter," he said. "I don't feel like anything will happen." Kimball was not encouraging. "Dude, you've never been on a board, so you don't know how much this is going to suck for you," he said. "You tell people what you think, and then they smile and nod and ignore you." Kimball thought that it would be better for his brother to start his own social media platform based on the blockchain. Perhaps it could include a payment system using Dogecoin, Elon mused. After brunch, he sent Kimball a few texts fleshing out the idea for a blockchain social media system that does both payments and short text messages like Twitter. Because there would be no center server, there'd be no throat to choke, so free speech is guaranteed. The other option, Elon said, was not merely to join the board of Twitter, but to buy it. "I began to believe that Twitter was heading off a cliff and that I couldn't save it by just being a board member," he says. "So I thought maybe I should just buy it, take it private, and fix it." He had already accepted by text message and public tweet the friendly agreement to join Twitter's board, but after his brunch with Kimball, he phoned Birchall and told him not to finalize anything. He still had some thinking to do. Hawaii. That evening, Musk flew to Larry Ellison's Hawaiian island, Lanai. The Oracle founder had built himself a serene compound on a hill in the center of the island, and he let Musk use his older house down by the beach. Musk had planned the trip as a quiet rendezvous with one of the women he was occasionally dating, the Australian actress Natasha Bassett. But instead of being a relaxed mini-vacation, Musk spent most of his 4 days there figuring out what to do about Twitter. He stayed awake most of his first night stewing about the problems Twitter faced. When he looked at a list of the people with the most followers, such as Barack Obama, Justin Bieber, and Katy Perry, he realized that they were no longer very active. So at 3:32 a.m. Hawaii time, he posted a tweet. Most of these top accounts tweet rarely and post very little content. Is Twitter dying? In San Francisco, where Twitter's CEO Agrawal was, it was 6:30 a.m. About 90 minutes later, he sent Musk a text message. "You are free to tweet, 'Is Twitter dying?' or anything else about Twitter, but it's my responsibility to tell you that it's not helping me make Twitter better in the current context." It was a restrained text, carefully worded to avoid implying that Musk no longer had the right to disparage the company. He added that they should talk soon about how to avoid the distractions that were hurting our ability to do work. When Musk got the text, it was just after 5 a.m. in Hawaii, but he was still going strong, perhaps a bit too strong for that hour and situation. 1 minute later, he shot back a scathing reply. "What did you get done this week?" It was the ultimate Musk put-down. Then he unleashed a fateful 3-shot volley. "I'm not joining the board. This is a waste of time. We'll make an offer to take Twitter private." Agrawal was shocked. They had already announced he was joining the board. There had been no warning that he would instead attempt a hostile takeover. "Can we talk?" he asked plaintively. Within 3 minutes, Brett Taylor, the Twitter board chair, texted Musk with a similar plea to talk. Their Saturday morning was not starting well. Just at that moment, in the midst of his dialogue with Taylor and Agrawal, Elon got a reply from Kimball to his texts from earlier that morning about the possibility of creating a new social network based on the blockchain. "I'd love to learn more," Kimball said. "I've dug deep on Web3, not crypto as much, and the voting powers are amazing and verified. Blockchain prevents people from deleting tweets. Pros and cons, but let the games begin." "I think a new social media company is needed that is based on the blockchain and includes payments," Elon replied. Yet even while he was musing with Kimball about creating a new social network, he reiterated to Agrawal and Taylor that he wanted to take over Twitter. "Please expect a take-private offer," he texted them. "Do you have 5 minutes so I can understand the context?" Taylor asked him. "Fixing Twitter by chatting with Parag won't work," Musk answered. "Drastic action is needed." "It has been 24 hours since you joined the board," Taylor replied. "I get your point, but just want to understand the sudden pivot." Musk waited almost 2 hours to reply. When he did, it was after 7 a.m. in Hawaii, and he still had not gone to bed. "I'm about to take off, but can talk tomorrow," he wrote. Musk says that it became clear to him when he got to Hawaii that he would not be able to fix Twitter by going on the board. "I was basically being rope-a-doped," he says. "They would listen, nod, and then not do anything. I decided I didn't want to be co-opted and be some sort of quisling on the board." In retrospect, this sounds like a well-considered reason, but at the time there was one other factor. Musk was in a manic mood, and as often happens, he was acting impetuously. That afternoon, Saturday, April 9th, he texted Birchall to say that he had decided he wanted to acquire Twitter. "This is real," he assured him. "There is no way to fix the company as a 9% shareholder, and the public markets have trouble thinking past the next quarter. Twitter needs to scrub out the bots and scammers, which will seem like a massive drop in daily users." Birchall texted a banker at Morgan Stanley, "Call me when you have a minute." That night, they started work on figuring out a reasonable price for Twitter and how Musk could finance it. In the meantime, Musk continued taking pot shots at Twitter. He posted a poll about the company's San Francisco offices. "Convert Twitter SFHQ to homeless shelter since no one shows up anyway?" he tweeted. Within a day, there were 1.5 million votes, more than 91% in favor. "Hey, can you speak this evening?" Taylor texted him. "I've seen your tweets and feel more urgency about understanding your position." Musk didn't answer. On Sunday, Taylor gave up. He told Musk that Twitter would announce that he had changed his mind and would not join the board. "Sounds good," Musk replied. "It is better, in my opinion, to take Twitter private, restructure, and return to the public markets once that is done." Agrawal made it official in a tweet late that night. Elon's appointment to the board was to become officially effective April 9th, but Elon shared that same morning that he will no longer be joining the board. "I believe this is for the best. We have and will always value input from our shareholders, whether they are on our board or not." Musk had a conference call with Birchall and the Morgan Stanley bankers on Monday afternoon, Hawaii time. They had come up with a proposed share price to offer, $54.20. Musk and Birchall laughed because it again played into the internet slang for marijuana, just like the take-private price of $420 for Tesla. "This may be the most overplayed joke," Musk said. Excited about the prospect of buying Twitter, he started referring to the idea for a blockchain-based alternative as Plan B. Vancouver. Grimes had been pushing Musk to go with her to her hometown of Vancouver so that she could introduce X to her parents and aging grandparents. "My grandpa's an engineer, and he's just been wanting a great-grandchild for so long," Grimes said, "and my grandma's super old and is just barely holding on." They decided a good date would be Thursday, April 14th, when Chris Anderson was hosting his annual TED conference there. Anderson had taped an interview with Musk a week earlier at Giga, Texas, but he was eager, especially given the fast-changing Twitter saga, to interview him live at the conference as well. They arrived in Vancouver that Wednesday, April 13th, Grimes from Austin and Musk from Hawaii. Musk went to a Nordstrom store to buy a black suit since he had not brought one to Hawaii. That afternoon, Grimes took X on the 75-mile trip to the town of Agassiz, where her grandparents lived, leaving Musk back at the hotel. I could tell that he was in stress mode and all the Twitter stuff was happening, she says. Indeed, it was. Late that afternoon from his Vancouver hotel room, Musk texted Brett Taylor his official decision. After several days of deliberation, this is obviously a matter of serious gravity. I have decided to move forward with taking Twitter private, he said. I will send you an offer letter tonight. The letter read, I invested in Twitter as I believe in its potential to be the platform for free speech around the globe, and I believe free speech is a societal imperative for a functioning democracy. However, since making my investment, I now realize the company will neither thrive nor serve this societal imperative in its current form. Twitter needs to be transformed as a private company. As a result, I am offering to buy 100% of Twitter for $54.20 per share in cash, a 54% premium over the day before I began investing in Twitter, and a 38% premium over the day before my investment was publicly announced. My offer is my best and final offer, and if it is not accepted, I would need to reconsider my position as a shareholder. Twitter has extraordinary potential. I will unlock it. That night, Musk attended a small dinner for TED speakers at a local restaurant. Instead of talking about Twitter, he asked the other guests about their views on the meaning of life. Then he and Grimes went back to their hotel, where he unwound by immersing himself in a new video game, Elden Ring, which he had downloaded onto his laptop. The game involves navigating through a fantasy world filled with bizarre beasts that want to destroy you. Elaborately rendered with cryptic clues and strange plot twists, it requires intense focus and a lot of attention to detail, especially when it comes to calculating when to attack. I played a couple of hours, then answered some texts and emails, then played some more, he says. He spent a lot of time in the game's most dangerous regions, a fiery red demon hellscape known as Kaled. Instead of sleeping, Grimes said, he played until 5:30 in the morning. Moments after he finished, he sent out a tweet. I made an offer. Not since he crashed his McLaren by flooring it at Peter Thiel's behest had there been such an expensive display of his impulsiveness. Nevada visits. When Musk arrived back in Austin, he was visited by his friend from Queen's University, Navaid Farouk, now living in London. More than 30 years after they had bonded as socially awkward geeks playing strategy games and reading science fiction, Farouk was one of Musk's true friends, among the few who could ask him personal questions, discuss his father and family, and talk about occasional bouts of loneliness. On Saturday, when they flew down to Boca Chica to see Starbase, Farouk asked the question that many of Musk's friends had about Twitter. Why are you doing this? Musk had moved beyond thinking just about free speech issues. He answered Farouk by describing how he hoped to make Twitter a great platform for user-generated content, including music and videos and stories. Celebrities, professional journalists, and ordinary people could post their creations, like they did on Substack or WeChat, and get paid if they chose. When they got to Starbase, Musk did his walk through the Starship assembly tents. As often happened, he got upset by how long some things were taking. That gave Farouk an opening, when they arrived back in Austin on Easter Sunday, to raise another of the questions that were bothering his friends. What about your time and sanity? He asked. Tesla and SpaceX still need your help. How long would it take to turn Twitter around? At least 5 years, Musk answered. I would have to get rid of much of the staff. They don't work hard or even show up. Do you want to go through all that pain? Farouk asked. You slept on the factory floor for Tesla, doubled down for SpaceX. Do you really want to take all this on again? Musk did one of his very long pauses. "Yes, I actually would," he finally said. "I wouldn't mind." A vision. Musk had already formulated the business case for why he was seeking to buy Twitter. He believed that he could quintuple Twitter's revenue to $26 billion by 2028, even as he reduced its reliance on advertising from 90% of the revenue to 45%. He knew revenue would come from user subscriptions and data licensing. He also projected revenue from enabling users to make payments, including small ones for newspaper articles and other content through Twitter, like they could on WeChat. "We have to match the functionality of WeChat," he told me after a call with bankers in April. "One of the most important things will be enabling people who create content to get paid on Twitter. An online payment system would have the added benefit of authenticating users. Twitter would be able to verify which users were real humans by requiring them to pay a small monthly fee and having their credit card information. If it worked, it could have a real impact on the internet at large. Twitter could serve as the platform that verified people's identity, and it could offer content creators, ranging from big media companies to individuals, new ways to make money for what they produced." He also explained why he wanted to open the aperture of what speech was permissible on Twitter and avoid permanent bans of people, even those with fringe ideas. On talk radio and cable TV, there were separate information sources for progressives and conservatives. By pushing away right-wingers, the content moderators at Twitter, more than 90% of whom he believed were progressive Democrats, might be creating a similar balkanization of social media. "We want to prevent a world in which people split off into their own echo chambers on social media, like going to Parler or Truth Social," he said. "We want to have one place where people with different viewpoints can interact. That would be a good thing for civilization." It was a noble sentiment, but he would end up undermining that important mission with statements and tweets that ended up chasing off progressives and mainstream media types to other social networks. Then I pressed him on the question that Farouk and other friends had asked. Wouldn't all this be extremely difficult, time-consuming, and controversial, thus harming his missions at Tesla and SpaceX? "I don't think from a cognitive standpoint it's nearly as hard as SpaceX or Tesla," he said. "It's not like getting to Mars. It's not as hard as changing the entire industrial base of Earth to sustainable energy." Yes, but why? Musk had founded SpaceX, he liked to say, to increase the chances for the survival of human consciousness by making us a multiplanetary species. The grand rationale for Tesla and Solar City was to lead the way to a sustainable energy future. Optimus and Neuralink were launched to create human-machine interfaces that would protect us from evil artificial intelligence. And Twitter? "At first I thought it didn't fit into my primary large missions," he told me in April. "But I've come to believe it can be part of the mission of preserving civilization, buying our society more time to become multiplanetary." How so? Partly it involved free speech. There seems to be more and more groupthink in the media, towing the line. So if you weren't in step, you're just going to be ostracized or your voice will be shut off. For democracy to survive, it was important, he felt, to purge Twitter's woke culture and root out its biases, so people had the perception that it was an open space for all opinions. But there were two other reasons, I think, that Musk wanted to own Twitter. The first was a simple one. It was fun, like an amusement park. It offered political smackdowns, intellectual gladiator matches, dopey memes, important public announcements, valuable marketing, bad puns, and unfiltered opinions. Are you not entertained? And second, I believe there was a psychological, personal yearning. Twitter was the ultimate playground. As a kid, he was beaten and bullied on the playground, never having been endowed with the emotional dexterity needed to thrive on that rugged terrain. It instilled a deep pain and sometimes caused him to react to slights far too emotionally. but it also is what girded him to be able to face the world and fight every battle fiercely. When he felt dinged up, cornered, bullied, either online or in person, it took him back to a place that was super painful, where he was dissed by his father and bullied by his classmates. But now, he could own the playground. Chapter 74. Hot and Cold. Twitter, April through June 2022. The deal. The Twitter board and Musk's lawyers finished work on the details of a purchase plan on Sunday, April 24th. When Musk texted me at 10 a.m., he mentioned that he had stayed up all night. I asked if that was because he was working on the final deal points or was worried about buying Twitter. No, he replied, it was because I went to a party with friends and drank too much Red Bull. Perhaps he should cut back on the Red Bull? But it gives me wings, he replied. He spent that day trying to find outside investors who would help him finance the purchase. He asked Kimball, who declined. He was more successful with Larry Ellison. Yes, of course, Ellison had answered when Musk asked earlier in the week if he was interested in investing in the deal. Roughly what dollar size? Musk asked. Not holding you to anything, but the deal is oversubscribed, so I have to reduce or kick out some participants. $1 billion, said Ellison, or whatever you recommend. Ellison had not tweeted in a decade. In fact, he could not remember his Twitter password, so Musk had to personally get it reset for him. But he believed that Twitter was important. It's a real-time news service, and there's nothing really like it, he told me. If you agree it's important for a democracy, then I thought it was worth making an investment in it. One person who was eager to be in the deal was Sam Bankman-Fried, the soon-to-be disgraced founder of the cryptocurrency exchange FTX, who believed that Twitter could be rebuilt on the blockchain. He claimed to be a supporter of effective altruism, and the founder of that movement, William McCaskill, texted Musk to try to arrange a meeting. So did Michael Grimes, Musk's primary banker at Morgan Stanley, who was working to put together the financing. I'm backlogged with a mountain of critical work matters, Musk texted Grimes. Is this urgent? Grimes replied that Bankman-Fried would do the engineering for social media blockchain integration and put $5 billion in the deal. He was available to fly to Austin the next day if Musk was willing to meet with him. Musk had discussed with Kimball and others the possibility of using the blockchain as a backbone for Twitter. But despite the fun he had had with Dogecoin and other cryptocurrencies, he was not a blockchain acolyte, and he felt it would be too sluggish to support fast-paced Twitter postings. So he had no desire to meet with Bankman-Fried. When Michael Grimes persisted by texting that Bankman-Fried could do $5 billion if everything vision lock, Musk responded with a dislike button. Blockchain Twitter isn't possible, as the bandwidth and latency requirements cannot be supported by a peer-to-peer network. He said he might at some point meet with Bankman-Fried, so long as I don't have to have a laborious blockchain debate. Bankman-Fried then texted Musk directly to say he was really excited about what you'll do with Twitter. He said he had $100 million of Twitter stock that he'd like to roll, meaning that his Twitter stock would be converted into a stake in the new company once Musk took it private. Sorry, who is sending this message? Musk texted back. When Bankman-Fried apologized and introduced himself, Musk replied curtly, You're welcome to roll. That led Bankman-Fried to call Musk in May. My bullshit detector went off like red alert on a Geiger counter, Musk says. Bankman-Fried began talking rapidly all about himself. He was talking like he was on speed or Adderall a mile a minute, Musk says. I thought he was supposed to be asking me questions about the deal, but he kept telling me the things he was doing, and I was thinking, dude, calm down. The feeling was mutual. Bankman-Fried thought Musk seemed nuts. The call lasted a half hour, and Bankman-Fried ended up neither investing nor rolling over his Twitter stock. The top investors Musk lined up included Ellison, Mike Moritz's Sequoia Capital, the cryptocurrency exchange Binance, Andreessen Horowitz, a Dubai-based fund, and a Qatar-based fund. Part of the deal for the Qatar investment was promising to go there for the final of the World Cup. Prince Al-Walid bin Talal of Saudi Arabia agreed to roll over the investment he already had in Twitter. On Monday afternoon, April 25th, the Twitter board accepted the plan. Assuming the stockholders approved it, the deal would close in the fall. "This is the right path," the company's co-founder Jack Dorsey texted Musk. "I'll continue to do whatever it takes to make it work." Instead of celebrating, Musk flew from Austin down to Starbase in South Texas. There he called into the regular nightly meeting on redesigning the Raptor engine and for more than an hour wrestled with how to deal with unexplained methane leaks they were experiencing. The Twitter news was the burning topic online and around the world, but not at the Raptor meeting. The engineers knew he liked to stay focused on the task at hand, and no one mentioned Twitter. Then he met Kimball at a roadside cafe in Brownsville that featured local musicians. They stayed there until 2 a.m., sitting at a table right in front of the bandstand, just listening to the music. Warning flags. On the Friday after the Twitter board accepted his offer, Musk flew to Los Angeles to have dinner with his 4 older boys at the rooftop restaurant of the Soho Club in West Hollywood. They did not use Twitter very much and were puzzled. Why was he buying it? Just from their questioning, it was clear that they didn't think it was a great idea. "I think it's important to have a digital public square that's inclusive and trusted," he replied. Then, after a pause, he asked, "How else are we going to get Trump elected in 2024? It was a joke, but with Musk it was sometimes hard to tell, even for his kids, maybe even for himself. They were aghast. He reassured them that he was just kidding. By the end of the dinner, they accepted most of his reasons for buying Twitter, but were still uncomfortable. "They thought that I was asking for trouble," he says. They were, of course, right. They also knew that their father actually liked asking for trouble. That trouble began a week later on May 6th when he strode into Twitter headquarters in San Francisco to meet with its management. Despite his tweets disparaging remote work, the lavish Art Deco headquarters was still almost empty when he got there. Even Agrawal wasn't there. Having tested positive for COVID, he joined the meeting remotely. The meeting was led by Twitter CFO Ned Siegel, who rubbed Musk the wrong way. In its public disclosures, Twitter estimated that bots and fake accounts made up about 5% of its users. Musk's own experience convinced him that was wildly understating the problem. Twitter allowed, indeed encouraged, users to create new accounts under different names and aliases. Some troll farms burned through hundreds of identities. Not only did these fake accounts pollute the service, they were not monetizable. He asked Siegel to explain the process the company used to determine the number of fake accounts. The Twitter executive suspected that Musk was laying the ground for revising or backing out of his purchase offer, so they were cautious about answering. "They said they didn't know the precise answer," Musk said right afterward. "I was like, what do you mean? You don't know?" The whole exchange was so preposterous that if it was in that Silicon Valley sitcom, you'd think this is just too ridiculous. My jaw was really aching from hitting the floor so many times. When annoyed, Musk often challenges people with very specific questions. With the Twitter execs, he unleashed a barrage. How many lines on average each day did their software coders write? His autopilot team at Tesla had 200 software engineers, so why did Twitter have 2,500? Twitter spent $1 billion a year on servers. What are the functions taking up most of that computing time and storage, and how were they ranked? He found it hard to get straight answers. At Tesla, he fired people for not knowing such details. "It was the worst diligence meeting I have ever witnessed in my life," he said. "I did not make the deal contingent on full due diligence, but I did believe they could justify their own public disclosures. Otherwise, it was fraud." Second thoughts. Musk's pointed questions and angry challenges reflected the fact that he was not sure he wanted to go through with the deal. On most days he did, sort of, but his appetite fluctuated and his emotions were conflicted. He felt strongly that he had overpaid, which was true. Advertising spending was down in the summer of 2022 because of uncertainty about the economy, and the stock price of social media companies was plummeting. Facebook had fallen 40% so far that year, and Snap 70%. Twitter was now trading at 30% below the $54.20 that Musk had offered, a sign that Wall Street was not certain the deal would actually close. As his father had taught him when they visited amusement parks in Florida, a Coke that costs too much does not taste as good. So in the back of his mind when he went to his meeting at Twitter was a desire to lay the ground for either getting out of the deal or repricing it. "There's no way to move forward after what they said," he told me right after his meeting at Twitter headquarters. "The $44 billion price requires taking on a lot of debt, both the company and me personally. I think Twitter may be headed off the rails. It might work out at a much lower price, literally half or something." He also was having broader doubts about taking on such a messy challenge. "I've got a bad habit of biting off more than I can chew," he admitted. "I think I just need to think about Twitter less. Even this conversation right now is not time well spent." The following week at around 4 a.m. Central Time on May 13th, he unleashed a tweet. "Twitter deal temporarily on hold pending details supporting calculation that spam/fake accounts do indeed represent less than 5% of users." Twitter shares fell 20% in pre-market trading. Jared Birchall, his business manager, and Alex Spiro, his lawyer, desperately urged him to walk back the declaration. It might be possible to wriggle out of the deal, they told him, but it was legally perilous for him to be announcing his desire to do so. 2 hours later, Musk posted a 4-word addendum, "Still committed to acquisition." It was one of the few times I witnessed Musk being unsure of himself. Over the next 5 months, through the close of the deal in October, he would at times express great excitement about the chance to turn Twitter into an everything app, featuring financial services and great content, while helping to save democracy in the process. At other times, he would get coldly angry, threaten to sue the Twitter board and management, and insist that he wanted to call the whole deal off. Town Hall. Without consulting his lawyers, Musk agreed to attend a virtual town hall meeting with Twitter employees on June 16th. It was one of those examples of Elon just being Elon and accepting an invitation without talking to any of us or getting prepped, Birchall says. He did it sitting in his Austin living room and initially had trouble getting into the virtual conference because it was held on Google Meet and he didn't have a Google account on his laptop. He finally got in on his iPhone. While we were waiting, one of the meeting organizers asked, "Does anyone know who Jared Birchall is?" He was denied entry. I wondered whether Musk had some scheme in mind. Perhaps he was going to throw a little bomb into the works by provoking a revolt of the Twitter staff. Maybe he would tell them, either out of calculation or his compulsion to be brutally honest, what he really thought, that they were wrong to kick off Trump, that their content moderation policies crossed the line into unjustifiable censorship, that the staff had been infected by the woke mind virus, that people should show up to work in person, and that the company was way overstaffed. The ensuing explosion might not scuttle the deal, but it could shake up the chessboard. Musk didn't do that. Instead, he was rather conciliatory on these hot-button issues. Leslie Berland, the chief marketing officer of Twitter, began with the issue of content moderation. Instead of simply invoking his mantra about the goodness of free speech, Musk went deeper and made a distinction between what people should be allowed to post and what Twitter should cause to be amplified and spread. "I think there's a distinction between freedom of speech and freedom of reach," he said. "Anyone can just go into the middle of Times Square and say anything, even deny the Holocaust. but that doesn't mean that needs to be promoted to millions of people. He also explained why some limits on hate speech were important. You want as many people as possible on Twitter, he said. For that to happen, people must enjoy being on Twitter. If they're being harassed or made uncomfortable, they're not going to use Twitter. We have to strike this balance of allowing people to say what they want to say, but also making people comfortable. When asked about diversity, equity, and inclusion, Musk pushed back a bit. I believe in a strict meritocracy, he said. Whoever is doing great work, they get more responsibility, and that's that. But he also insisted he had not become an ideological conservative. My political views, I think, are moderate, close to the center. He did not please most people on the call, but he did avoid causing any explosions. Chapter 75. Father's Day, June 2022. All my kids. Happy Father's Day. I love all my kids so much. On its surface, Musk's tweet at 2 a.m. on Father's Day, June 19, 2022, seemed innocuous, even sweet. But lurking beneath the word all was a drama. His trans daughter, Jenna, had just turned 18 and gone to court in Los Angeles, where she lived with her mother, to change her name officially from Xavier Musk to Vivian Jenna Wilson. She called herself Jenna, which was similar to the name that her mother Justine used, Jennifer Wilson, before she met and married Musk. I no longer live with or wish to be related to my biological father in any way, shape, or form, she declared to the court. Musk had made peace with Jenna's transitioning even though he had not embraced the protocols about listing one's pronouns. He believed that she was rejecting him because of her political ideology. It's full-on communism and a general sentiment that if you're rich, you're evil, he said. It was all very jangling for Musk. We are simultaneously being told that gender differences do not exist and that genders are so profoundly different that irreversible surgery is the only option, he tweeted that week. Perhaps someone wiser than me can explain this dichotomy. Then, almost as a memo to himself as well as a pronouncement, he added, "It is a better world if we are all less judgy." Jenna's rejection made for a painful Father's Day. He loves Jenna so much and truly accepts her, says Grimes, who stayed friendly with her. I've never seen him as heartbroken about anything. I knowed he'd do anything to be able to see her or have her, accept him again. Adding to the turmoil was that the secret of the twin children he had with Siobhan Zillis was made public. When they were born, they had been given her last name, but Musk's estrangement from his daughter caused him to want to change that. When Jenna deleted Musk from her name, he was just really sad, Zillis says, and he asked me, "Hey, would you be open to our twins taking my name?" The court filing they made soon leaked. That's when Grimes discovered that Zillis, whom she considered a friend, had given birth to twins with Musk. When she confronted Musk, he simply said Zillis had the right to do what she wanted. Grimes was outraged. By Father's Day, they were all involved in contentious discussions over such issues as whether Zillis and her twins could spend time with Grimes' children X and Y. It was a mess. Musk and Zillis continued to attend weekly Neuralink meetings together without commenting on their parenting status. The way to diffuse an awkward situation, he felt, was to joke about it on Twitter. "Doing my best to help the underpopulation crisis," he tweeted. "A collapsing birth rate is the biggest danger civilization faces by far." Technomechanicus Musk. As if Father's Day 2022 was a multiplayer game, it had yet one other subplot. Secretly, Musk and Grimes had a third child that week, a son named Technomechanicus Musk. The boy, who was birthed by a surrogate mother, was nicknamed Tau, after the Greek letter representing the irrational number that is equal to 2 times pi. Its approximation, 6.28, reflected Musk's own birthday, June 28th. They kept the existence of this third child private, but Musk was soon bonding with him. On a visit to Grimes' home when Tao was 2 months old, he sat on the floor feeding baby food to Tao, who kept reaching up to play with the stubble on his father's chin. Tao is so amazing, Grimes says. He came out with eyes that could just see so deeply into your soul, with so much knowledge. He looks like a little Spock. He's definitely a Vulcan. A few weeks later, Musk was sitting quietly between meetings at Giga Texas, scrolling through the news on his iPhone, when he saw Lucid Motors' report of its lame quarterly sales numbers. He laughed for a few minutes, then dashed off a tweet. "I had more kids in Q2 than they made cars," he wrote. Then he kept laughing loudly to himself. "I mean, I love my own humor even if others don't," he said. "I kill me." Around that time, the Wall Street Journal started working on a story about an alleged one-night stand that Musk had with the estranged wife of Google co-founder Sergey Brin a few months earlier. The rationale for the story was that it had harmed relations between the two men. Right after the story broke, they were at a party together, and Musk maneuvered himself into a position where he could take a selfie with Brin, which Brin tried to avoid. Musk sent the picture to the New York Post to rebut the allegation that they'd had a falling out. "The amount of attention on me has gone supernova, which super sucks," he tweeted. "Unfortunately, even trivial articles about me generate a lot of clicks." Sad face emoji. "Will try my best to be heads down focused on doing useful things for civilization." Keeping his head down, however, did not come naturally. Sins of the Father. Level 5 of Father's Day 2022 may have been the spookiest of them all. It involved, alas, his own estranged father, Errol Musk. In an email to Elon dated Father's Day, Errol wrote, "I'm sitting here freezing cold in a hangar wrapped in blankets and newspapers. There is no electricity. If I'm bothered to write to you like this, you can bother to read it." That was followed by a rambling screed in which he called Biden a freak criminal pedophile president who was out to destroy everything that the U.S. stood for, including you. Black leaders in South Africa, he said, were engaged in anti-white racism. "With no whites here, the blacks will go back to the trees." Vladimir Putin was the only world leader talking. He followed up with a subsequent email showing a picture of a stadium scoreboard saying, "Trump won, fuck Joe Biden," adding the comment, "This is irrefutable." Errol's letter was startling on so many levels, most notably his racism. But one other aspect would have an unsettling resonance later that year: how conspiratorial he had become. He had gone down the alt-right rabbit holes of labeling Biden a pedophile and praising Putin. And in other posts and emails he denounced COVID as a lie, attacked COVID expert Anthony Fauci, and claimed that the vaccines were deadly, positions Elon would later echo. His description of his cold and impoverished circumstances was meant as a rebuke to his son for no longer supporting him financially. Up until recently, Elon had been sending off and on varying amounts of monthly stipends. This began back in 2010 with payments of $2,000 a month to help Errol support his younger children after his second divorce. Over the years, Elon would occasionally provide more funding, then cut back whenever Errol gave interviews aggrandizing his own role in his son's success. When Errol had heart surgery in 2015, Elon's support was temporarily increased to $5,000 a month. But he cut off the funds after learning that Errol had impregnated Jana, the stepdaughter he had raised from age 4, whom Elon and Kimball considered a half-sister. At the end of March 2022, Errol wrote asking that his stipends be restored. "At 76, I cannot generate income easily," he wrote. "The alternative for me is starvation and unbearable humiliation or death by suicide. Death by suicide does not worry me, but it should worry you. The truth is too well known. You will be ruined, make no mistake, and people will know who you really are or have become." He blamed Elon's attitude on the National Socialist, cruel, self-serving, and cowardly maternal family background, adding, "Has the wickedness that was the Haldeman's prevailed?" Around the time of Father's Day, Elon resumed the $2,000 monthly payments. But his financial manager, Jared Birchall, asked Errol to stop making a series of YouTube videos titled Dad of a Genius that he had produced with a clinical psychologist. Errol reacted angrily. "My silence to enable the devilish shit to continue brewing is not worth $2,000, he shot back. "It's also wrong to silence me. I have much to teach people." As if following a perverse script, Father's Day 2022 brought one more complication to this situation. Errol revealed that he had fathered a second child with Jana, a daughter. "The only thing we are on Earth for is to reproduce," he said. "If I could have another child, I would. I can't see any reason not to." Bonding attempts. Through all of the tumult in his personal life, Musk had one lovely, steadying influence. Tallulah Riley, the English actress who married him in 2010, and after a divorce and remarriage, finally left him to return to village England tranquility in 2015. She continued to feel warmly toward him, and Musk felt the same about her, though he was afflicted by preferring extreme heat and cold rather than warmth in relationships. When a close friend of hers died in 2021, Musk flew to England and spent a day at her house. "We just watched stupid TV and laughed and hung out, and he just made me laugh instead of cry," she says. And amid his personal and Twitter deal tumults in the early summer of 2022, she flew to Los Angeles and met him for dinner at the Beverly Hills Hotel. She traveled with her new boyfriend, the young actor Thomas Brody Sangster, to publicize a movie they had co-starred in, Pistol, about the pioneering punk rock band the Sex Pistols. But Brody Sangster did not come to the dinner. Instead, Musk and Riley were joined by his 4 older boys, who had bonded with her over the years. "I can't get over how completely gorgeous they all are," she texted me. "Griffin is handsome, hilarious, and still an utter charmer. Damien has blossomed into an incredibly sophisticated and beautiful soul. Kai is still a thoroughly decent chap and now so gorgeously geeky, and Saxon's language development is more than I could have possibly hoped for. We had full and detailed conversations. Except at one point he said, 'The interesting thing about you and Elon is you have a significant age gap, but you look the same.'" The reunion was very emotional. There was a part of her that still loved Musk. When she got back to her hotel room that night, Brody Sangster had to cope with her bursting into tears. Musk reacted to his family turmoil in the summer of 2022 by launching another surge, this one fatherly. He took his 4 older boys along with Grimes and X to Spain to vacation with James and Elizabeth Murdoch and their children. James, a member of the Tesla board, is the liberal member of the Rupert Murdoch family, and Elizabeth is more so. They provided Musk with a calming personal influence and political counterbalance. A few weeks later, he and the boys went to Rome, where they were granted an audience with Pope Francis. Musk tweeted out a photo of the meeting, which showed him in an ill-fitting suit, Saxon twisted nervously, and the other boys dressed in black shirts and looking somber. "My suit is tragic," Musk admitted. When the boys woke up the next day, they were upset that their father had tweeted out the picture. One of them even cried. On a group chat that they do with their father, even when traveling together, one asked him not to tweet out pictures of them without their permission. Musk got depressed, dropped off the group chat, and a few minutes later sent word that they were returning to the U.S. A house, not a home. Musk realized that it was difficult to have a stable family life if he didn't have a family home. So amid the domestic drama in the summer of 2022, he started dreaming about a home of his own in Austin. He considered a few houses for sale but deemed them too expensive. Instead, he decided to build one on a sprawling horse farm with a tranquil lake, that he had bought right across the Colorado River from Giga, Texas. He thought he might use other parts of the property for Neuralink and his other companies. He walked the property one Saturday night with Grimes and Omid Afshar, who was in charge of building Giga, Texas, and they came up with a variety of ideas, including that the boring company could dig a tunnel under the river to connect the house and the factory. He also walked the property a few days later with Siobhan Zillis. One thing I've been harassing him about, lovingly, is finding a place he can call home, she says. He needs a place where his soul resides, and that's what the horse farm will be for him. One hot afternoon in the summer of 2022, Musk sat under a pop-up canopy on the property with Lord Norman Foster, the architect who designed, among other things, the space-age circular headquarters of Apple for Steve Jobs. Foster had flown from London carrying his sketch pad to brainstorm with Musk. Sitting at a card table, Musk looked through some of Foster's sketches, then began free associating ideas. It should be like something fell out of space, like a structure from another galaxy landed in the lake, Musk said. Birchall, who was with them, Googled images of futuristic buildings, while Foster made more sketches in his notebook. Maybe, Musk suggested, a shard of glass coming out of the lake. The bottom floor could be partly submerged in the water, accessible by a tunnel from another structure on the shore. I later commented that it did not actually seem like a family home. Musk agreed. It's more an art project than a house, he explained. He put off building it. Chapter 76. Starbase Shakeup. SpaceX 2022. Showing off Starship. Always vigilant against complacency, Musk decided in early 2022 that it was time for another surge in Boca Chica. It had been 6 months since he had pushed Andy Krebs and the team in South Texas to stack Starship on the launch pad. Now he wanted to have a public presentation of the rocket. This time the 2 stages would be stacked by Mechazilla's chopstick arms. Bill Riley warned that it would be hard to get this done before the end of February, so Musk used Twitter as a forcing mechanism. He tweeted out that there would be a public showing of Starship at 8 p.m. on Thursday, February 10, 2022. The night of the presentation, he had dinner at Flaps, the funky casual restaurant for SpaceX employees. Joining him were 3 of NASA's top directors, all women: Janet Petro of the Kennedy Space Center at Cape Canaveral, Lisa Watson-Morgan of the Human Landing System Program, and Vanessa Wyke of Johnson Space Center in Houston. X toddled up to the table and started eating blue cheese dip with a fork. Musk joked that X served as his cuteness prop. Petro whispered to me, "I'm suppressing my maternal instincts," but she finally succumbed and took the fork away from him, handing him a spoon instead. He's fearless, Musk says. He could probably use more fear instincts. It's genetic. Yes, but it was also the result of the free-range way Musk has brought him up. It's not in Musk's nature to be doting. Falcon 9, said X, pointing in the distance. No, his father corrected him. Starship. 10, 9, 8, X said. People say he's so smart to be able to count backwards, Musk said, but I'm not sure he can count forward. Musk asked the NASA guests whether they had children, and their responses prompted him to give his thoughts once again on how declining birth rates are a threat to the future of human consciousness. Among my friends, the average number of kids is 1, he said. Some have 0. I try to set a good example. He didn't mention that he'd just had 3 more children. The conversation turned to China, which was the only entity that was launching as many orbital missions as SpaceX. NASA itself was not even in the game. If China gets to the moon before we do again, it will be a Sputnik moment, he told the NASA directors. It's going to be a shock when we wake up and realize they got to the moon while we were suing each other. He said that when he visits China, he's often asked how that country can be more innovative. The answer I give is to challenge authority. Later that night, a crowd of a few hundred workers, reporters, government officials, and locals gathered in front of the stacked starship lit by spotlights. There have to be things that inspire you, that move your heart, Musk said in his speech. Being a spacefaring civilization, making science fiction not fiction is one of those. During the presentation, I sat on the side with Krebs, who had not yet decided to leave SpaceX, and we talked about how he had survived being in the line of Musk's fire at this spot 7 months earlier. When I asked whether it was worth it, he nodded up at Mechazilla. "Every time I see the tower, my heart soars," he said. After the presentation, Musk wandered over to a group gathered at the Tiki Bar behind the main Starbase building. After a few minutes, the Inspiration 4 astronaut Jared Isaacman, who had flown his own high-performance jet in for the presentation, joined the group. Isaacman has a quietly confident humility that relaxes Musk. It was good, he remarked, that Musk decided not to go to space himself after Branson and Bezos did. That would have been strike 3, he said. It would have looked like billionaire boys' narcissism. We were one strike away from Americans saying, "Screw space." Yes, Musk said with a rueful laugh. It was better to send up 4 people out of central casting. Jolting the team. The Starlink satellites being built in Seattle were beginning to pile up in July 2022. Falcon 9 rockets were launching from Cape Canaveral at least once a week, each flight carrying about 50 Starlinks into orbit. But Musk had been counting on the mammoth starship to be regularly launching by then from the pad in Boca Chica. As usual, he had been unrealistic about schedules. "Do you want me to send a few people down to Boca?" asked Mark Juncosa, who had moved to Seattle to oversee Starlink production. "Yes," Musk replied. "You should go there as well." It was time for a management shakeup. By the beginning of August, Juncosa was sweeping around the assembly line tents in Boca Chica like a whirlwind, kicking up dust. Juncosa is blessed with a lot of Musk's craziness. With his wild hair and even wilder eyes, he jumps around and spins his phone in a way that creates a high-energy field around him. He is quite charismatic in a goofy, hard-ass way, Musk says. He can tell people they are fucking up and their idea sucks, but do it in a way that doesn't make them mad. He's my Mark Antony. Musk and Juncosa liked the team in Boca Chica, especially Riley and Patel, but felt they were not tough enough. "Bill is a great person, but he has a hard time giving anyone negative feedback and just can't fire anyone," Musk told me. SpaceX President Gwynne Shotwell felt the same about Patel, who had overseen the building of the facilities. "Sam works his ass off," she said, "but he doesn't know how to give Elon bad news. Sam and Bill are chickens." Musk held a video call with the Starship team on August 4th from a conference room at Giga Texas, where he was preparing for the annual Tesla shareholder meeting that afternoon. As they walked him through slides, he got increasingly angry. "These timelines are bullshit, a mega fail," he explained. "Like no fucking way these should take so long." He decreed that they would start having meetings on Starship every night, 7 days a week. "We are going to go through the first principles algorithm every night, questioning requirements and deleting," he said. "That's what we did to unfuck the bullshit that was Raptor." How soon, he asked, would it take to get a booster onto the launch pad to test the engines? 10 days, he was told. "That's too long," he replied. "This is critical for all of human destiny. It's hard to change destiny. You can't just do it from 9 to 5. Then he abruptly ended the meeting. "See you guys tonight," he said to the Boca Chica team. "I've got a Tesla shareholder meeting this afternoon, and I haven't even seen the slides yet." The Tiki Bar Break-In. When Musk arrived in Boca Chica from Austin late that night after conducting a Tesla shareholder meeting that resembled a fan club convention, he went right to the Starbase conference room where the team had regathered. It looked like a scene out of Star Wars. Musk brought along X, who, despite the late hour, was fully charged and ran around the table shouting, "Rockets!" Also, there was Grimes, who had dyed her hair pink and green. Juncosa had grown an even wilder beard. Shotwell had flown in from Los Angeles to help manage the personnel shakeup. A no-nonsense morning person, she commented that it was past her bedtime. The only other woman among the dozen or so at the table was Shayna Diaz, an MIT aeronautics engineer who had worked at SpaceX for 14 years and, having impressed Musk with her plain-spoken competence, was now director of Starship Engineering. Filling out the table were the other members of the team: Bill Riley, Joe Petrozelka, Andy Krebs, Jake McKenzie, all wearing the standard uniform of jeans and a black t-shirt. Musk again pushed them to get a booster on the launch pad to test the engines as soon as possible. 10 days would be too long. He was particularly interested in determining how important the heat shields around the engines were. He was always looking for ways to delete parts, especially those that added mass to the booster. "It doesn't seem like we need shields in all those places," he said. "I went out there with a flashlight and the heat shields are blocking things, so you can't see jack shit." The meeting meandered, as his tend to do, and before they could agree on a timetable for the tests, they had lapsed into discussing the Quentin Tarantino movie True Romance. After more than an hour, Shotwell tried to bring it to a conclusion. "What have we decided?" she asked. The answer was not exactly clear. Musk was staring off into the distance, thinking. Everyone had seen this trance before. At some point after processing the information on his own, he would issue a pronouncement, but it was now after 1 a.m., and the engineers gradually drifted away, leaving Musk to think alone. As the participants wandered out of the conference room and into the parking lot, they gravitated around Juncosa, who was spinning his phone holding court, and clearly not ready to retire to his Airstream trailer for the night. In addition to being pumped up, he knew that the troops were unnerved by the personnel shakeup that was brewing and could use some rallying. Like a high school team captain who knew just what level of naughtiness was appropriate, he proposed that they break into the nearby employee tiki bar and throw a party. Using a credit card to jimmy the lock, he led a dozen followers into the bar and designated one of them to start pouring beer, Macallan Scotch, and Elijah Craig small batch bourbon. "If we get in trouble, we can blame it all on you, Jake," he said, pointing at Mackenzie, the youngest, shyest, and least likely of them to break into a bar. Without Musk around, Juncosa was able to loosen everyone up, but also impart a few lessons. He made fun of one of them for being hesitant to tell Musk that a testing facility wasn't going to be ready in time, and then danced around him, flapping his elbows and making chicken sounds. When a young engineer tried to impress him by describing his adventures as an extreme skier, Juncosa whipped out his phone and showed a video of himself skiing wildly in Alaska as he outran an avalanche. "Is that really you?" the awed engineer asked. "Yes," Juncosa replied. "You gotta take risks. You gotta love taking risks." Around that time, 3:24 a.m. to be precise, my phone buzzed with a text message from Musk, who was still awake in his little house a mile away. "The prior schedule for the booster was 10 days to pad," it read. "However, I'm 90% sure that we will discover our next showstopper development issue without needing B7 to be complete." I showed it to Mackenzie to decipher, and he showed it to Juncosa. They became silent for a moment. What it meant was that Musk had processed what he heard in the meeting and decided that they would not wait 10 days to move the booster, known as B7, to the launch pad for testing. They would do it before they installed all 33 engines. Musk followed up moments later with further details. "One way or another, we are going to put B7 back on the launch mount by midnight tonight or sooner." In other words, they would do it in 1 day, not 10 days. He had ordered yet another surge. High Bay. That morning, after a few hours of sleep, Musk went to one of the high bay assembly buildings wearing his Occupy Mars black t-shirt to watch as Booster 7 was outfitted with Raptor engines. Climbing a steep industrial ladder, he clambered onto a platform beneath the booster. It was crammed with cables, engine parts, tools, swinging chains, and at least 40 people working shoulder to shoulder as they attached engines and welded shrouds. Musk was the only one not wearing a helmet. "Why is that part needed?" he asked one of the veteran engineers, Cale Odner, who took Musk's presence in stride, giving matter-of-fact answers while continuing his work. Musk's inspection visits to the assembly areas are so frequent that the workers barely pay attention to him unless he gives them orders or asks a question. "Why can't that be done faster?" is one of his favorites. Sometimes he just stands and stares in silence for 4 or 5 minutes. After more than an hour, he climbed down from the platform and then ran, lumbering the 200 yards across a parking lot to the canteen. "I think he does that so everyone can see how much he's hustling," Andy Krebs said. I later asked Musk if that was his reason. "No," he laughed. "I did it because I forgot to put on sunscreen and didn't want to get burned." But then he added, "It's true that if they see the general out on the battlefield, the troops are going to be motivated. Wherever Napoleon was, that's where his armies would do best. Even if I don't do anything but show up, they'll look at me and say that at least I wasn't spending all night partying." Apparently, he had found out about the tiki bar escapade. Shortly after midnight, the deadline Musk had set, a truck with the upright booster started moving the half-mile down the road in Boca Chica from the assembly high bay to the launch site. Grimes drove over from their little house to witness the spectacle with X, who danced around the slowly moving rocket. When the booster got to the launch area and was placed upright on the pad, it made a dramatic scene glistening under an almost full moon. All was going well until a line broke loose and hydraulic fluid, a mix of oil and water, started spraying over the area. Everyone got doused, including Grimes and X. She was initially freaked out that it was some toxic chemical, but Musk told her not to worry. "I love the smell of hydraulic fluid in the morning," he said, echoing a line from Apocalypse Now. X, likewise, was unfazed even when Grimes rushed him back to the house to bathe. "I feel like he's developing a higher-than-average tolerance for danger," Musk said. Showing only the tiniest bit of self-awareness, he added, "His tolerance for danger is almost problematic, honestly." Chapter 77. Optimus Prime. Tesla 2021 to 2022. Human touch. When Musk announced his plans to build Optimus in August 2021, an actress dressed in a white bodysuit tottered around the stage emulating a robot. A few days later, Tesla's design chief, Franz von Holzhausen, convened a group to begin building the real thing, a robot that could emulate a human. Musk gave one directive. It was to be a humanoid robot. In other words, it was supposed to look like a person rather than a mechanical contraption with wheels or 4 legs like Boston Dynamics and others were making. Most workspaces and tools are designed to accommodate the way humans do things, so Musk believed that a robot should approximate human forms in order to operate naturally. "We want to make it as human as possible," von Holzhausen told the 10 engineers and designers seated around his conference table. "But we can also add improvements to what humans can do." They started with the hand. Von Holzhausen picked up a power drill, and they studied how the fingers and heel of the palm interacted with it. At first it seemed sensible to consider making a hand with 4 fingers, since the pinky didn't seem necessary. But in addition to looking creepy, that turned out not to be quite as functional. Instead, they decided to elongate the pinky so that it was more useful. But they also did one simplification. They could make each finger with 2 joints, not 3. Another improvement was to make the bottom of the palm longer so that it could wrap around a power tool, relieving the thumb from bearing as much of the load. That would make Optimus's hand more powerful than a human's. They also considered even more innovative bionic tactics, such as having strong magnets in the tip of each finger. That idea was rejected. Too many devices could get messed up by magnets. Perhaps the fingers could flap away from the palm, not just toward it. Maybe the wrist should be able to hinge back as well as forward. Everyone at the table started flapping their hands and wrists to see what that would mean. That would be useful if the robot needed to push against a wall, said von Holzhausen. It could do it without putting pressure on the fingers. Someone suggested that the hand could be made to go so far back that the fingers touched the arm. That would allow the arm to apply pressure to something without the hand even being involved. Wow, said von Holzhausen. But people would get a bit freaked out. Let's not go that far. Now the challenging part, von Holzhausen said near the end of the 2-hour meeting. How do we make this sausage look good? He doled out assignments for what they would show Musk at the weekly review meetings. Start with figuring out what the fingers will look like and how they will taper, especially since we're going to elongate the pinky. Elon wants feminine tapers for the fingers. Young Frankenstein. Human bodies, Musk and his engineers discovered, are amazing. For example, at one of the weekly meetings they discussed how our fingers not only apply pressure to things, they also could feel pressure. How could they best make Optimus's fingers assess pressure? We could look at the current in the actuator of the finger joint, which will correlate to the pressure being applied to the tip, one engineer suggested. Another thought of putting capacitors in the fingertips, like in a touch screen, or perhaps a barometric pressure sensor or chip embedded in rubber, or even a tiny camera inside a gel fingertip. What are the differences in cost? Von Holzhausen asked. They decided that measuring the pressure using current flow in the actuator of the joint would be most effective because it wouldn't add parts. No matter how hectic his schedule, Musk tried to make the weekly Optimus design sessions. For one of them in February, he was at the VIP room in the Miami Marlins Stadium, attending a listening party hosted by Kanye West, known as Ye, for his new album Donda 2. He was standing with rappers French Montana and Rick Ross, eating tacos and talking about cryptocurrency, when he got a text from Omid Afshar reminding him about the 9 p.m. Optimus meeting. Musk dialed in, leaving his phone camera on, unintentionally allowing the Optimus team to witness the party in the background. Members of Ye's VIP posse gave Musk curious glances as he paced around the room wiggling his fingers and discussing the number of actuators that would be needed to give Optimus's hands enough dexterity. It needs to be able to pick up a pencil from any angle, Musk said. One rapper in the background nodded and started wiggling his fingers. Sometimes the Optimus meetings rambled on for more than 2 hours as Musk considered ideas large and small. Maybe the robots could swap their arms with different tools, someone suggested. Musk rejected that. At another meeting, he asked whether there should be a screen where the face would be. It can be display only, he said. It doesn't need to be a touch screen, but you should be able to know what it's doing from afar. They decided it was a good idea, but not necessary for the first iteration of Optimus. The discussions often elicited Musk's futuristic fantasies. The team prepared a video simulation of Optimus working in a colony on Mars, which led to a lengthy discussion about whether the robots on Mars would be working on their own or under the direction of human supervisors. Von Holzhausen tried to bring things back to Earth. I think the Mars simulation is fun, he finally interjected, but we should do one that shows the robots working in one of our factories, maybe performing the repetitive tasks that no one wants to do. At another meeting, they discussed whether they could put an Optimus in the driver's seat of a robotaxi to meet the legal requirements of a car needing a driver. Do you remember the original Blade Runner movie did something like that? Musk said. Also the most recent Cyberpunk game. He liked taking the fiction out of science fiction. Other ideas seemed more influenced by the silly side of Musk's limbic system. Maybe we should have the charger cord plug into the butt, he joked at one point. After a few loud laughs, he rejected the idea. The giggle factor would be too high, he said. For humans, orifices are a big deal. This is reminding me of Young Frankenstein, he said at one point, referring to the Mel Brooks movie parody. It's epic. But that triggered a more serious discussion of how to make sure that the robots did not turn into monsters, which was the original impulse that led Musk into the field of artificial intelligence and robotics. At one meeting, he went over the stop command path, which would give a human the ultimate power to override a robot. There can't be a scenario where somebody could gain access to the mothership and take control of the robots in a way that's malicious, he said, ruling out the use of any electronic signals that could be hacked. Citing Asimov's rules of robotics, he game-planned strategies that would allow humans to prevail over deadly robot armies. Even as he envisioned futuristic scenarios, Musk focused on making Optimus a business. By June 2022, the team had completed a simulation of robots carrying boxes around a factory. He liked the fact that, as he put it, our robots are going to work harder than humans work. He came to believe that Optimus would become a main driver of Tesla profits. The Optimus humanoid robot, he told analysts, has the potential to be more significant than the vehicle business. With these profits in mind, Musk pushed the Optimus team to create a detailed chart of any functionality they wanted and the cost of manufacturing it at scale. For example, one spreadsheet looked at the 3 ways a human wrist can move. It can wave the hand up and down, move it to the left or right, or rotate. Achieving 2 of these degrees of freedom, the engineers calculated, would mean that each wrist would cost $712. Adding extra actuators to achieve 3 degrees of freedom would bring the cost to $1,103. Musk marveled as he studied the ways his wrist could move and which muscles were involved. He then said the robot should have the same capability as a human. The answer is we want the 3 degrees of freedom, so we have to figure out how we get there more efficiently, he said. This is a shitty design. I eyeball it and it looks terrible. Use the damn liftgate actuators from our cars, which we know how to make cheaply. Every week he went over the most recent timetables and expressed often rather strongly his dissatisfaction. Pretend we are a startup about to run out of money, he said at one of these sessions. Faster, faster. Please mark any time a date has slipped. All bad news should be given loudly and often. Good news can be said quietly and once. Walking. One of the most difficult challenges was getting Optimus to walk. X was then almost 2 and learning to do the same, and Musk kept comparing how humans and machines learn. At first, kids walk flat-footed, then they begin walking on their toes, but they still walk like a monkey, he said. It takes them quite a while before they walk like an adult. The gait is rather complicated. In March, the team opened their weekly meeting with a video celebrating a milestone. First steps on the ground. By April, they had conquered the next level, getting Optimus to walk while carrying a box. But we have not been able to coordinate the arms and legs to keep it in balance, an engineer said. One problem was that the head had to swivel for the robot to see its surroundings. If we put in several cameras, Musk suggested, we won't need to swivel the head. Musk brought some toys, including a robot that could follow a person with its eyes and another that could breakdance, to one of the design reviews in mid-July. He believed that toys could offer lessons. A little model car had inspired him to make real cars using big casting presses, for example, and Legos helped him understand the importance of precision manufacturing. Optimus was standing in the middle of the workshop, supported by a gantry. It slowly walked around him and deposited a box it was carrying. Musk then took the joystick controller and guided Optimus to pick up the box and hand it to von Holzhausen. After Optimus finished, Musk gave a gentle push to its chest to see if it would fall over. The stabilizers worked. It stayed upright. Musk nodded appreciatively and shot some video of Optimus. Whenever Elon pulls out his phone to take a video, you know that you've impressed him, Lars Moravy says. Afterward, Musk announced that they would hold a public demonstration that would feature Optimus, full self-driving, and Dojo. In all of these, he said, we're tackling the huge task of creating artificial general intelligence. The event would be at Tesla's Palo Alto headquarters on September 30th, 2022, and be called AI Day 2. His design team created a logo that showed Optimus touching together its beautifully tapered fingers to form the shape of a heart. Chapter 78. Uncertainty. Twitter, July through September 2022. The Terminator. Unsure what he wanted to do about Twitter, Musk asked for 3 options in June 2022. Plan A was to proceed as agreed with a $44 billion purchase. Plans B and C involved trying to reprice the deal or to get out of it entirely somehow. To help do the financial modeling for those options, he brought in Bob Swan, a former CEO of eBay and Intel and a partner at the venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, which was investing in Musk's offer. The problem was that Swan, a straight shooter, was committed to Plan A. He felt there was no real justification for getting out of the deal. He accepted most of the numbers in Twitter's proxy statement, applied a bit of a discount, and presented a somewhat rosy financial model. Musk, convinced that the world was entering a recession and that Twitter was misstating its bot problem, challenged Swan angrily. "If you can present this to me with a straight face, then you're probably not the guy for the job," he said. Swan had been too successful to be treated that way. "Since I presented this to you with a straight face, you're right," he responded. "I'm probably not the right guy for the job." And he quit. Once again, Musk put in a call to his close friend and early Tesla investor Antonio Gracias, whose SWAT team had uncovered the problems at Tesla in 2007. Gracias was vacationing in Europe with some of his kids when the call came. "You said when you left the Tesla board that I should call you if I need help," Musk reminded him. Gracias agreed to put together a team to do a deep dive on Twitter's finances. Gracias felt he needed to enlist an independent investment bank to help sort through the proper valuation and capital structure. He talked to his friend Robert Steele of Perella Weinberg Partners, who in his straightforward way asked Musk directly what his goal was: to get out of buying Twitter or to buy Twitter at a lower price. Musk said he wanted the latter option. That was true, at least most of the time, but he was constrained, both legally and psychologically, from saying something even truer, namely that there were some mornings and some nights when he felt that he may have stumbled onto a fool's errand and would be happy if the whole thing went away. Steele had an interesting insight about Musk. When most clients are given 3 or 4 options, they will ask which one the banker recommends. Musk instead asked detailed questions about each option, but did not solicit a recommendation. He liked to make his own decision. When Musk demanded the raw data and methodology for determining how many real users it had, Twitter provided floods of data in formats that his team deemed almost unusable. Musk used this as a pretext for trying to withdraw from the deal. For nearly 2 months, Mr. Musk has sought the data and information necessary to make an independent assessment of the prevalence of fake or spam accounts, his lawyers wrote. Twitter's resistance meant that Musk was exercising his right to terminate the merger agreement. Twitter's management responded by suing Musk in Delaware's Chancery Court, charging that he refuses to honor his obligations to Twitter and its stockholders because the deal he signed no longer serves his personal interests. Chancellor Kathleen McCormick set a trial for October. Musk's business manager Jared Birchall and lawyer Alex Spiro tried to restrain him from sending texts and tweets that would undermine his case by suggesting that the reason he wanted out of the deal was because advertising was collapsing and the economy declining. "I'm calling him right now to tell him no more tweeting," Spiro told Birchall one day. But Spiro was an overmatched lion tamer. Within 10 minutes, Musk sent a barrage of tweets that almost seemed designed to spite his legal team. "So much for the conversation about tweeting," Birchall told Spiro. Even Musk's wacky, unrelated tweets became a problem. "I'm buying Manchester United, you're welcome," he posted in August. Birchall called Spiro to ask if the SEC might see that as an improper disclosure. "Is he really going to?" Spiro asked. It turned out that Musk was just riffing on a meme about how Manchester United fans were always begging people to buy the team. Spiro made him send a follow-up tweet. "No, this is a long-running joke on Twitter. I'm not buying any sports teams." Ari Emanuel wades in. Ari Emanuel is often referred to as a Hollywood super agent, but by 2022, he had become more than that. He was the CEO of Endeavor, a sprawling entertainment enterprise, and he was so plugged in that he never ran out of energy. With his high-pitched and fast-paced ability to connect people and drop F-bombs, talents he shared with his brothers Ram and Zeke, he exulted in dipping his fingers in every interesting pie. After the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, he decided he didn't want to be giving the Saudis more oil money, so he traded in his Ferrari for a Prius. But he hated the car. It was too wimpy. He was looking for someone who would actually make a great electric vehicle, and that's when he read about Musk. "I do what I normally do, which is create serendipity," Emanuel says. "I called him up and said, I want to meet you. We were just two young pishers trying to fucking figure it out, and we became friends. Emanuel put in an order for a Tesla Roadster because I wanted to fucking get out of that goddamn Prius, and ended up in 2008 taking delivery of the 11th one. He still has it." In May 2022, Musk flew to Saint-Tropez, France, for the celebrity-packed Sean Diddy Combs, Emily Ratajkowski, Tyler Perry wedding of Emanuel and fashion designer Sarah Staudinger. The Cannes Film Festival made it a hot time to be on the Riviera. Musk met for lunch with Natasha Bassett, the Australian actress who was with him in Hawaii a month earlier, when he decided to go hostile on Twitter. Curb Your Enthusiasm comedian Larry David, who was officiating at the wedding, was at Musk's table, and when they sat down, David seemed to be fuming. "Do you just want to murder kids in schools?" he asked Musk. No, Musk stuttered, both baffled and annoyed. "I'm anti-kid murder." "Then how could you vote Republican?" David asked. David confirms that he confronted Musk. His tweets about voting Republican because Democrats were the party of division and hate were sticking in my craw, he says. "Even if Uvalde never happened, I probably would have brought it up because I was angry and offended." MSNBC's Joe Scarborough was also at the table, and David described the encounter to him. Scarborough found it all pretty amusing. "I had told Ari I was not a big fan of Elon, so he seated me with him," he laughs. Elon stayed pretty quiet. For his part, Emanuel says he wasn't trying to stir up trouble. "I actually thought that would be a great table." It ended up being a microcosm of Twitter. There was another issue at the wedding. Among the guests was Egon Durbin, a venture capitalist who was a big Twitter shareholder and on its board. Musk was angry because he said Durbin had badmouthed him to Morgan Stanley's CEO James Gorman. Emanuel tried to repair the damage at the wedding. "You're being a fucking fool," he told Durbin. "Go over and talk to him." They had a 20-minute conversation during which, according to Musk, he tried to kiss my ring, but their tension did not get resolved. A deal-maker by nature, Emanuel offered to facilitate back-channel negotiations between Musk and Twitter's board. He asked Musk how much he would be willing to pay for Twitter. Perhaps there was a discount to be negotiated below the $44 billion that the board had accepted. Musk suggested perhaps half that price. Neither Durbin nor the rest of the Twitter board thought that even merited a response. Emanuel tried to jumpstart the negotiations again in July when he invited Musk to come to a vacation house he had in Mykonos, Greece. Musk flew from Austin and spent 2 days, which were made memorable when he was photographed on a yacht looking pale and blubbery alongside Emanuel, who looked preternaturally trim and tanned. Musk told Emanuel that he might be willing to strike a deal with Twitter rather than proceed with the October trial in Delaware. Emanuel again called Durbin, who was not in favor of trying to negotiate a lower price. But some other board members were eager to see if there was a way to avoid the bloody battle, and so they let informal settlement talks begin. Going for it. Musk's negotiations with Twitter to lower the price of the deal did not get far. The company made some proposals that could have reduced the $44 billion price by about 4%, but Musk insisted that the reduction had to be more than 10% before he would consider it. At certain moments it seemed there might be ways to get the two sides closer, but there was an additional problem. If the deal was restructured or repriced, it would allow the banks that had committed to provide loans to renegotiate the terms. The commitments had been made when interest rates were low, so the new interest rates they would charge might wipe out any savings. There was also a more emotional obstacle. Twitter's executives and board members insisted that any renegotiated deal must protect them from future lawsuits from Musk. "We are never going to give them a legal release," Musk said. "We will hunt every single one of them till the day they die." Throughout September, Musk was on the phone with his lawyers Alex Spiro and Mike Ringler 3 or 4 times a day. Some days he was in an aggressive mood and insisted that they could fight and win the case in Delaware. Revelations from a whistleblower and others had inflamed his conviction that Twitter had been lying about the number of bots. "They are shitting bricks about the dumpster fire they're in," he said of the Twitter board. "I cannot believe that the judge will railroad the deal through. It would not pass muster with the public." At other times he thought they should go through with the deal and then sue the Twitter board and management for fraud. Perhaps he would even be able to claw back some of his purchase price from them later. "The problem," he said angrily, "is that the board members own so little of the stock that recovering from them would be difficult." His lawyers finally convinced him at the end of September that he would lose the case if they took it to trial. It was best just to close the deal on the original terms, $54.20 a share, $44 billion in total. By that point, Musk had even regained some of his enthusiasm about taking over the company. "Arguably, I should just pay full price because these people running Twitter are such blockheads and idiots," he told me in late September. "Its stock was 70 last year with such a ship of fools. The potential is so great. There are so many things I could fix." He agreed to an official closing of the deal in October. Once it was clear that the deal was going through, Ari Emanuel came back to Musk in a 3-paragraph message sent on the encrypted text service Signal with a proposal. Let him and his agency Endeavor run Twitter. For a fee of $100 million, he said, he would take charge of cutting costs, creating a better culture, and managing relations with advertisers and marketers. We'd operate it, but he would tell us what he wanted and be in charge of all the engineering and technical stuff, Emanuel says. We do a ton of business with advertisers, and it's not like we haven't done this before, you know? Birchall called it the most insulting, demeaning, insane message. Musk was more sanguine and polite. He valued his friendship with Emanuel. "Look, I appreciate the offer," he said, "but Twitter is a tech company, a programming company." Emanuel countered that they could just hire the tech people, but Musk gave him a firm no. He had a core belief that you could not separate engineering from product design. In fact, product design should be driven by engineers. The company, like Tesla and SpaceX, should be engineering-led at all levels. There was another thing that Emanuel did not understand. Musk wanted to run Twitter himself, just as he was doing with Tesla, SpaceX, The Boring Company, and Neuralink. Chapter 79. Optimus Unveiled. Tesla, September 2022. Hair on fire. My psychic health goes in waves, Musk said as he flew from Austin to Silicon Valley on Tuesday, September 27th, to get ready for AI Day 2, the big public presentation he had promised of Tesla's artificial intelligence work, self-driving cars, and the launch of Optimus the robot. It's bad when there is extreme pressure, but if a lot of things start going right, it's also not great for my psychic health. A lot was hitting him that week. He was scheduled to give depositions in the Delaware court case seeking to force him to close the Twitter deal, an SEC investigation, and a lawsuit challenging his Tesla compensation. He was also worried about controversies over the use of Starlink satellites in Ukraine, difficulties in reducing Tesla's supply chain dependence on China, a Falcon 9 launch of 4 astronauts, including 1 Russian woman cosmonaut, to the International Space Station, a West Coast launch the same day of a Falcon 9 carrying 52 Starlink satellites, and sundry personal issues regarding children, girlfriends, and former wives. Musk sublimates stress in a variety of ways, goofiness being one. On the flight west, he became excited by his latest idea for swag they could sell, a perfume with the scent of singed human hair. When he landed, he called Steve Davis, his CEO at the Boring Company, who had previously executed Musk's idea to sell a toy flamethrower. "Burnt hair perfume," Musk said, imagining the marketing pitch. "Do you like that smell you experienced after the flamethrower? We have that scent for you." Davis was always eager to indulge Musk. He sent out a request to Scent Labs, saying the first to match the smell would get the contract. When the Boring Company offered it on its website, Musk tweeted, "Please buy my perfume so I can buy Twitter." Within a week, it sold out 30,000 orders for $100 apiece. When he got to Tesla headquarters, he went to a makeshift stage in a cavernous showroom that was being readied for that Friday's AI Day 2. An almost finished version of Optimus was dangling from a gantry ready to practice. When an engineer shouted "Activate," another pushed a red button that started Optimus walking. It shuffled to the front of the stage, paused, and waved its hand like a serene monarch. For the next hour, the team put Optimus through its paces 20 more times. The sight of it getting to the edge of the stage, stopping, looking around, and then waving became mesmerizing. After its last circuit for the day, X walked up to Optimus and touched its fingers. The engineer directing the practice sessions was Milan Kovac. "I think I have PTSD," he said. "After last time, it's really hard to stay composed." I realized that he was the engineer who was the target of Musk's fury a year earlier during the rehearsals for AI Day 1 because his slides were deemed to be too boring. After that incident, he brooded for weeks about quitting. But I decided that the mission was too important, he says. As AI Day 2 approached in September 2022, Kovac worked up the courage to raise with Musk the topic of the run-in they had a year earlier. Musk looked at him blankly. "You remember how you hated my planned presentation and kept telling me how horrible it was?" Kovac asked. "And everyone was worried I had quit?" Musk continued to stare blankly. He didn't remember. The AI Day rehearsal. After he had been photographed looking blubbery during his 2-day Greek vacation with Ari Emanuel, Musk decided to go on the diet drug Ozempic and follow an intermittent fasting diet, eating only 1 meal per day. That meal, in his case, was a late breakfast, and his version of the diet allowed him to gorge as he pleased for that. At 11 a.m. on Wednesday, he went to the Palo Alto Creamery, a retro hip diner, and ordered a bacon cheese barbecue burger with sweet potato fries and an Oreo and cookie dough ice cream milkshake. X helped by eating some of the fries. Then he visited Neuralink's lab in a strip mall in Fremont, where he focused on the mechanics and signals involved in walking. Donning lab coats and shoe covers, Siobhan Zillis, DJ Seo, and Jeremy Barinholtz brought him into a windowless room where a pig named Mint was walking on a treadmill and being rewarded by apple slices dipped in honey. Every few moments, he was given a jolt to make his muscles twitch. They were trying to decode what actuators were involved in the act of walking. When Musk arrived at Tesla headquarters, the engineers there were also focused on walking. In preparation for the unveiling of Optimus scheduled for the following night, they had programmed the robot to take slightly shorter strides because the presentation stage was smoother than the concrete floor of their workshop. But Musk liked the longer stride and started mimicking John Cleese high-stepping in the Monty Python sketch, The Ministry of Silly Walks. It looked cooler with the groovy walk, Musk said. The engineers started making tweaks. Afterward, 30 of the engineers gathered around Musk for a pep talk. Humanoid robots will uncork the economy to quasi-infinite levels, he said. Robot workers would solve the problem of lack of population growth, Drew Baglino added. Yes, but people should still have kids, Musk replied. We want human consciousness to survive. Later that night, we went on a little nostalgia tour to the 3-story building on the edge of downtown Palo Alto that once housed the tiny office of Zip2, the startup that he and Kimball founded 27 years earlier. Whistling as if in a reverie, he walked around the building trying to get in. But all the doors were locked and a for lease sign was in the window. Then he headed the 2 blocks to Jack in the Box, where he and Kimball ate every day. I'm supposed to be fasting now, but I just have to get something here, he said. At the drive-through speaker, he asked, Do you still have the teriyaki bowl? They did. He ordered one for himself and a hamburger for X. I wonder if it will still be here 25 years from now so X can bring his kids here, he mused. AI Day 2. When Musk arrived the following afternoon for the grand unveiling of Optimus at AI Day 2, dozens of engineers were scurrying through the halls with worried looks. A connection had come loose in the chest of Optimus, and it was no longer working. I can't believe this is happening, said Kovacs, who was having flashbacks to his trauma at AI Day 1 a year earlier. Eventually, some of the engineers were able to jam the connection back together, and they hoped it would stay in place. They decided to take that risk. With Musk hovering, they had no other choice. The 20 engineers who were scheduled to be part of the presentation huddled in a backstage area telling war stories. Phil Dwan, a young machine learning expert on the autopilot team, studied optic information science in his hometown of Wuhan, China, then got a PhD at Ohio University. He joined Tesla in 2017, just in time for the crazed surges that culminated with Musk's push to unveil a self-driving car on Autonomy Day in 2019. I worked for months without a day off and got so tired that I quit Tesla right after Autonomy Day, he said. I was burned out, but after 9 months I was bored, so I called my boss and begged him to let me come back. I decided I'd rather be burned out than bored. Tim Zaman, who led the artificial intelligence infrastructure team, had a similar story. From Northern Holland, he joined Tesla in 2019. When you're at Tesla, you're afraid to go anywhere else because you will become so bored. He just had his first child, a daughter, and knows that Tesla is not conducive to a work-life balance. Nevertheless, he plans to stay. I'm going to spend the next few days off with my wife and daughter, he says, but if I take a whole week off, my brain gets fried. At the previous AI Day, none of the 20 presenters were women. This time, one of the co-hosts was a charismatic mechanical design engineer named Lizzie Miskovitz. As the blaring music subsided and Optimus was about to make its entrance, she revved up the audience by announcing, "This is the first time we are going to try this robot without any backup support, cranes, mechanisms, no cables, nothing." The curtains, emblazoned with the logo of Optimus's hands forming a heart, parted. Optimus, untethered, stood confidently and started to raise its arms. It moved "It's working," Dwan said backstage. Then it wiggled its hands, rotated its forearms, and flexed its wrists. The engineers held their breath as it started to move its right leg forward. Marching stiffly but confidently to the front of the stage, it executed its regal wave. Victorious, it pumped its right fist into the air, did a little dance, then turned around and walked back behind the curtain. Even Musk looked relieved. "Our goal is to make a useful humanoid robot as quickly as possible," he told the audience. Eventually, he promised, there would be millions of them. "This means a future of abundance, a future where there is no poverty. We can afford to have a universal basic income we give people. It really is a fundamental transformation of civilization." Chapter 80. Robotaxi. Tesla 2022. We are all in on autonomy. Self-driving cars, Musk believed, would do more than merely free folks from the drudgery of driving. They would, to a large extent, eliminate the need for people to own cars. The future would belong to the robotaxi, a driverless vehicle that would appear when you summoned it, take you to your destination, then ride off to the next passenger. Some might be owned by individuals, but most would be owned by fleet companies or Tesla itself. That November, Musk gathered his top 5 lieutenants in Austin to brainstorm this future over an informal dinner at the half-furnished house of Omid Afshar, who hired a private chef to cook super-thick aged ribeye steaks. Present were Franz von Holzhausen, Drew Baglino, Lars Moravy, and Zach Kirkhorn. They decided that the robotaxi would be a smaller, less expensive, less speedy car than the Model 3. "Our main focus has to be volume," Musk said. "There is no amount that we could possibly build that will be enough. Someday we want to be at 20 million a year." A central challenge was figuring out how to design a car with no steering wheel or pedals that could meet government safety standards and handle special situations. Week after week, Musk weighed in on every detail. "What if someone forgets to shut the door of the robotaxi when they get out?" he asked. "We have to make sure it can shut its own doors." "How would a robotaxi get into a gated community or parking garage? Maybe it needs an arm that can punch a button or take a ticket," he said. But that seemed like a nightmare. "Perhaps we just exclude it from places that you can't easily drive into," he decided. At times the conversations were so earnest and detailed they belied how wild the entire concept was. By the end of the summer of 2022, Musk and his team realized they had to make a final decision on the issue they had wrestled with for a year. Should they play it safe and build in a steering wheel, pedals, side mirrors, and other things that were currently required by regulation, or should they build it to be truly autonomous? Most of his engineers were still pushing for the safer alternative. They had a more realistic outlook on how long it would take for full self-driving, FSD, to be ready. At a fateful and dramatic meeting on August 18th, they gathered to hash the issue out. "We want to make sure we are assessing the risk with you," von Holzhausen told Musk. "If we go down a path of having no steering wheel and FSD is not ready, we won't be able to put them on the road." He suggested that they make a car that had a steering wheel and pedals that could be easily removed. "Basically, our proposal is to bake them in right now, but remove them when we are allowed to." Musk just shook his head. The future would not get here fast enough unless they forced it. "Small ones," von Holzhausen persisted, "which we can remove pretty easily and design around." "No," Musk said. "No, no." There was a long pause. "No mirrors, no pedals, no steering wheel. This is me taking responsibility for this decision." The executives sitting around the table hesitated. We will come back to you on that," one said. Musk got into one of his very cold moods. "Let me be clear," he said slowly. "This vehicle must be designed as a clean robotaxi. We're going to take that risk. It's my fault if it fucks up, but we are not going to design some sort of amphibian frog that's a halfway car. We are all in on autonomy." A few weeks later, he was still jazzed about the decision. On his plane flying from dropping Griffin off at college, he joined the weekly robotaxi meeting by phone. As always, he tried to instill a sense of urgency. "This will be a historically mega-revolutionary product," he said. "It will transform everything. This is the product that makes Tesla a 10 trillion company. People will be talking about this moment in 100 years. The $25,000 car. As the robotaxi discussions showed, Musk could be fiercely stubborn. He had a reality-distorting willfulness and a readiness to run roughshod over naysayers. This steeliness may have been one of the superpowers that produced his success along with his flameouts. But here's a lesser-known trait. He could change his mind. He could take in arguments that he seemed to be rejecting and recalibrate his risk calculations. And that is what happened with the steering wheels. At the end of the summer of 2022, after Musk made his pronouncements about being all in on a robotaxi with no steering wheel, von Holtzhausen and Moravy set about persuading him to cover his bet. They knew how to do it in a non-challenging way. "We brought him new information that maybe he wasn't fully digesting in the summer," Moravy says. Even if self-driving vehicles were approved by regulators in the U.S., he argued, it would be years before they were approved internationally. So it made sense to build a version of the car with a steering wheel and pedals. For years, they had talked about what should be Tesla's next-generation offering, a small, inexpensive, mass-market car selling for around $25,000. Musk himself had teased the possibility in 2020, but then he put a hold on those plans, and over the next 2 years he repeatedly vetoed the idea, saying that the robotaxi would make the other car unnecessary. Nevertheless, von Holtzhausen had quietly kept it alive as a shadow project in his design studio. Late on a Wednesday evening during his September 2022 trip to launch Optimus, Musk ensconced himself in his longtime haunt, the windowless Jupiter conference room of the Fremont factory. Moravy and von Holtzhausen led a few top members of the Tesla team in for a secretive meeting. They presented data showing that in order for Tesla to grow at 50% a year, it needed to have an inexpensive small car. The global market for such a car was huge. By 2030, there might be up to 700 million of them, almost twice as many as for the Model 3/Y category. Then they showed that the same vehicle platform and the same assembly lines could be used to make both the $25,000 car and the robotaxi. We convinced him that if we build these factories and we have this platform, we could churn out both robotaxis and a $25,000 car, all on the same vehicle architecture, von Holtzhausen says. After the meeting, Musk and I sat alone in the conference room, and it was clear that he was unenthusiastic about the $25,000 car. "It's really not that exciting of a product," he said. His heart was in transforming transportation through robotaxis. But over the next few months, he got increasingly more enthusiastic. At a design review session one afternoon in February 2023, von Holtzhausen put models of the robotaxi and the $25,000 car next to each other in the studio. Both had a Cybertruck futuristic feel. Musk loved the designs. "When one of these comes around a corner," he said, "people will think they are seeing something from the future." The new mass-market vehicle, both with a steering wheel and as a robotaxi, became known as the next-generation platform. Musk initially decided that Tesla would build a new factory in northern Mexico, 400 miles south of Austin, designed from the ground up to build such cars. It would use a completely new manufacturing method that was highly automated. But a problem soon arose in his mind. He had always believed that Tesla's design engineers needed to be located right next to the assembly line, rather than allowing manufacturing to be done at a remote location. That way, engineers could get instant feedback on how to design innovations that would both improve the car and make it easier to manufacture. This was particularly true for a completely new car and manufacturing process. but he realized he would have trouble getting his top engineers to relocate to the new factory. Tesla engineering will need to be on the line to make it successful, and getting everyone to move to Mexico is never going to happen, he told me. So in May 2023, he decided to change the initial build location for the next generation cars and robotaxis to Austin, where his own workspace and that of his top engineers would be right next to the new high-speed ultra-automated assembly line. Throughout the summer of 2023, he spent hours each week working with his team to design each station on the line, finding ways to shave milliseconds off each step and process. Chapter 81. Let That Sink In. Twitter, October 26 through 27, 2022. Clash of Cultures. In the days leading up to his takeover of Twitter at the end of October of 2022, Musk's moods fluctuated wildly. I'm very excited about finally implementing X.com as it should have been done, using Twitter as an accelerant. He texted me out of the blue at 3:30 one morning, and hopefully helping democracy and civil discourse while doing so. It could become the combination of financial platform and social network he had envisioned 24 years earlier for X.com, and he decided to rebrand it with that name, which he loved. A few days later, he was more somber. I will need to live at Twitter HQ. This is a super tough situation. Really bumming me out. Sleep is difficult. He scheduled a visit to Twitter headquarters in San Francisco for Wednesday, October 26th, to poke around and prepare for the official closing of the deal later that week. Parag Agrawal, Twitter's mild-mannered CEO, stood in the conference floor lobby on the second floor preparing to greet him. I have a lot of optimism, he said as he awaited Musk's entrance. Elon can inspire people to do things bigger than themselves. He was being guarded, but I think he believed it. The CFO, Ned Siegel, whose tense meeting with Musk in May had gone badly, stood next to him looking more skeptical. Then Musk burst in carrying a sink and laughing. It was one of those visual puns that amuses him. "Let that sink in," he exclaimed. "Let's party on." Agrawal and Siegel smiled. Musk seemed amazed as he wandered around Twitter's headquarters, which was in a 10-story Art Deco former merchandise mart built in 1937. It had been renovated in a tech-hip style with coffee bars, yoga studio, fitness room, and game arcades. The cavernous ninth-floor cafe with a patio overlooking San Francisco's City Hall served free meals ranging from artisanal hamburgers to vegan salads. The signs on the restrooms said, "Gender diversity is welcome here," and as Musk poked through cabinets filled with stashes of Twitter-branded merchandise, he found T-shirts emblazoned with the words "Stay Woke," which he waved around as an example of the mindset that he believed had infected the company. In the second-floor conference facilities, which Musk commandeered as his base camp, there were long wooden tables filled with earthy snacks and 5 types of water, including bottles from Norway and cans of liquid death. "I drink tap water," Musk said when offered one. It was an ominous opening scene. One could smell a culture clash brewing, as if a hardscrabble cowboy had walked into a Starbucks. The issue was not merely the facilities. Between Twitterland and the Muskverse was a radical divergence in outlook that reflected 2 different mindsets about the American workplace. Twitter prided itself on being a friendly place where coddling was considered a virtue. "We were definitely very high empathy, very caring about inclusion and diversity. Everyone needs to feel safe here," says Leslie Berland, who was chief marketing and people officer until she was fired by Musk. The company had instituted a permanent work-from-home option and allowed a mental day of rest each month. One of the commonly used buzzwords at the company was psychological safety. Care was taken not to discomfort. Musk let loose a bitter laugh when he heard the phrase psychological safety. It made him recoil. He considered it to be the enemy of urgency, progress, orbital velocity. His preferred buzzword was hardcore. Discomfort, he believed, was a good thing. It was a weapon against the scourge of complacency. Vacations, flower-smelling, work-life balance, and days of mental rest were not his thing. Let that sink in. Very hot coffee. That Wednesday afternoon, even though he had not yet closed on his purchase, Musk held product review meetings. Tony Hale, a British director of product who had been a co-founder of a startup that tried to sell subscriptions to an online news bundle, asked about getting users to pay for journalism. Musk said he liked the idea of having easy, small payments a user could make to watch video or read a story. We want to build a way to have media makers get paid for their work, he said. He had privately come to the conclusion that Twitter's biggest competitor was going to be Substack, the online platform that journalists and others were using to publish content and get paid by users. During a break in the sessions, Musk decided to wander through the building to meet employees. His Twitter Sherpa looked nervous and told him that not many people were around because employees like to work from home. It was a Wednesday mid-afternoon, but the workspaces were almost deserted. Finally, when he got to the 10th floor espresso bar, he found a couple dozen employees looking hesitant and keeping their distance. With some encouragement from the Sherpa, they eventually gathered around. "Could you put it in the microwave and heat it up to super hot?" he asked when he got his coffee. "If it's not super hot, I chug it too fast." Esther Crawford, who led development of early-stage products, was eager to describe her ideas for a wallet on Twitter that could be used for making small payments. Musk suggested that the money in it could be in a high-yield account. "We need to make Twitter the #1 payment system in the world, like I wanted to do at X.com, he said. "If you have a wallet connected to a money market account, that's the key piece that makes the crystal glow." Also speaking up, though somewhat reticently, was a young mid-level engineer born in France named Ben Sanssouci. "Can I give you an idea in 19 seconds?" he asked. It was about ways to crowdsource moderation of hate speech. Musk interjected with his idea for giving each user a slider they could manipulate to determine the intensity of tweets they were shown. Some will want teddy bears and puppies, others will love combat and say, "Bring it all on." It wasn't quite the point Sanssouci was making, but when he started to follow up, a woman tried to say something and he did a surprising thing for a tech bro. He deferred to her. She asked the question that was hovering in the air. "Are you going to fire 75% of us?" Musk laughed and paused. "No, that number didn't come from me," he answered. "This unnamed sources bullshit has to stop. But we do face a challenge. We are headed to recession and revenue is below cost, so we have to find ways to bring in more money or reduce costs." It wasn't exactly a denial. Within 3 weeks, that 75% estimate would turn out to be accurate. When Musk got back down to the 2nd floor from the coffee bar, 3 of its conference rooms were filling up with a mercenary force of loyal engineers from Tesla and SpaceX who, at Musk's direction, were combing through Twitter's code and sketching org charts on the whiteboards to determine which employees were worth keeping. Another 2 rooms were occupied by his platoon of bankers and lawyers. They seemed girding for battle. "Have you spoken to Jack?" Gracias asked Musk. Twitter's co-founder and former CEO Jack Dorsey had been initially supportive of Musk buying the company, but in the past few weeks had become unnerved by the controversy and drama. Musk, he worried, was going to gut his baby. He wasn't sure he wanted to condone that. More significantly, he was balking at allowing his stock in Twitter to be rolled over into equity in the new Musk-controlled private company. If he didn't roll over his stock, it could be bad for Musk's financing plans. Musk had called him almost daily over the past week, reassuring Dorsey that he truly loved Twitter and wouldn't harm it. Finally, he made a deal with Dorsey. If he rolled over his stock, Musk would pledge to pay him full price in the future if he ever needed the money. "He's agreed to fully roll," Musk said. "We are still friends. He worries about liquidity in the future, so I gave him my word at $54.20. Late in the afternoon, Agrawal quietly walked into the second-floor lounge area and found Musk. They would be maneuvering like gladiators the next night, but at this moment both feigned casual collegiality. "Hi," Agrawal said gently. "How was your day?" "My brain is full," Musk answered. "It will take a night of sleep to turn the data into something." Chapter 82. The Takeover. Twitter, Thursday, October 27, 2022. The Closing Bell. The closing of the Twitter deal had been scheduled for Friday, October 28th. That's what Twitter's management thought, and that's what the public and Wall Street thought. An orderly transition had been carefully scripted for the opening of the stock market that morning. The money would transfer, the documents would be signed, the stock would be delisted, and Musk would be in control. That would provide a dual trigger, delisting of the stock and change of control, permitting Parag Agrawal and his top Twitter deputies to collect severance and have their stock options vest. But Musk did not want that, and he secretly hatched a plan with his team that would disrupt things. Throughout Thursday afternoon, he wandered in and out of a cramped conference room where Antonio Gracias, Alex Spiro, Jared Birchall, and a few others methodically planned a jiu-jitsu maneuver. They would force a fast close on Thursday night. If they timed everything right, Musk could fire Agrawal and other top Twitter executives for cause before their stock options could vest. It was somewhat audacious, even ruthless, but it was justified in Musk's mind because of the price he was paying and his conviction that Twitter's management had misled him. "There's $200 million differential in the cookie jar between closing tonight and doing it tomorrow morning," he told me late Thursday afternoon in the war room as the plan unfolded. In addition to extracting vengeance and saving some money, there was a gamesmanship that was driving Musk. The surprise finale would be dramatic like a well-timed strike in Polytopia. The field marshal for the Thursday night surprise closing was Musk's longtime lawyer Alex Spiro. An edgy and funny legal gunslinger, he was always eager for battle. He had become Musk's trusted advisor during the storms of 2018, when he helped him fend off the legal blowback from his pedo guy and take private tweets. Musk made it a rule to be wary of anyone whose confidence was greater than their competence. Spiro was extremely high in both categories, which made Musk value him, albeit sometimes watchfully. "We can't fire Parag until he signs the certificate, right?" Musk asked at one point. "I would rather fire them before the thing is consummated," Spiro replied. He checked with his colleagues and worked out options as they waited for the Federal Reserve reference numbers showing that funds had been transferred. At 4:12 p.m. Pacific Time, once they had confirmation that the money had transferred and the necessary documents had in fact been signed, Musk and his team pulled the trigger to close the deal. Jen Balahadia, a longtime Musk assistant who had been re-enlisted to help with the Twitter takeover, delivered at precisely that moment letters of dismissal to Agrawal, Ned Siegel, Vijaya Gadde, and General Counsel Sean Edgett. 6 minutes later, Musk's top security officer came in to say that all had been exited from the building and their access to email cut off. The instant email cutoff was part of the plan. Agrawal had his letter of resignation citing the change of control ready to send, but when his Twitter email was cut off, it took him a few minutes to get the document into a Gmail message. By that point, he had already been fired by Musk. "He tried to resign," Musk said. "But we beat him," Spiro replied. In an adjoining part of Twitter headquarters, the company was throwing a Halloween party, filled with farewell hugs, called Trick or Tweet. Birchall joked to the others in the war room, Ned Siegel came costumed as a CFO. In the nearby conference room, some of the SpaceX engineers were glued to a video stream on their computers. Just after 6 p.m., a Falcon 9 rocket lifted off from Vandenberg, carrying 52 Starlink satellites. Michael Grimes, the lead banker at Morgan Stanley, flew up from Los Angeles and arrived in the war room bearing gifts. The first was a montage showing historical defenses of free speech, beginning with John Milton in 1644 and culminating with Musk walking into Twitter headquarters and saying, "Let that sink in." He also brought a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle, the world's best bourbon, which his wife had received on her birthday. Small tastes were passed around, and then Musk signed the half-empty bottle for her. A few minutes later, he made his first product tweak. Until then, when people went to the Twitter.com site on the web, the first screen they saw was one instructing them to log in. Musk felt they should instead land on the Explore page, which showed what was hot and trending at that moment. A message was sent to the person in charge of the Explore page, a young engineer named Tejas Dharamsi, who happened to be flying back from a family visit to India. He sent back a message saying he would make the fix when he got to the office on Monday. Do it right now, he was told. So, using the Wi-Fi on the United flight, he got the change made that night. We had worked on many possible new features for years, but no one ever made decisions about them, he said later. Suddenly, we had this guy making rapid decisions. Musk was staying at the home of David Sachs. When he got back around 9 p.m., Ro Khanna, the local Democratic congressman, was there. Khanna is a techno-savvy advocate of free speech, but the conversation was not about Twitter. Instead, they discussed Tesla's role in bringing manufacturing back to America and the danger of not finding a diplomatic resolution to the war in Ukraine. It was an animated conversation lasting almost 2 hours. He had just come from closing the Twitter deal, and I was surprised that we didn't talk about it, Khanna says. He seemed to want to talk about other things. Chapter 83, The Three Musketeers. Twitter, October 26th through 30th, 2022. James, Andrew, and Ross. Mustering the young tech troops in the second-floor conference rooms that Thursday was a 29-year-old who looked eerily like Musk. James Musk, son of Errol's younger brother, had the same hair, toothy grin, hand-on-the-neck mannerisms, and flat South African accent as his first cousin. There was a sharpness to his mind and eyes, but it was leavened by a big smile, emotional alertness, and eagerness to please that were not part of Elon's repertoire. A hard-working software engineer on the autopilot team at Tesla, James became the nucleus of a small band of loyalist musketeers, coordinating the 36 Tesla and SpaceX engineers who descended like an expeditionary force on Twitter headquarters that week. Ever since he was 12, James had been avidly following Elon's adventures, and he regularly wrote him letters. Like Elon, he left South Africa on his own when he was just turning 18, and he spent a year bumming around the Riviera, working on yachts and staying in youth hostels. Afterward, he went to Berkeley and then joined Tesla just in time to be enlisted by Elon into the crazed 2017 surge at the Nevada battery factory. He then became part of the autopilot team developing the neural network planning path that analyzes video data from human drivers to learn how a self-driving car should behave. When Elon called in late October and voluntold him to come help with the impending Twitter takeover, James was momentarily reluctant. His girlfriend's birthday was that weekend, and they were traveling to be part of her best friend's wedding. But she understood that he needed to help his cousin. "You've got to be there," she told him. Joining him on the mission was his red-haired, shyer younger brother Andrew, a software engineer at Neuralink. As kids in South Africa, they were national-level cricket players as well as star engineering students. A half-generation younger than Elon and Kimball, they were not part of the youth gang that included the Rive brothers, Elon's cousins from his mother's side. Elon took Andrew and James under his wing when they left South Africa, paying for their college tuition and living expenses. Andrew went to UCLA, where he researched blockchain technology with the pioneer of Internet packet switching theory, Len Kleinrock. As if it were a genetic family trait, which it might have been, James and Andrew became addicted to the strategy game Polytopia. My ex-girlfriend hated me for it, Andrew says. Maybe that's why she's my ex-girlfriend. While on the Riviera, James was staying at a youth hostel in Genoa when another kid spied him eating peanut butter from a jar using 2 fingers. "Dude, that's disgusting," the kid said, laughing. That was how James met Ross Nordine, a skinny, floppy-haired computer whiz and wanderer from Wisconsin. After graduating from Michigan Tech, Ross became an itinerant code jockey, working remotely and indulging his wanderlust. I would meet people and say, "Where should I go next?" which is how I ended up in Genoa. In an example of the serendipity that happens to people who travel around, especially in rarefied places, Ross said he was applying for a job at SpaceX. "Oh, that's my cousin's company," James replied. Ross had run out of cash, so James invited him to stay at a house he and a friend had rented near Antibes. Ross slept on a pad outside. One evening they went to a nightclub in the fashionable village of Juan-les-Pins. James was chatting with a young woman when a man came up and said she was his girlfriend. They went outside, a fight ensued, and James, Ross, and their friend ran away. But they had left their jackets behind, so Ross was delegated to retrieve them. "They sent me back because I was the smallest and meekest-looking one," he says. On their way home, they were ambushed, threatened with a broken bottle, and chased until they jumped over a fence and hid in some bushes. This and other escapades bonded Ross and James. At a conference a year later, Ross met an executive who gave him a job at Palantir, the somewhat secretive data analytics and intelligence company co-founded by Peter Thiel, and Ross helped get James an internship there. Ross eventually ended up working on the autopilot team at Tesla with James. James, Andrew, and Ross became the 3 musketeers of Musk's takeover of Twitter, the kernel of a core that included 36 engineers from Tesla and SpaceX who gathered that week in the company's second-floor conference spaces to execute the transformation. The Musketeers' first mission, which was both audacious and somewhat awkward because they were still in their 20s, was to form an analysis unit that would assess the code-writing skills, productivity, and even the attitudes of more than 2,000 Twitter engineers and decide which of them, if any, should survive. Code graders. James and Andrew sat with their laptops at a small round table in the open space near the second-floor conference room that Musk had commandeered as his battlefield camp. X was nearby on the floor playing with 4 large Rubik's cubes. No, he could not actually solve the puzzle yet. He was only 2.5. It was Thursday, October 27th, the day Musk was rushing toward the surprise flash close of his takeover, but he found an hour to break away from his meetings to discuss with his cousins how to cull Twitter's engineering ranks. Joining them was another young engineer from the autopilot team, Deval Shroff, who had been one of the presenters on AI Day 2. James, Andrew, and Deval had access on their laptops to the entire trove of code that had been written at Twitter over the past year. "Do a search to see who's done 100 lines of code or more in the last month," Musk told them. "I want you to go through the directory and see who's committing code." His plan was to lay off most of the engineers while retaining the really good ones. "Let's figure out who did a non-trivial amount of coding, then within that group, who did the best coding," he said. It was a mammoth task, made more difficult because they did not have the code in a format that made it easy to determine who made each insertion or deletion. James had an idea. He and Duvall had met a young Twitter software engineer at a conference in San Francisco a few days earlier. His name was Ben. James called his number, put him on speakerphone, and started peppering him with questions. "I have the list of everyone's insertions and deletions," Ben said. "Can you send it?" James asked. They spent time figuring out how to use a Python script and pruning techniques to get it to transfer faster. Then Musk broke in. "Thanks for helping, man," he said. There was a long pause. "Elon?" Ben asked. He seemed a little awed that his incoming boss was spending time digging through the source code on the day of the closing. Hearing his French accent, I realized he was the same Ben Sanssouci, who had asked Musk about content moderation at the coffee bar visit. An engineer by demeanor, he wasn't a natural networker, but he was suddenly being swept into the inner circle. It was a testament to the value of serendipity and of showing up in person. The following morning, with Twitter now officially in Musk's hands, the Musketeers went to the 9th floor where the cafe was serving free breakfast. Ben was there, and along with a couple of other Tesla engineers, they went on to the sunny patio overlooking City Hall. There were a dozen tables surrounded by playful furnishings, but no one else from Twitter was around. When James, Andrew, and Ross described how their layoff lists were progressing, Ben was not afraid to speak his mind. "In my experience, individuals are important, but the teams are also important," he said. "Instead of just singling out good coders, I think it would be useful to find the teams that work really well together." Duvall processed this information and agreed. "Me and James and the people on our autopilot team are always sitting together, and the ideas flow real fast, and what we do as a team is better than what any one of us could do," he said. Andrew noted that was why Musk favored in-person rather than remote work. Again, Ben was willing to disagree. "I believe in coming in, and I do," he said. "But I'm a programmer and can't be good if I get interrupted every hour. So sometimes I don't come in. Perhaps hybrid is best." In charge. In the halls of Twitter, as well as at Tesla and SpaceX and on Wall Street, there was talk about whether Musk would tap someone to help him run the company. That first day as owner, he secretly met with one possibility: Kayvon Beckpour, the co-founder of the video streaming app Periscope, which was acquired and then killed by Twitter. Beckpour had become president of product development at Twitter, but was fired by Agrawal earlier in 2022 without explanation. Their conversation in Musk's conference room, which also included tech investor Scott Belsky, showed a real mind meld. "I have an idea on the ads," Beckpour suggested. "Ask people who subscribe what their interests are and offer to personalize their experience. You could make it a benefit of subscribing." "Yeah, and advertisers would love that," Musk said. "Also, a downvote button for tweets," Beckpour said. "You need some negative user signal that can feed into rankings." "Only paid and verified users should be allowed to do a downvote," Musk said, "because otherwise you could be subject to a bot attack." At the end of the conversation, Musk made Beckpour a casual offer. "Why don't you come back to work here?" he asked. "It seems like you love it." He then laid out his whole vision of making Twitter a financial and content platform, with all the elements he had envisioned for X.com. "Well, I'm conflicted," Beckpour responded. "I look up to you. I've purchased every product you ever created. Let me get back to you." It was clear, however, that Musk was not going to cede much control, just as he hadn't at his other companies. A month later, I asked Beckpour what he concluded. "I just don't see a role for me," he said. "Elon is passionate about directly driving engineering and product himself." Musk was in no hurry to bring in anyone else to run Twitter right away, even after he conducted an online poll that said he should. He even dispensed with having a chief financial officer. He wanted it to be his playground. At SpaceX, he had at least 15 direct reports, and at Tesla there were about 20. At Twitter, he told his team he was willing to have more than 20. And he decreed that they and the most dedicated engineers should all work in a huge open workspace on the 10th floor, where he would deal with them directly each day and night. Round 1. Musk had tasked his young musketeers to develop a strategy for making deep cuts in the bloated engineering ranks, and they had been scouring the code base to assess who was excellent and all in. At 6 p.m. on Friday, October 28th, 24 hours after the closing, Musk gathered them and 36 other trusted mercenaries from Tesla and SpaceX to begin implementing the plan. Twitter now has 2,500 software engineers, Musk told them. If each wrote only 3 lines of code per day, a ridiculously low bar, that should make 3 million lines a year, which is enough for a whole operating system. This is not happening. Something is deeply amiss. I feel like I'm in a comedy show here. Product managers who don't know anything about coding keep ordering up features they don't know how to create, James said, like cavalry generals who don't know how to ride a horse. It was a line Musk himself often used. I'm going to set a rule, Musk decreed. We have 150 engineers doing autopilot. I want to get down to that number at Twitter. Even granting Musk's view of the low productivity at Twitter, a layoff of more than 90% of the engineers made most at the table flinch. Milan Kovac, now less intimidated by Musk than he was in the early Optimus days, explained why more were necessary. Alex Spiro, the lawyer, also urged caution. He felt that some jobs at Twitter did not require genius computer skills. I don't understand why every single person that works at a social media company has to have 160 IQ and work 20 hours a day, he argued. Some people need to be good at selling, others need the emotional skills of good managers, and some are merely uploading user videos and don't have to be superstars. Plus, cutting to the bone risked having the system fail if anyone got sick or fed up. Musk did not agree. He wanted deep cuts not only for financial reasons, but also because he wanted a hardcore, fanatic work culture. He was willing, indeed eager, to take risks and fly without a net. James, Andrew, Ross, and Duvall began meeting with Twitter's managers and asking them to meet Musk's targets of getting rid of up to 90% of their employees. They were pretty unhappy, Duvall says. They argued that the company would just crash. He and the other musketeers had a standard response. Elon has asked for this, and this is how he operates, so we have to come up with a plan. On Sunday night, October 30th, James sent Musk the official list that he and the other musketeers had made of the best engineers who should be retained. The others could be let go. Musk was ready to pull the trigger immediately. If the layoffs were executed before November 1st, the company would not have to pay the bonuses and option grants that were due then. But Twitter's human resource managers pushed back. They wanted to vet the list for diversity. Musk dismissed that suggestion, but he was given pause by another of their warnings. The firings, if done summarily, would trigger fines for breach of contract and violations of California's employment laws. That would cost millions of dollars more than waiting until after the contracted bonuses. Musk reluctantly agreed to delay the mass firings until November 3rd. They were announced that night in an unsigned email. In an effort to place Twitter on a healthy path, we will go through the difficult process of reducing our global workforce. About half of the company's employees worldwide, and close to 90% of some infrastructure teams were let go. Their access to company computers and email immediately switched off. He also fired most of the human resource managers. And that was just round 1 in what would be a 3-round bloodbath. Chapter 84. Content Moderation. Twitter, October 27 through 30th, 2022. Council of One. The musician and fashion designer Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, was a friend of Musk, sort of, in that odd way that the word is sometimes applied to celebrity party pals who share energy and limelight but little intimacy. Musk gave Ye a tour of the SpaceX factory in Los Angeles in 2011. A decade later, Ye paid a visit to Starbase in South Texas, and Musk went to his Donda 2 party in Miami. They had certain traits in common, including being unfiltered, and they were both thought to be half crazy, though in Ye's case that description would eventually seem to be only half right. Kanye's belief in himself and his incredible tenacity got him to where he is today, Musk said in Time in 2015. He fought for his place in the cultural pantheon with a purpose. He's not afraid of being judged or ridiculed in the process. Musk could have been describing himself. Early in October, a few weeks before Musk closed the Twitter deal, Ye and his models wore White Lives Matter t-shirts at a fashion show, which spun into a social media firestorm culminating with a tweet from Ye proclaiming, "When I wake up, I'm going to DEFCON 3 on Jewish people." Twitter then banned him. A couple of days later, Musk tweeted, "Talked to Ye today and expressed my concerns about his recent tweet, which I think he took to heart." But the musician remained banned. Ye's Twitter saga would end up teaching Musk a series of lessons about the complexity of free speech and the downsides of impulsive policymaking. Alongside the layoff decisions, the issue of content moderation dominated Musk's first week at Twitter. He had been waving the banner of free speech, but he was learning that his views were too simplistic. On social media, a lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is still putting on its shoes. Disinformation was a problem, as were crypto scams, fraud, and hate speech. There was also a financial problem. Jittery advertisers did not want their brands to be in a toxic speech cesspool. In early October, a few weeks before he was due to take over Twitter, Musk had raised in one of our conversations the idea of creating a content moderation council that would decide these issues. He wanted diverse voices on it from around the world, and he described the type of members he had in mind. "I won't make any decisions about who to reinstate until the council is up and running," he told me. He made that pledge publicly on Friday, October 28th, the day after his Twitter purchase closed. "No major content decisions or account reinstatements will happen before that council convenes," he tweeted. But it was not in his nature to cede control. He had already begun diluting the idea. The council's opinions would be purely advisory, he told me. I have to make the ultimate calls. As he wandered among the meeting rooms that afternoon discussing layoffs and product features, it was clear that he was losing interest in creating the council. When I asked him if he had decided who might be on it, he said, "No, it's not really a priority now." Yoel Roth. When Musk fired Twitter's chief legal officer, Vijaya Gadde, the task of dealing with content moderation and the equally difficult task of dealing with Musk fell to a somewhat academic but cheerful, fresh-faced 35-year-old named Yoel Roth. It was an awkward fit. Roth was a left-leaning Democrat who had left a trail of anti-Republican tweets. "I've never donated to a presidential campaign before, but I just gave $100 to Hillary for America," he posted in 2016, the year after he joined the company's trust and safety team. "We can't F around anymore." On Election Day 2016, he mocked Trump supporters by tweeting, "I'm just saying we fly over those states that voted for a racist tangerine for a reason." After Trump became president, he tweeted, "Actual Nazis in the White House," and he called Mitch McConnell a personality-free bag of farts. Nevertheless, Roth had a combination of optimism and eagerness that caused him to hope that he could work with Musk. They first met on the crazed Thursday afternoon when Musk was pulling off the flash closing of his Twitter deal. At 5 p.m., Roth's phone rang. "Hi, this is Yoni," the caller said. "Can you please come over to the second floor? We need to talk." Roth did not know who Yoni was, but he headed through the forlorn Halloween party that was underway and arrived at the big open space of the conference areas where Musk, his bankers, and the musketeers were bustling about. There he was greeted by Yoni Ramon, a short, energetic, long-haired Tesla information security engineer originally from Israel. "I'm Israeli myself, so I could tell he was Israeli," Roth says, "but otherwise I had no idea who he was." Musk had given Ramon the task of preventing any disgruntled Twitter employees from sabotaging the service. "Elon is absolutely paranoid, and with reason, that some angry employee is going to disrupt things," he told me just before Roth arrived. "He's made it my job to stop it." When they sat at a table in the open area near the buffet of bottled waters, Ramon began by asking Roth with no explanation, "How do I get access to Twitter's tools?" It was still unclear to Roth who this guy was. "There's a lot of restrictions on who gets access to Twitter tools," he replied. "There's a lot of privacy considerations." "Well, there's been a corporate transition," Ramon said. "I work for Elon and we need to secure things. At least show me what the tools look like." Roth thought that was reasonable. He pulled out his laptop and showed Ramon the content moderation tools that Twitter used and recommended some measures they could take to guard against an insider threat. "Can you be trusted?" Ramon suddenly said, looking Roth in the eye. Roth, taken aback by the earnestness, said yes. "Okay, I'm going to go and get Elon," Ramon said. A minute later, Musk emerged from the war room where the deal had just closed, sat at one of the round tables in the lounge, and asked for a demonstration of the security tools. Roth pulled up Musk's own account and showed what Twitter's tools could do with it. "Access to those tools should be restricted to just one person for now," Musk said. "I did that yesterday," Roth replied. "The one person is me." Musk nodded silently. He seemed to like how Roth was handling things. He then asked Roth for the names of 10 people you would trust with your life who should be given access to the highest level tools. Roth said he would make a list. Musk stared him in the eye. "I mean trust with your life," he said, "because if they do something wrong, they're fired, and you're fired, and your entire team is fired." Roth thought to himself that he was familiar with how to deal with that type of boss. He nodded and headed back to his office. The bee in his bonnet. The first sign of trouble for Yoel Roth came the next morning, Friday, when he got a text from Yoni Ramon saying that Musk wanted to reinstate the Babylon Bee, a conservative humor site that Musk liked. The site had been banned under Twitter's misgendering policy for satirically anointing Rachel Levine, a transgender woman in the Biden administration, Man of the Year. Roth was familiar with Musk's mercurial reputation, so he expected him to pop some impulsive decision at some point. He thought it would be about Trump, but his request to reinstate the Babylon Bee raised the same issue. Roth's goal was to prevent Musk from doing reinstatements unilaterally in an arbitrary manner. In other words, he was hoping to prevent Musk from being Musk. Roth had met that morning with Musk's lawyer, Alex Spiro, who was now managing policy issues. "If you ever need something or anything crazy comes up, call me directly," Spiro told him. So Roth did. After explaining Twitter's misgendering policy and saying that the Babylon Bee refused to delete the offending tweet, Roth said there were 3 options: keep the bee banned, get rid of the rule against misgendering, or simply reinstate the bee arbitrarily without wringing hands about policies and precedents. Spiro, who knew how Musk operated, chose option 3. "Why can't he just do that?" he asked. "Well, he can," Roth conceded. "He bought the company, and he can make whatever decisions he wants. But that could cause problems. What do we do when another user does the same thing and our rules are enforced? You have a consistency problem." "Okay then, should we change the policy?" Spiro asked. "You can do that," Roth answered, "but you should know this is a major culture war issue." There was a lot of advertiser concern about how Musk was going to handle content moderation. If the very first thing that he does is remove Twitter's hateful conduct policy related to misgendering, I don't believe it will go well. Spiro thought about it, then said, "We need to talk to Elon about this." As they were leaving the room, Roth got another message. Elon wants to reinstate Jordan Peterson. Peterson, a Canadian psychologist and author, had been suspended from Twitter earlier in the year for insisting on referring to a transgender male celebrity as a woman. Musk stepped out of one of the conference rooms an hour later to meet with Roth and Spiro. They stood in the public snack bar area with people milling around, which made Roth uncomfortable, but he launched into the issue of random reinstatements. "Well, what about the concept of a presidential pardon?" Musk asked. "That's in the Constitution, right?" Roth, who could not tell if he was joking, conceded that Musk had the right to issue random pardons, but asked, "What if somebody else does the same thing?" "We're not changing the rules, we're granting them a pardon," Musk replied. "But on social media it doesn't exactly work that way," said Roth. "People test the rules, especially on this issue, and they're going to want to know if Twitter's policy has changed." Musk paused for a while and decided to back off a bit. He was familiar with the issue. His own child had transitioned. "Look, I want to be clear. I don't think misgendering people is cool, but it's not sticks and stones, like if you threaten to kill somebody." Roth was again pleasantly surprised. "I actually agreed with him," he says. "Even though I had a reputation of being the censorship brigade, it was actually my long-standing view that Twitter removed too much speech when there were other less invasive options available." Roth put his laptop on a counter to show some ideas he was developing to put warning messages on tweets rather than deleting them or banning users. Musk nodded enthusiastically. "That sounds like exactly what we should do," he said. "These problem tweets shouldn't show up in search. They shouldn't show up in your timeline, but if you navigate to somebody's profile, maybe you see them." For more than a year, Roth had been working on such a plan for downplaying the reach of certain tweets and users. He saw it as a way to avoid banning controversial users outright. "One of the biggest areas I'd love to research is non-removal policy interventions like disabling engagements and de-amplification visibility filtering," he wrote in a Slack message to his Twitter team in early 2021. Ironically, when that message emerged as part of Musk's transparency data dump known as the Twitter Files in December 2022, it was seen as a smoking gun confirmation that conservatives had been subjected to shadow banning by liberals at Twitter. Musk approved Roth's idea of using visibility filtering to de-amplify problematic tweets and users as an alternative to permanent bans. He also agreed to hold off on reinstating the Babylon Bee or Jordan Peterson. Instead, Roth suggested, "Why don't we take a couple of days to build a version of what this de-amplification system could be?" Musk nodded. "I can do this for you by Monday," Roth promised. "Sounds good," Musk said. Sachs and Calacanis. Yoel Roth was having lunch with his husband the next day, a Saturday, when he got a call telling him to come to the office. David Sachs and Jason Calacanis wanted to ask him some questions. "You should do it," a friend at Twitter advised, knowing the importance of those two. So he drove from Berkeley, where he lived, across the bay to Twitter headquarters. Musk was staying that week at Sachs's 5-story house in San Francisco's Pacific Heights. They had known each other since their days at PayPal. Even back then, Sachs was an outspoken libertarian and free speech advocate. His disdain for wokeness pushed him toward the right, though with a populist nationalist edge that made him a skeptic of American interventionism. At a 50th birthday dinner for internet entrepreneur and fellow libertarian Sky Dayton in Tuscany in 2021, Sachs and Musk discussed how big tech companies were colluding to restrict free speech online. Sachs had a populist take, arguing that a speech cartel of corporate elites was weaponizing censorship to keep down outsiders. Grimes pushed back, but Musk generally sided with Sachs. He had not focused much on speech and censorship until then, but the issue resonated with his growing anti-woke sentiments. When Musk took over Twitter, Sachs became a fixture there, helping to coordinate meetings and offering advice. His friend and poker buddy Jason Calacanis, with whom he did a weekly podcast, was a Brooklyn-born internet startup jockey and eager beaver Musk sidekick. He had a boyish enthusiasm that contrasted with Sachs's dour reticence, and he was more politically moderate. When Musk made his first moves on Twitter in April, Calacanis texted his excitement about helping. "Board member, advisor, whatever, you have my sword," he wrote. "Put me in the game, coach. Twitter's CEO is my dream job." His eagerness occasionally drew a brushback from Musk, such as when he created a financial special-purpose vehicle to line up investments in Musk's Twitter bid. "What is going on with you marketing an SPV to randos?" Musk texted. "This is not okay." Calacanis apologized and backed off. "This deal has just captured the world's imagination in an unimaginable way. It's bonkers. I'm ride or die, brother. I'd jump on a grenade for you." When Roth arrived at headquarters to see Sachs and Calacanis, a crisis was unfolding. Twitter was being inundated with racist and anti-Semitic posts. Musk had declared his opposition to censorship, and now swarms of trolls and provocateurs were testing the limits. Use of the N-word went up 500% in the 12 hours after Musk took control. Unfettered free speech, the new team quickly discovered, had a downside. Roth knew that Sachs had read the stories about his leftward leanings, so he was surprised at how polite and solicitous he was. They discussed the data about the hateful onslaught and what tools they had to deal with it. Roth explained that most were not from individual users expressing personal opinions. Instead, most were the result of organized troll and bot assaults. "It was clearly a coordinated thing," Roth says, "not just actual people being more racist." After about an hour, Musk wandered into the conference room. "So what's going on with this racist stuff?" he asked. "It's a troll campaign," Roth said. "Burn that stuff down right away," Musk said. "Nuke it." Roth was thrilled. He thought Musk would oppose any attempts at moderation. "Hate speech has no place on Twitter," Musk continued, as if making a pronouncement for the record. "Can't do it." Calacanis told Roth that he was very good at explaining the situation. "Why don't you post some tweets about it?" he asked. So Roth posted a thread. "We've been focused on addressing the surge in hateful conduct on Twitter," he wrote. "More than 50,000 tweets repeatedly using a particular slur came from just 300 accounts. Nearly all of these accounts are inauthentic. We've taken action to ban the users involved in this trolling campaign." Musk retweeted Roth's posts and added his own that was intended to reassure advertisers who were starting to flee Twitter. "To be super clear," he tweeted, "we have not yet made any changes to Twitter's content moderation policies." As he does with people he considers his inner circle, Musk began texting Roth regularly with questions and suggestions. Even when a spate of new stories appeared rehashing Roth's leftist tweets from 5 years earlier, Musk supported him, both privately and publicly. "He told me that he thought some of my old tweets were funny, and he was genuinely supportive even though a lot of conservatives were calling for my head," Roth says. Musk even responded to one conservative on Twitter with a defense of Roth. "We've all made some questionable tweets, me more than most, but I want to be clear that I support Yoel. he wrote. My sense is that he has high integrity, and we are all entitled to our political beliefs. Even though Musk had not quite figured out how to pronounce his name, Yoel, it seemed like this might be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Chapter 85, Halloween. Twitter, October 2022. New York visit. Just as Yoel Roth's relationship with Musk seemed to be going surprisingly well, his husband turned to him in the late morning on Sunday, October 30th, and asked, "What the fuck is this?" The question reminded Roth of the Trump days when each morning he'd wake up and brace himself for what was tweeted. In this case, it was a tweet by Musk about an attack by a hammer-wielding intruder on Paul Pelosi, the 82-year-old husband of the Speaker of the House. Hillary Clinton had posted a tweet that blamed people who spread hate and deranged conspiracy theories for such violence. Musk responded by linking to a right-wing conspiracy site that falsely suggested, without offering any evidence, that Pelosi might have been hurt in a dispute with a male prostitute. Musk commented, "There is a tiny possibility there might be more to this story than meets the eye." Musk's tweet showed his growing tendency, like his father, to read wacky fake news sites purveying conspiracy theories, a problem that Twitter had writ large. He quickly deleted the tweet, apologized, and later said privately that it was one of his dumbest mistakes. It was also a costly one. "It's definitely going to be a problem with advertisers," Roth texted Alex Spiro. Musk had begun to realize that creating a good venue for advertisers conflicted with his plans to open the aperture to more raucous free speech. A few days earlier, he wrote a Dear Twitter Advertisers letter promising, "Twitter obviously cannot become a free-for-all hellscape where anything can be said with no consequences." But his Paul Pelosi tweet undermined that pledge by exemplifying what advertisers disliked about Twitter. It could be a cesspool of falsehoods and weaponized disinformation that people, including Musk, spread in impulsive and reckless ways. Advertising accounted for 90% of Twitter's revenue. It was already declining due to an ad recession, but after Musk took over, it began to fall much faster. It would tumble by more than half in the next 6 months. Late that Sunday night, Musk flew to New York City to meet with Twitter's ad sales team and try to reassure advertisers and their agencies. He brought X with him, and they arrived around 3 a.m. at May's Greenwich Village apartment. He did not like hotels or being alone. Later that morning, both May and X went with him to Twitter's Manhattan headquarters, serving as shields and emotional support companions for what were destined to be tense meetings. Musk has an intuitive feel for engineering issues, but his neural nets have trouble when dealing with human feelings, which is what made his Twitter purchase such a problem. He thought of it as a technology company, when in fact it was an advertising medium based on human emotions and relationships. He knew he had to be solicitous on his New York trip, but he was angry. "There's been an aggressive campaign against me ever since the deal was announced in April," he told me. "Activist groups have been pushing to stop advertisers from signing deals." The meetings that Monday did little to reassure advertisers. As his mother watched and X played, Musk spoke in a dull monotone, first to his sales staff and then on calls with the advertising community. "I want Twitter to be interesting to a broad number of people, maybe someday 1 billion, he said in one of these conversations. "That goes hand in hand with safety. If you are hit with a barrage of hate speech or get attacked, you're going to leave." At each meeting, he was asked about his Paul Pelosi tweet. "I am who I am," he said at one point, which was not actually reassuring to any of his listeners who somehow hoped otherwise. "My Twitter account is an extension of me personally, and, I'm going to tweet some things that are going to be stupid, and I'm going to make mistakes." He said it not with an aw-shucks humility, but instead with a cold diffidence. On one of the Zoom calls, some of the advertisers could be seen folding their arms or signing off. "What the fuck?" one of them muttered. Twitter was supposed to be a billion-dollar business, not an extension of Elon Musk's flaws and quirks. The next day, many of Twitter's top executives who were trusted by the advertising community quit or were fired, most notably Leslie Berland, Jean-Philippe Mayhew, and Sarah Personette. More major brands and advertising agencies announced their intention to pause Twitter advertising, or just did so quietly. Sales fell 80% for the month. Musk's messages moved from reassuring to cajoling to threatening. Twitter has had a massive drop in revenue due to activist groups pressuring advertisers, even though nothing has changed with content moderation, and we did everything we could to appease the activists, he tweeted after the meetings. They're trying to destroy free speech in America. Space Commanders. Halloween is one of Musk's favorite holidays, a chance for serious role-playing games. Another reason he had flown to New York, in addition to appeasing advertisers, was that he had promised to accompany his mother to the model Heidi Klum's annual Halloween party, which featured over-the-top costumes paraded on a red carpet to delight paparazzi. Musk did not get back to May's apartment from his advertising meetings until 9 p.m., at which point she and a friend helped strap him into a red and black leather body armor Devil's Champion costume that she had procured. Even though they were ushered into a VIP area, they hated the party. May found it too loud, and Elon was annoyed that everyone was trying to take selfies with him. So they left after 10 minutes. But Musk did change his Twitter profile picture to one of him in the Devil's Champion body armor. He figured it suited his current situation. The next morning, he got up early so that he could watch with his mother and son the live stream of a Falcon Heavy liftoff, the first time in 3 years that SpaceX's 27-engine rocket had been launched. Then he flew to Washington for a ceremony marking a change of top generals at the U.S. Space Command. Despite the tensions he had with the Biden administration, Musk was still warmly embraced by the Pentagon, especially because SpaceX was the only American entity capable of sending major military satellites and crews into orbit. During the ceremony, he was singled out by General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. "What he symbolizes," Milley said, "is the combination of the civil and military cooperation and teamwork that makes the United States the most powerful country in space." Chapter 86, Blue Checks. Twitter, November 2nd through 10th, 2022. Thermonuclear. Yoel Roth and most of the content moderation team had survived round 1 of the layoffs and firings. Given the battle against racist trolling and the revolt among advertisers, it seemed prudent not to decimate that team right away. "I cut a very small number of roles that I thought were non-essential, but nobody pressured me to fire people," Roth says. That day he tweeted a reassurance to advertisers that the company's core moderation capabilities remain in place. He finished crafting the new misgendering policy he had promised Musk. The plan was to put a warning on any offending tweet, lower its visibility, and not let it be retweeted. Musk approved. Musk then suggested an additional idea for content moderation. Twitter had a little-known feature called Birdwatch. It allowed users to put corrections or contextual statements on tweets they found false. Musk loved the idea, but hated the name. "From now on, we're calling it Community Notes," he said. It appealed to him as a way to avoid censoring things and instead, as he put it, let collective humanity start a conversation and negotiate whether it was true or false. Advertisers had been pulling away for a week, but by Friday, November 4th, the exodus was flowing faster. Part of the reason was a boycott led by online activists who were urging companies such as Oreo cookies to remove their ads. Musk threatened to go after advertisers who succumbed to pressure. A thermonuclear name and shame is exactly what will happen if this continues, he tweeted. That evening, Musk went into demon mode. Most people at Twitter, including Roth, had seen him be arbitrary and insensitive at times, but they had not been exposed to the cold fury of his trance-like darkest persona, nor learned how to ride out the storm. He called Roth and ordered him to stop users from urging advertisers to boycott Twitter. This did not, of course, align with his professed fealty to free speech, but Musk's anger takes on a moral righteousness that can brush away inconsistencies. Twitter is a good thing, he told Roth. It is morally right for it to exist. These people are doing something immoral. The users who were pressuring advertisers to boycott Twitter were engaged in blackmail, he said, and should be banned. Roth was appalled. There was no rule on Twitter against advocating boycotts. It was done all the time. Indeed, it was the type of advocacy Roth felt that made Twitter important. Plus, there was the Barbra Streisand effect, named after the singer sued a photographer for posting a photo of her home, thus causing the photo to get 1,000 times more attention. Banning tweets that called for an advertising boycott would increase awareness of the boycott. I think tonight is the night I'm going to have to quit, Roth told his husband. After exchanging a few text messages, Musk called Roth on the phone. It's unfair, he said. It's blackmail. Those tweets are not a violation of our rules, Roth replied. If you remove them, it's going to backfire. The conversation lasted for 15 minutes and did not go well. After Roth made his case, Musk started talking quickly, and it was clear he wanted no pushback. He didn't raise his voice, which made his anger feel even more menacing. Musk's authoritarian side unnerved Roth. I'm changing Twitter policy right now, he declared. Blackmail is prohibited as of right now. Ban it, ban them. Let me see what I can find out, Roth said. He was trying to buy time. I was like, I need to get the fuck off the phone, Roth recalls. Roth called Robin Wheeler, who had quit as Twitter's head of advertising sales, but been lured back by Musk and Jared Birchall. You know how this works, Roth told her. If we ban an activist campaign, that is a great way to make it take off even more. Wheeler agreed. Don't do anything, she told Roth. I'll text Elon too, and then he'll hear it from multiple people. The next thing that Roth heard from Musk was a question about a totally different subject. What was happening with the elections in Brazil? He and I suddenly went back to having normal interactions where he's asking questions and I'm giving him answers, Roth says. Musk had moved on from demon mode. His mind had switched to other things, and he never mentioned the advertising boycott again or followed up on his orders. Henry Kissinger once quoted an aide saying that the Watergate scandal had happened because some damn fool went into the Oval Office and did what Nixon told him to do. Those around Musk knew how to ride out his periods of demon mode. Roth later described the encounter in a conversation with Birchall. Yeah, Birchall told him. That happens with Elon. You need to just ignore it and don't do what he says. Then, later on, go back to him after he has processed the inputs. Twitter blue check marks. Subscriptions were a key part of Musk's plans for Twitter. He called it Twitter Blue. Already, blue checkmarks were available to celebrities and officials who went through a process or pulled strings to get Twitter to deem them notable enough. Musk's idea was to create a new authentication badge for anyone willing to pay a monthly fee. Jason Calacanis and others suggested it would be elitist to have different marks for those who had been knighted as notables and those who paid, so Musk decided that both categories would get the same blue checkmark. Twitter Blue would serve many purposes. First, it would cut back on troll farms and bot armies, because only one verified account would be permitted on any one credit card and phone. Second, it would be a new revenue stream. It would also get a user's credit card information into the system, enabling Twitter someday to become the broader financial services and payments platform that Musk envisioned. and it could help solve the hate speech and scam issues. He asked to have it ready by Monday, November 7th. They succeeded in getting the engineering done, but even before the launch, they realized they had a human problem. Thousands of pranksters, scam artists, and provocateurs would be looking for ways to game the verification system, get a blue check, and then change their profiles to impersonate someone else. Roth presented a 7-page memo describing the dangers. He pushed to delay the new feature at least until after the November 8th midterm elections in the U.S. Musk understood the issue and agreed to a 2-day delay. He gathered product manager Esther Crawford and 20 engineers around his conference table at midday on November 7th to emphasize the importance of preventing people from messing with Twitter Blue. There will be a massive attack, he warned. There's going to be a swarm of bad actors who will test the defenses. They will try to impersonate me and others, and then go to the press, which will want to destroy us. It will be World War III over the blue check marks, so we have to do everything possible to not have this be a total exploding egg-on-the-face situation. When one of the engineers tried to raise another issue, Musk shut him down. "Don't even think about it right now," he said. "There is only one priority, stopping the massive impersonation onslaught that's going to happen." One problem was that this required humans as well as lines of code. Musk had laid off 50% of the staff and 80% of the outside contractors who worked on vetting users. Antonio Gracias, who was helping to enforce tighter budgets, had ordered Roth to drastically reduce spending on moderators. When Twitter Blue began rolling out on the morning of Wednesday, November 9th, the impersonation problem was as bad as Musk and Roth had feared. There was a tsunami of fake accounts with blue checks pretending to be famous politicians, and worse yet, big advertisers. One purporting to be the drug maker Eli Lilly tweeted, "We are excited to announce insulin is free now." The company's stock price fell more than 4% in an hour. A Coca-Cola impersonator said, "If this gets 1,000 retweets, we will put cocaine back in Coca-Cola." It did, but Coke didn't. A Nintendo imposter showed Mario flipping the bird, nor was Tesla spared. "Our cars do not respect school zone speed limits. Fuck them kids," read one tweet from a blue-checked account purporting to be Tesla. Another tweeted, "Breaking, a second Tesla has hit the World Trade Center." For a few hours, Musk kept pushing forward, issuing new rules and making threats about impersonators. But the following day, he decided to suspend the entire Twitter Blue experiment for a few weeks. Return to work. While the Twitter Blue rollout was turning into a Hindenburg-level flameout, Musk went into crisis mode. Sometimes crises energize him. They make him happy and excited. Not this time. That Wednesday and Thursday he became dark, angry, resentful, and churlish. Part of it was Twitter's increasingly dire financial situation. When he made his buyout offer in April, Twitter was basically cash neutral. But now, in addition to the drop in advertising revenue, it had to service the interest on more than $12 billion in debt. "This is one of the most terrifying financial pictures I have ever seen," he said. "I think we may see in excess of a $2 billion shortfall of cash next year." To be able to tide Twitter over, he sold another $4 billion of his Tesla stock. That Wednesday night he sent an email to Twitter staff. "There is no way to sugarcoat the message," he began. "Frankly, the economic picture ahead is dire." As he had done before at Tesla and SpaceX and even Neuralink, he threatened to shut down the business, even declare bankruptcy if they didn't turn things around. Success would require a complete change in the company's mellow, easygoing, and nurturing culture. The road ahead is arduous and will require intense work. Most notably, this meant reversing Twitter's policy announced by Jack Dorsey early in the pandemic and reaffirmed by Parag Agrawal in 2022, that employees could work at home forever. "Remote work is no longer allowed," Musk declared. Starting tomorrow, everyone is required to be in the office for a minimum of 40 hours per week. His new policy was partly motivated by his belief that being together in an office facilitated the flow of ideas and energy. People are way more productive when they're in person because the communication is much better, he told a hastily gathered employee meeting in the 9th floor cafe. But the policy also arose from his personal work ethic. When one of the employees at the meeting asked why it was necessary to come into the office if most of the people they dealt with were based elsewhere, Musk got angry. "Let me be crystal clear," he began slowly and coldly. "If people do not return to the office when they are able to return to the office, they cannot remain at the company. End of story. If you can show up in an office and you do not show up at the office, resignation accepted. End of story." The Apple issue. In addition to the problems with impersonations, Yoel Roth realized there was another problem for Twitter Blue. Apple. Musk's plan was that users would sign up on their iPhones using the Twitter app. Twitter would get the $8, and it would also get data from Apple verifying the user's name and other information, including, Musk assumed, their credit card number. The problem was that nobody bothered to fucking check if Apple would share this information, Roth says. Apple had a firm policy regarding apps. It took a 30% cut of any payments made for an app or for purchases inside an app. What was even more onerous, Apple would not share user data. Any service that tried to violate these rules would be yanked from Apple's App Store. It justified the policy on privacy and safety grounds. If you were on your iPhone and made a purchase, Apple would keep private your data and credit card information. "This is not going to work," Roth said when he got Elon on the phone. "The fundamental premise of Twitter Blue is flawed when it comes to the iPhone." Musk was annoyed. Though he understood Apple's policies, he assumed that Twitter could work around them. "Have you called somebody at Apple?" he asked. "Just call Apple and tell them to give you the data you need." Roth was taken aback. If a mid-level employee like himself called Apple and asked them to change their policies on information privacy, they would, as he put it, tell me to go fuck myself. Musk insisted the problem was fixable. "If I need to call Apple, I'll call Apple," he said. "I'll call Tim Cook if I have to." Yoel Roth resigns. That conversation was the final straw for Roth. The business model for Twitter Blue was imperiled given the constraints imposed by Apple. The issue of blue-checked impersonators was impossible to control immediately because Musk had laid off most of the human moderators. Musk's authoritarian outbursts continued to be unnerving, and he was demanding a list of more people to be laid off. Roth had told himself he would stay through the November 8th midterms, which had now passed peacefully. At the end of his phone call with Musk, he decided it was time to leave. So while Musk was holding an employee town hall on the 9th floor cafe, Roth was on the 10th floor drafting his resignation letter. He had a brief conference call informing some of his team, hit the send button, and left the office immediately because he didn't want to get walked out by security. When Musk was given the news, he was genuinely disappointed. "Wow," he said. "I thought he was going to be doing this with us." As he was crossing the Bay Bridge to Berkeley, Roth's phone started vibrating. The news had leaked out. "I didn't answer the calls while I was driving because I'm a very nervous driver at the best of times," he says. When he got home and looked at his phone, there was a text from Yoni Ramon asking, "Can we talk?" Similar ones came from Alex Spiro and Jared Birchall. He called Birchall, who told him that Musk was disappointed and hoped he would reconsider. "Is there anything we can do to persuade you to come back?" Birchall asked. They spoke for a half hour with Birchall explaining how to ride out Musk's moments of demon mode. Roth said he had made up his mind, but he would be willing to talk to Musk as a friendly exit interview. He ate a late lunch, made an outline of what he wanted to say, and at 5:30 texted Musk saying, "I'm available to talk." Musk phoned right away. Most of the conversation consisted of Roth going through his outline of what he thought were the most pressing challenges for Twitter. Musk then asked directly, "Would you consider coming back?" "No, that's not the right decision for me," Roth replied. Roth's feelings toward Musk were complex. Most of their interactions had been good. He was reasonable, funny, engaging, and would talk about his vision in a way that was a bit bullshit, but mainly something you could totally be inspired by, Roth says. But then there were the times when Musk showed an authoritarian, mean, dark streak. He was the bad Elon, and that's the one I couldn't take. People want me to say I hate him, but it's much more complicated, which I suppose is what makes him interesting. He's a bit of an idealist, right? He has a set of grand visions, whether it's multiplanetary humanity or renewable energy and even free speech. And he has constructed for himself a moral and ethical universe that is focused on the delivery of those big goals. I think that makes it hard to villainize him. Roth didn't ask for a severance package. I just wanted to walk away while my reputation was still intact and I could still be employable, he says wistfully. He also wanted his safety. He had been hit by frightening anti-Semitic and anti-gay death threats when the New York Post and other outlets wrote about his earlier tweets supporting Democrats and denouncing Trump. I was very worried that if Elon and I parted on bad terms, he would tweet bad things about me and call me a libtard, and then his 100 million followers, some of whom may be violent, would come after me and my family. Roth turned plaintive as he talked about his worries. What Elon doesn't understand, he said at the end of our conversation, is that the rest of us do not have security people the way he does. Despair. Following Roth's resignation and the flameout of Twitter Blue, Musk held a late-night video conference with Franz von Holzhausen and the rest of Tesla's robotaxi design team. Before they could start showing him the latest renderings of the car, he vented his frustrations about Twitter. "I don't know why I did it," he said, looking tired and dejected. "The judge basically said that I have to buy Twitter or else, and now I'm like, okay, shit." It was exactly 2 weeks after Musk had closed the Twitter deal. Since then, he had been working around the clock at Twitter headquarters while juggling his work at Tesla, SpaceX, and Neuralink. His reputation was being shredded, and the exhilaration of the Twitter drama had given way to pain. "I'm hoping to be out of Twitter hell at some point," he said, promising to get back down to Los Angeles to do a robotaxi meeting in person. Von Holzhausen tried to change the subject back to the very futuristic robotaxi design they had developed, but Musk returned to the Twitter situation. "However bad you may think the Twitter culture is, multiply that by 10, he said. "The laziness and entitlement here is insane." Afterward, he was interviewed by video for a business summit in Indonesia. The moderator asked what advice he would give to someone who wanted to be the next Elon Musk. "I'd be careful what you wish for," he replied. "I'm not sure how many people would actually like to be me. The amount that I torture myself is next level, frankly." Chapter 87. All In. Twitter, November 10th through 18th, 2022. Moving in. The Twitter Blue rollout, which Musk thought would be the elixir to save the company, was now on hold, and the collapse of ad sales showed no signs of abating. New rounds of layoffs that would cut staff again were being planned. Those who remained would have to be as maniacally driven as the engineers at Tesla and SpaceX. "I'm a big believer that a small number of exceptional people who are highly motivated can do better than a large number of people who are pretty good and moderately motivated," he told me at the end of that painful second week at Twitter. If he wanted the survivors at Twitter to be hardcore, he was going to have to show them how hardcore he could be. He had slept on the floor of his first office at Zip2 in 1995. He had slept on the roof of Tesla's Nevada battery factory in 2017. He had slept under his desk at the Fremont assembly plant in 2018. It wasn't because it was truly necessary. He did it because it was in his nature to love the drama, the urgency, and the sense that he was a wartime general who could rally his troops into battle mode. Now it was time for him to sleep at Twitter headquarters. When he arrived back from a weekend trip to Austin late on the night of Sunday, November 13th, he went straight to the Twitter office and commandeered a couch in a 7th-floor library. Steve Davis, his fix-it chief, had come to Twitter to oversee cost-cutting. Along with his wife, Nicole Hollander, and 2-month-old baby, Davis moved into a conference room nearby. Twitter's cushy headquarters had showers, a kitchen, and a game room. They joked that it was all quite luxurious. The second round. As he was flying into San Francisco that Sunday night, Musk called his cousin James and told him that he and his brother Andrew needed to report to duty and meet him at Twitter when he arrived. It was Andrew's birthday and they were out to dinner with friends, but they both came in. People at the company were shit-posting things about Elon, and he said he needed a few of us there he could trust, James says. Ross Nordine, the third musketeer, was already there. He had been in the office all weekend, reviewing the code of Twitter engineers to see who was good and bad. After subsisting mainly on crackers for 2 weeks, his skinny frame now looked skeletal. That Sunday he fell asleep in the company's 5th-floor game room. When he woke up Monday morning and heard that Musk was intent on making more deep cuts, his stomach churned. I just felt like shit that we were going to fire another 80% of the company. He went to the bathroom and vomited. I just woke up and puked, he says. I had never done that before. He walked to his apartment to shower and think things over. I went out and felt I didn't want to be here now, he says. But by noon, he decided he would not abandon the team, so he returned. I didn't want to let down James. The Musketeers, joined by Deval Shroff and other young loyalists, set up a war room known as the Hot Box in a stifling 10th-floor windowless room near the big conference room that Musk was now using. They could feel the resentment from many of the Twitter employees, who had dubbed them the Goon Squad. But a handful of dedicated Twitter engineers such as Ben Sanssouci wanted to be part of the new order of battle, and they joined the Musketeer team in the floor's open workspace. Musk met with the Musketeers early that afternoon. "We got a shit show here," he told them. "I'd be surprised if there were 300 excellent engineers in this company." They needed to cut down to that muscle, which meant firing close to another 80%. There was some pushback. The World Cup was coming up, along with Thanksgiving and its big shopping days. "We can't afford to go down then," Yoni Ramon said. James agreed. "I got the sense this could be bad," he says. Musk got angry. He was adamant that deep cuts were still needed. The engineers who stayed, he said, had to meet 3 criteria. They had to be excellent, trustworthy, and driven. The first round of cuts, made the week before, had been designed to weed out those who were not excellent. They agreed that the next priority would be identifying and firing those who were not trustworthy, or more specifically those who did not seem to be completely loyal to Musk. The team began going over the Slack messages and social media postings of Twitter employees, focusing on those who had high levels of access to the software stack. "He told us to find the people who might be disgruntled or a threat," Deval says. They searched for keywords, including Elon, on the public Slack channel. Musk hung out with them in the hot box, joking about the things they were seeing. There were occasional moments of amusement. They stumbled across the list of words that were automatically prevented from being trending topics on Twitter. When they got to the word "turdburger," Musk started laughing so hard that he fell to the floor, wheezing. But some of the messages they found, including threats of revenge, inflamed his paranoia. One guy literally wrote a command that could take down a whole data center and said, "I wonder what happens if you run this," James says. He posted it. They immediately cut off his access and fired him. The messages they read were mainly those in the public portions of Slack, but that still discomforted Ross, who was recovering from his morning nausea. "It seems like we were violating privacy and free speech and all that stuff," he said later. "They had a culture of shitting on their bosses." Andrew, who, like James, was very sensitive to the privacy concerns, said they did not look at private messages. "It's striking a balance in a company," he says. "To what extent do you allow dissent?" Musk did not share these qualms. Unfettered free speech did not extend to the workplace. He told them to root out people who were making very snarky comments. He wanted to rid the workforce of negativity. The team worked past midnight and delivered a list of 36 malcontents. "Do you want to speak to this person and show them what they've said?" James asked. Musk said no. They should be fired. And they were. Yes or no? The next trait Musk wanted to filter for, after excellence and trustworthiness, was drive. For his entire life, he had been hardcore and all in. It was a badge of honor to him. He scorned successful people who liked to take vacations. James and Ross spent Tuesday thinking of ways to determine which employees were truly driven. Then they saw a post someone had made on Slack. "Please let me go with severance and I will leave," it said. It dawned on them that they could rely on self-selection. Some people might be happy to work late nights and weekends, but others understandably didn't relish that prospect and were not embarrassed to say so. James and Ross realized that people were willing, indeed proud, to declare what camp they were in, so they suggested to Musk that he give employees the chance to opt out of the new hardcore Twitter. He liked the idea, and Ross engineered a simple form with a button that employees could click to say they wanted to leave on good terms and get 3 months severance. "We were so excited," James said. "We won't have to do all this additional firing." A couple of hours later, Musk emerged from a meeting and came into the hot box smiling. "I have a great idea," he said. "We're flipping it. Don't make the choice opt out. Instead, make it opt in. We want to make it sound like the Shackleton expedition. We want people who declare they are hardcore." Musk flew to Delaware late that night to testify in a shareholder lawsuit that challenged his Tesla compensation package. Shortly before 4 a.m. Eastern Time, he tested the opt-in link from the airplane, becoming the first person to say yes to the new Twitter expectations. Then he sent an email to all employees. From Elon Musk, subject, a fork in the road, date November 16, 2022. Going forward, to build a breakthrough Twitter 2.0 and succeed in an increasingly competitive world, we will need to be extremely hardcore. This will mean working long hours at high intensity. If you are sure that you want to be a part of the new Twitter, please click yes on the link below. Anyone who has not done so by 5 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, Thursday, will receive 3 months of severance. James and Ross stayed up all night watching the results come in. They put down bets. How many would say yes? James thought it would be 2,000 out of the approximately 3,600 remaining employees. Ross wagered it would be 2,150. Musk chimed in with a low prediction: 1,800 would choose to stay. In the end, 2,492 said yes, a surprisingly high 69% of the workforce. Musk's assistant, Jen Balahadia, handed out vodka-spiked Red Bulls to celebrate. Code reviews. That Thursday night, a somewhat alarming message went out to Twitter employees. The following day, Friday, November 18th, Twitter's offices would be closed and badge access would be suspended until Monday. The edict came about because of security concerns that the people who had just been fired or had chosen to leave might try to sabotage things. But Musk ignored the email. After working until 1 a.m. Friday morning, he sent out a contradictory message. Anyone who actually writes software, please report to the 10th floor at 2 p.m. today. A little later, he added, please be prepared to do brief code reviews as I'm walking around the office. It was confusing. One engineer based in Boston was the only person left on the team in charge of catching important data. He was afraid that if he boarded a plane, the system might go down while he was flying across the country, and he'd be unable to fix it. He was also afraid that if he didn't come in, he would be fired. He flew to San Francisco. By 2 p.m., almost 300 engineers had made it to the office, some carrying their suitcases despite not knowing if their travel was going to be reimbursed. But Musk stayed in meetings all afternoon, ignoring them. There was no food, and by 6 p.m. the engineers were not only irritated but hungry. So Andrew and Security Engineering Director Christopher Stanley went out and got boxes of pizzas. The mood had gotten edgy by then, and I think Elon was keeping them waiting on purpose, says Andrew. The pizza calmed things. When Musk finally emerged at 8 p.m., he began what he called desk siding, standing next to the workstations of the young engineers and going over their code. His suggestions, they later said, were sometimes good and at other times shallow. They often involved ways to simplify a process. He also stood with them at whiteboards where they drew the architecture of the Twitter system. Musk peppered the clusters of engineers with questions. Why does search suck? Why are the ads so irrelevant to user interests? It was well after 1 a.m. when he scooped up X and left. Chapter 88. Hardcore. Twitter, November 18th through 30th, 2022. Reinstatements. Kathy Griffin, Jordan Peterson, and Babylon B. have been reinstated, Musk tweeted that Friday afternoon, November 18th. Trump decision has not yet been made. With Yoel Roth and other minders gone, he unilaterally decided to lift the bans not only on the B and Peterson, but also on the progressive comedian Kathy Griffin, who had created an account impersonating Musk and tweeted out parody pronouncements from him. In making the reinstatements, he announced the visibility filtering policy that he and Roth had devised. New Twitter policy is freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach, he wrote. Negative hate tweets will be max deboosted and demonetized, so no ads or other revenue to Twitter. You won't find the tweet unless you specifically seek it out. He drew the line at Alex Jones, the conspiracy theorist who claimed that the 2012 Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting was a giant hoax. Musk said Jones would stay banned. My firstborn child died in my arms, Musk tweeted. I felt his last heartbeat. I have no mercy for anyone who would use the deaths of children for gain, politics, or fame. As for Ye, once known as Kanye West, he was still teaching Musk lessons about the complexities of free speech. He appeared on Alex Jones's podcast and declared, I love Hitler. He then posted on Twitter a picture of Musk in a bathing suit being sprayed with a hose by Ari Emanuel, which oozed controlled by Jews anti-Semitic undertones. Let's always remember this as my final tweet, Ye wrote, then posted a swastika inside a Star of David. I tried my best, Musk announced. Despite that, Ye again violated our rule against incitement to violence. Account will be suspended. Then there was the question of whether Donald Trump should be reinstated. I want to avoid the bullshit disputes about Trump, Musk had told me a few weeks earlier, emphasizing that his principle had always been to allow free speech only if it was within the bounds of the law. If he's engaged in criminal activity, it seems increasingly that he has, that's not okay, Musk said. It's not free speech to subvert democracy. But by November 18th, the Friday that he summoned engineers in for code reviews, he was in a feisty mood and ready to reverse himself. James and his musketeers were desperately trying to keep Twitter up and running despite the sudden departure of hundreds of engineers and the strain caused by World Cup videos. The last thing they wanted was another wrench thrown into the system. That is when Musk emerged from a meeting in his glass-walled conference room with Robin Wheeler, who had been hanging on as Twitter's ad sales chief, and showed James and Ross his iPhone. "Look what I just tweeted," he said with a mischievous grin. It was a poll question. Reinstate former President Trump? Yes, no. Leaving aside the propriety of lifting the ban on Trump and of letting a free-for-all online poll make the decision, there was the engineering issue. Conducting a poll where millions of votes would have to be tabulated instantly and populated in real time on user feeds could push Twitter's undermanned servers into a meltdown. But Musk relished risk. He wanted to see how fast a car could drive, what happened when you floored it, how close to the sun you could fly. James and Ross were shitting bricks, they said, but Musk seemed gleeful. When the poll closed the next day, more than 15 million users had voted. The tally was close, 51.8% to 48.2% in favor of reinstating Trump. "The people have spoken," Musk declared. "Trump will be reinstated. Vox populi, vox Dei." I asked him right afterward whether he had a sense in advance of how the poll would turn out. "No," he said. "And if it had gone the other way, would he have kept Trump banned?" "Yes. I'm not Trump's fan. He's disruptive. He's the world's champion of bullshit." Round 3. In her meeting with Musk that Friday afternoon, ad sales chief Robin Wheeler told him she was resigning. She had tried to do so a week earlier, at the same time as Yoel Roth, but Musk and Jared Birchall had persuaded her to stay. Most people, including Ross and James, assumed her resignation was in reaction to Musk's decision to make unilateral reinstatements and launch a poll about unbanning Trump. But what actually bothered Wheeler more was that Musk was hell-bent on another round of firings, and he demanded that she make a list of who she would let go. Earlier that week, she had stood in front of her sales organization and told them why they should opt in with the yes button to be part of the new demanding Twitter. Now she would have to look some of those same people in the eye, the ones who had said yes, and tell them they were fired. Musk's firing and layoff targets kept changing depending on his mood. At one point he told the musketeers that he wanted to bring the software writing team down to 50. At other times that week, he said they should not worry about absolute numbers. Just make a list of who the really good engineers are and weed out the rest, he told them. To facilitate the process, Musk ordered all of Twitter's software engineers to send him samples of code they had recently written. Over the weekend, Ross worked to get the replies transferred from Musk's mailbox to his own, so that he and James and Duvall could assess the work. "I have 500 email submissions in my inbox," he said wearily on Sunday night. "We've somehow got to go through them all tonight to see what engineers should stay." Why was Musk doing this? He believes that a small group of really great generalist engineers can outperform a regular group 100 times larger, Ross said. Like a small battalion of Marines that is really tight can do amazing things. And I think he wants to rip the Band-Aid off. He doesn't want to drag this out. Ross, James, and Andrew met with Musk on Monday morning and presented the criteria they had used to assess the submissions. Musk approved the plan and then headed down the stairs with Alex Spiro to the cafe, where he had hastily called another all-hands employee meeting. As they walked, he asked what he should say if he was questioned about possible additional layoffs. Spiro suggested he deflect the topic, but Musk decided he wanted to say there would be no more layoffs. His rationale was that the impending round of exits would be firing people for cause because their work was allegedly not good enough, rather than reduction in force layoffs, for which people would be due a generous severance. He was making a distinction that most people missed. There are no more RIFs planned, he declared at the outset of the meeting, to great applause. Afterward, he met with a dozen young coders who had been chosen by Ross and James for their excellence. It relaxed him to be talking about engineering, and he drilled down with them on issues such as ways to make video uploads easier. In the future, he told them the teams at Twitter would be led by engineers like themselves rather than designers and product managers. It was a subtle shift. It reflected his belief that Twitter should be at its core a software engineering company led by people with a feel for coding rather than a media and consumer product company led by people with a feel for human relationships and desires. Why so demanding? The final round of firing notices went out the day before Thanksgiving. Hi, as a result of the recent code review exercise, it has been determined that your code is not satisfactory, and we regret to inform you that your employment with Twitter will be terminated effective immediately. 50 engineers were let go, their passwords and access immediately cut off. The 3 rounds of layoffs and firings were so scattershot that it was initially hard to tally up the toll. When the dust settled, about 75% of the Twitter workforce had been cut. There were just under 8,000 employees when Musk took over on October 27th. By mid-December, there were just over 2,000. Musk had wrought one of the greatest shifts in corporate culture ever. Twitter had gone from being among the most nurturing workplaces, replete with free artisanal meals and yoga studios and paid rest days and concern for psychological safety, to the other extreme. He did it not only for cost reasons. He preferred a scrappy, hard-driven environment where rabid warriors felt psychological danger rather than comfort. Sometimes that meant he broke things, and it looked like it was possible he would do so with Twitter. A hashtag Twitter Death Watch began trending. Tech and media pundits wrote their farewells to the service, assuming it would disappear any hour. Even Musk laughingly admitted that he thought it might collapse. He showed me a gif of a flaming dumpster rolling down a road and admitted, "Some days I wake up and look at Twitter to see if it's still working." But every morning when he checked, it was running. It made it through record traffic during the World Cup. More than that, with its kernel of driven engineers, it began to innovate and add features faster than it ever had before. Zoe Schiffer, Casey Newton, and Alex Heath at The Verge and New York Magazine had produced some well-reported, hair-raising insider stories about the turmoil at Twitter. They showed how Musk had broken the company culture that built Twitter into one of the world's most influential social networks. But they also noted that the dire predictions many of their colleagues had made did not come to pass. In some ways, Musk was vindicated, they wrote. Twitter was less stable now, but the platform survived and mostly functioned even with the majority of employees gone. He had promised to right-size a bloated company, and now it operated on minimal headcount. It was not always a pretty sight. Musk's method, as it had been since the Falcon 1 rocket, was to iterate fast, take risks, be brutal, accept some flameouts, then try again. "We were changing the engines while the plane was spiraling out of control," he says of Twitter. "It's a miracle we survived." Apple visit. Apple has mostly stopped advertising on Twitter, Musk tweeted at the end of November. Do they hate free speech in America? That evening, Musk had one of his regular long phone conversations with his mentor and investor Larry Ellison, who was then living mainly on Lanai, the island he owned in Hawaii. Ellison, who had been a mentor of Steve Jobs, gave Musk a piece of advice. He should not get into a fight with Apple. It was the one company that Twitter could not afford to alienate. Apple was a major advertiser, More importantly, Twitter could not survive unless it continued to be available in the iPhone's App Store. In some ways, Musk was like Steve Jobs, a brilliant but abrasive taskmaster with a reality distortion field who could drive his employees crazy but also drive them to do things they thought were impossible. He could be confrontational with both colleagues and competitors. Tim Cook, who took over Apple in 2011, was different. He was calm, coolly disciplined, and disarmingly polite. Although he could be steely when warranted, he avoided unnecessary confrontations. Whereas Jobs and Musk seemed drawn to drama, Cook had an instinct for diffusing it. He had a steady moral compass. Tim doesn't want any animosity, a mutual friend told Musk. That was not the type of information that would usually have moved Musk out of warrior mode, but he realized that being at war with Apple was not a great idea. I thought, well, I don't want any animosity either, Musk says. So I'm like, cool, I will go visit him at the Apple headquarters. There was another incentive. I was looking for an excuse to visit the Apple headquarters because I heard it was incredible, he says. The huge circular building of bespoke curved glass surrounding a serene pond had been designed under Jobs' close supervision by the British architect Norman Foster, who had met with Musk in Austin to discuss building him a home. Musk emailed Cook directly, and they agreed to meet that Wednesday. When Musk arrived at Apple headquarters in Cupertino, the Apple staff's first impression was that he looked like someone who hadn't slept well for weeks. They went into Cook's conference room for a one-on-one session that lasted just over an hour. It began with them swapping supply chain horror stories. Ever since the debacle of the Roadster production process, Musk had a deep appreciation for the difficulty of supply chain management, and he considered rightly that Cook was the master. I don't think very many people could have done a better job than Tim has, Musk says. On advertising issues, they reached a détente. Cook explained that protecting the trust surrounding the Apple brand was his highest priority. The company did not want its ads to be in a toxic swamp filled with hate, misinformation, and unsafe content. But he promised that Apple was not ending its ads on Twitter, nor did it have any plans to pull Twitter off the App Store. When Musk raised the 30% cut that Apple extracted from any App Store sale, Cook explained how that went down to 15% over time. Musk was partly mollified, at least for the moment, but there was still the issue that Yoel Roth had warned him about: Apple's unwillingness to share data about purchases or customer information. That would make it far harder for Musk to pursue his vision of adding X.com financial services to Twitter. It was an issue that was being fought in the American courts as well as by regulators in Europe, and Musk decided not to force the question at his meeting with Cook. That's a future battle that we will have to fight, he says, or at least a conversation that Tim and I will need to have. When the meeting was over, Cook walked Musk to the apricot trees and Serenity Pond in the middle of the circular campus that Jobs had envisioned. Musk pulled out his iPhone to take a video. "Thanks at Tim Cook for taking me around Apple's beautiful HQ," he tweeted as soon as he got back into his car. "We resolved the misunderstanding about Twitter potentially being removed from the App Store. Tim was clear that Apple never considered doing so." Chapter 89. Miracles. Neuralink, November 2022. Cures. When Musk moved to Texas, followed by Siobhan Zilis, he decided to open a Neuralink facility in Austin, in addition to the one in Fremont, California. The Austin office and lab were in a strip mall building with a sign saying Hatchet Alley on the door. It had been an axe-throwing venue and bowling alley. Zilis retrofitted it to include open workspaces, labs, a glass-enclosed conference room, and a long coffee bar in the center. A few miles away was a set of barns for the pigs and sheep that were used in experiments. During a visit to the pig barns in late 2021, Musk became impatient with the pace of work at Neuralink. It had implanted a chip into the brain of a monkey and taught it to play Pong telepathically, but so far that had mainly served to get Neuralink a lot of views on YouTube rather than transforming humanity. "Guys, this is a little hard to explain to people in a way that really grabs them," he said as they walked around. "A paralyzed person might someday use their mind to move a cursor on a computer, and that's kind of cool, especially for someone like a Stephen Hawking. But it's not enough. It's hard to get most people excited by that." That's when Musk started pushing the idea of using Neuralink to enable paralyzed people to actually use their limbs again. A chip in the brain could send signals to the relevant muscles, bypassing any spinal cord blockage or neurological malfunction. As soon as he got back to Hatchet Alley from the pig barn, he gathered his top Austin team with their colleagues in Fremont dialing in to announce this new additional mission. "Getting someone in a wheelchair to walk again, people will get it right away," he said. "It's a gut punch idea, a fucking bold thing, and a good thing." Musk made weekly visits to the Neuralink labs for review meetings. During one of them in August 2022, lead engineer Jeremy Barinholtz waited at the coffee bar for the meeting to begin. He had graduated from Stanford with a master's in computer science systems a year earlier, but with his rusty red cowlick and wispy facial hair, he could still pass for a middle school science fair contestant. Elon felt that controlling a computer with your mind is nice, but it doesn't have the same limbic resonance as making paralyzed people walk again, he said. So we've been focused on a plan for that. He walked me through the different muscle stimulation methods and ventured into a discussion of why he believes that signals in the brain are propagated by the chemical diffusion of charged molecules rather than electromagnetic waves, as conventional theory has it. When Musk finished sending emails and tweets on his phone, a dozen young engineers gathered in the conference room, all of them, including Zillis, wearing black t-shirts as he always did. Barinholtz passed around a sample of hydrogel that resembled the soft tissues of a brain cortex and showed a video of two experimental pigs named Captain and Tennille, moving their legs in response to electrical signals. "We have to be able to distinguish between pain reactions and muscle actuation, otherwise it's simply, you can walk again but in agony," Musk said. "But it does show we're not breaking the laws of physics and trying to enable people to walk again, which would be just insanely mind-blowing, Jesus-level stuff." When he asked what other miracles they might aim for, Barinholtz suggested audio and visual stimulation, in other words, enabling the deaf to hear and the blind to see. "The easiest would be fixing deafness through cochlear stimulation," he said. "Vision is super interesting. To get really high-fidelity vision, you need a lot of channels." "We can give people crazy vision, you know," Musk added. "Want to see infrared, ultraviolet? How about radio waves or radar?" "Yeah, that one's cool for augmentation." Then he broke into his laugh. "I was rewatching Life of Brian," he said, referring to the Monty Python movie. He recounted the scene where a beggar complains that Jesus cured him of leprosy, making it harder for him to make a living begging. "I was hopping along, minding my own business, all of a sudden up he comes, cures me. 1 minute I'm a leper with a trade, next minute my livelihood's gone. Not so much as a by your leave. You're cured, mate, bloody do-gooder." The presentation. By the end of September, Musk was impatient again. He had been pushing Zillis and Barinholtz to hold a public event to show off their progress, but they said they weren't ready. At one of his weekly review sessions, his face went dark. "If we don't accelerate, we're not going to achieve much in our lifetimes," he warned. Then he decreed a date for the presentation, Wednesday, November 30th. As it turned out, that was the same day he visited Tim Cook at Apple. When Musk arrived that night, there were 200 chairs set up in Neuralink's Fremont facility. One of Musk's favorite podcasters, Lex Fridman, had come in for the event, as had Justin Roiland of the animated TV show Rick and Morty. The three Musketeers, James, Andrew, and Ross, had not been invited, but they were able to get in through a back door. Musk wanted the presentation to show off both his ultimate ambitions and his more immediate goals. My prime motivation with Neuralink, he told the audience, is to create a generalized input-output device that could interface with every aspect of your brain. In other words, it would be the ultimate mind meld of humans and machine, thus guarding against artificial intelligence machines running amok. Even if AI is benevolent, how do we make sure that we get to go along with the ride? Then he unveiled the new shorter-term missions that he had set for Neuralink. The first is restoring vision, he said. Even if someone was born blind, we believe we can allow them to see. Next, he talked about paralysis. As miraculous as it may sound, we're confident that it is possible to restore full-body functionality to someone who has a severed spinal cord. The presentation lasted 3 hours. He stuck around until 1 a.m. partying with his engineers. It was, he later said, a welcome break from the dumpster fire at Twitter. Chapter 90. The Twitter Files. Twitter, December 2022. Matt Taibbi. You want me to whistle-blow on your own company? The journalist Matt Taibbi asked Musk somewhat incredulously. Go to town, Musk replied. This is not a North Korean guided tour. You can go wherever you want. Over the years, Twitter's content moderators had become increasingly active in banning what they considered harmful speech. Depending on your outlook, there were 3 ways to view this. 1, as a laudable effort to prevent the spread of false information that was medically dangerous, undermined democracy, provoked violence, stirred up hate, or perpetrated scams. 2, as an effort that was originally well-intentioned but had now gone too far in repressing opinions that dissented from the medical and political orthodoxy or offended the hair-trigger sensitivities of Twitter's progressive and woke staff. Or 3, as a dark collusion between deep state actors conspiring with big tech and legacy media to preserve their power. Musk was generally in the middle category, but he came to harbor darker suspicions that pushed him toward the 3rd category. There seems to be a lot of stuff swept under the rug, he said one day to his fellow anti-woke warrior David Sacks. A lot of shady stuff. Sacks suggested that he talk to Taibbi, a former writer for Rolling Stone and other publications, who was difficult to pigeonhole ideologically. He had a willingness, indeed eagerness, to challenge entrenched elites. Musk, who didn't know him, asked him to Twitter headquarters in late November. He seemed like someone who isn't afraid of offending people, Musk says, which for him is a more unalloyed compliment than it would be for most people. He invited Taibbi to spend time at Twitter headquarters rummaging through the old files, emails, and Slack messages of the company's employees who had wrestled with content moderating issues. Thus was launched what became known as the Twitter Files, which could and should have been a healthy linen airing and transparency exercise suitable for judicious reflection about media bias and the complexities of content moderation, except that it got caught in the vortex that these days sends people scurrying into their tribal bunkers on talk shows and social media. Musk helped stoke the reaction with excited arm-waving as he heralded the forthcoming Twitter threads with popcorn and fireworks emojis. This is a battle for the future of civilization, he tweeted. If free speech is lost even in America, tyranny is all that lies ahead. Just when Taibbi was ready to unleash his first report on December 2nd, Musk made a quick trip to New Orleans for a secret meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron to discuss, ironically, the need for Twitter to honor Europe's hate speech regulations. When last-minute legal issues came up regarding what Taibbi planned to publish, the release had to be delayed until Musk finished his Macron meeting and could push back on the lawyers. Taibbi's initial 37-tweet thread showed how Twitter had set up special systems for politicians, the FBI, and intelligence agencies to provide input on what tweets should be considered for deletion. Most notably, Taibbi included messages from 2020, when Yoel Roth and others at Twitter debated whether to block links to a New York Post story about what was purported to be, correctly as it turned out, a laptop abandoned by Joe Biden's son, Hunter. The messages showed many of them scrambling to find rationales for banning mention of the story, such as claiming that it violated policies against using hacked material or might be part of a Russian disinformation plot. Those were flimsy covers for censoring a story, and both Roth and Jack Dorsey would later concede that doing so was a mistake. These and subsequent revelations by Taibbi were covered by some big press organizations such as Fox News, but much of the traditional media labeled it, as one Twitter hashtag put it, a hashtag nothing burger. Joe Biden was not a government official at the time the laptop story broke, so the request did not reveal direct government censorship nor a flagrant violation of the First Amendment. Many of the requests that Biden's team made, done through the established Twitter channels, were understandable, such as removal of a post that James Woods, a former actor, had made of a salacious selfie that was on Hunter Biden's laptop. "No, you do not have a constitutional right to post Hunter Biden's dick pic on Twitter," read the headline in The Bulwark. But there was a more significant finding exposed in Taibbi's threads. Twitter had become a de facto collaborator with the FBI and other government agencies, giving them the power to flag large amounts of content for suggested removal. A long list of government enforcement agencies essentially got to operate Twitter as an involuntary contractor, Taibbi wrote. Actually, I think it was slightly different. Often Twitter acted as a voluntary contractor. Instead of blowing the whistle when they felt too much government pressure, Twitter's managers seemed eager to be accommodating. Taibbi's revelations illustrated the problematic but unsurprising fact that the moderators at Twitter were biased in favor of suppressing stories that would help Trump. More than 98% of the donations made by people at the company went to Democrats. One case involved the allegations that the FBI had spied on the Trump campaign. The mainstream press wrote that these allegations had been whipped up by Russian bots and troll farms. Yoel Roth was, behind the scenes, a voice of honesty at Twitter. "I just reviewed the accounts," he wrote in an internal memo. "None of them show any signs of affiliation to Russia." Nevertheless, Twitter executives refrained from challenging the accepted Russiagate narrative. One side note on how social media can be polarizing. Taibbi is a politically independent iconoclast, but when I followed him on Twitter, I noticed how its algorithms can reinforce the ideological pigeonholing that sends people into far-left or far-right echo chambers. My Twitter's "You Might Like" section immediately suggested that I follow Roger Stone, James Woods, and Lauren Boebert. Bari Weiss. On the evening of December 2nd, Bari Weiss was at home in Los Angeles with her wife, Nellie Bowles, reading the Twitter files that were being unleashed by Taibbi. She felt jealous. "This is a perfect story for us to be doing," she remembers thinking. That is when she got an unexpected text from Musk asking if she would fly up to San Francisco that night. Like Taibbi, Weiss was an independent journalist who was not easy to categorize ideologically. They had both embraced, as had Musk, the banner of free speech in opposition to what they saw as a progressive wokeness that produced a censorious cancel culture, especially in the establishment media and elite educational institutions. Weiss called herself a reasonable liberal concerned that far-left critiques stifled free speech. After working on the editorial pages of the Wall Street Journal and New York Times, she gathered a group of independent journalists to create the Free Press, a subscription-based newsletter on Substack. Musk had met her briefly after he was interviewed by Sam Altman, his co-founder of OpenAI, at the Elon and Company conference in Sun Valley a few months earlier. She went backstage to say how glad she was that he was trying to buy Twitter, and they chatted for a couple of minutes. When Taibbi was preparing to publish his Twitter files in early December, Musk realized there was too much material for one journalist to digest. His investor and fellow free speech tech bro Mark Andreessen suggested he call in Weiss, so on the plane flying back from his quick trip to New Orleans to talk to President Macron, he sent the unexpected text that she got on the evening of December 2nd. She and Bowles, along with their 3-month-old baby, rushed to get on a flight to San Francisco 2 hours later. When they arrived on the 10th floor of Twitter headquarters that Friday night at 11, Musk was standing by the coffee machine wearing a blue Starship jacket. In one of his giddy moods, he took them running around the building, showing off the stashes of Stay Woke t-shirts and other vestiges of the old regime. "The barbarians have crashed through the gates and are pillaging the merch," he proclaimed. Weiss marveled that he was like a kid who had just bought a candy store and still couldn't believe he owned it. The Musketeers, Ross Nordine and James Musk, showed Weiss and Bowles some of the computer tools for delving into the company's Slack archives. They were there until 2 a.m., then James drove them to where they were staying. When Weiss and Bowles came in the next morning, a Saturday, they found Musk, who was still spending nights on a couch in Twitter's library, again by the coffee machine, eating cereal out of a paper cup. For 2 hours they sat in his conference room and discussed his vision for Twitter. Why was he doing this, they asked. At first he answered that he had been forced into buying the company after having second thoughts about his April offer. "Really, I wasn't sure I still wanted to do it, but the lawyers told me I had to chew down this hairball, so I am," he said. But then Musk began talking earnestly about his desire to create a public forum dedicated to free speech. At stake was the future of civilization, he said. Birth rates are plummeting. The thought police are gaining power. Twitter was distrusted by half the country, he believed, because it had suppressed certain viewpoints. To reverse that would require radical transparency. "We have a goal here, which is to clear the decks of any prior wrongdoing and move forward with a clean slate. I'm sleeping at Twitter HQ for a reason. This is a code red situation." "You almost believe him," Weiss told me afterward. It was an earnest rather than caustic comment. But even though she was impressed, she retained some of the skepticism that made her an independent journalist. At one point during their 2-hour conversation, she asked how Tesla's business interests in China might affect the way he managed Twitter. Musk got annoyed. That was not what the conversation was supposed to be about. Weiss persisted. Musk said that Twitter would indeed have to be careful about the words it used regarding China, because Tesla's business could be threatened. China's repression of the Uyghurs, he said, had two sides. Weiss was disturbed. Finally, Bowles stepped in to diffuse the issue with a few jokes. They moved on to other topics. Adding to the irony, or at least complexity, was that Musk had to end the conversation so that he could fly to Washington. He had a meeting scheduled with top government officials there on a highly classified topic involving SpaceX satellite launches. Weiss and Bowles had rushed up on Friday night to work on the Twitter files, but they became frustrated over the weekend because they still did not have the tools to get into Twitter's archive of Slack messages and emails. The legal department, worried about privacy issues, was blocking them from getting direct access. Nordine, the ubiquitous musketeer, used his own laptop on Saturday to help them. But by the next day, he was exhausted and hungry, needed to do his laundry, and decided not to come in. It was, after all, a Sunday. So he invited Weiss and Bowles to his apartment overlooking the Castro district of San Francisco, where they used his laptop to look through messages in Twitter's public Slack channel. As Weiss pushed the legal department to process more searches for her, she got a call from the company's deputy general counsel, who said his name was Jim. When she asked his last name, he said Baker. Recalls Weiss, "My jaw dropped." Jim Baker had been the general counsel of the FBI, and he was distrusted in some conservative circles for being on the periphery of various controversies. "What the fuck?" she texted Musk. "You're like asking the guy to do searches on himself? This makes no fucking sense." Musk flipped out. "It's like asking Al Capone to look into his own taxes," he said. He summoned Baker to a meeting, and they got into a clash over what privacy guarantees were mandated by a consent decree between Twitter and the Federal Trade Commission. "Can you tell me what the main principles are in the consent decree?" Musk challenged him. "Because I have it in front of me. Can you name anything that's in it?" It was not a discussion destined to have a happy conclusion. Baker was well versed in the matter, but there was no way his answers were going to satisfy Musk, who promptly fired him. Visibility filtering. Taibbi and Weiss enlisted a few colleagues to help, and they set up shop in the windowless hotbox room, always redolent with the smells of unshowered musketeers and takeout Thai food. James and Ross, who were helping them use the digital search tools, had been working 20 hours a day, and they looked like their eyeballs were falling out. On some nights, Musk would walk in, eat some leftover food, and launch into long discourses. While rummaging through Twitter employees' old emails and Slack comments, Weiss wondered what she would think if people read her old private communications. It made her feel dirty. Ross was likewise squeamish. "To be honest, I wanted to be as far away from what they were doing as possible," he says. "I was sort of trying to help, but I didn't want to be too involved. I'm not a very political person, and it seemed like it had all kinds of crap written all over it." One story Weiss and her team wrote based on the Twitter files described what was known as visibility filtering, the practice of downplaying certain tweets or users by making sure they did not show up high in searches or were touted as trending. At the extreme was a practice known as shadow banning, in which users could post tweets and see them, but they were never told that those tweets were invisible to every other user. Twitter did not engage in outright shadow banning in a technical sense, but it did use visibility filtering. In discussions with Yoel Roth, Musk himself had embraced the idea as an alternative to outright user bans, and he had publicly touted the policy a few weeks earlier. Negative hate tweets will be max deboosted and demonetized, so no ads or other revenue to Twitter, he had tweeted. You won't find the tweet unless you specifically seek it out. The problem came when the visibility filtering was done with a political bias. Weiss concluded that Twitter moderators were more aggressive at suppressing right-wing tweets. It operated a secret blacklist with teams of employees tasked with suppressing the visibility of accounts or subjects deemed undesirable, Weiss and her team wrote. In addition, Twitter, like many media and educational institutions, narrowed the definition of what was acceptable discourse. The people in charge of these institutions enforced the new parameters by expanding the definitions of words like violence, harm, and safety. COVID was an interesting case. At one extreme was clearly harmful medical misinformation, such as touting quack cures and practices that could kill people. But Weiss found that Twitter was too willing to suppress posts that did not comport with official pronouncements, including ones on legitimate topics for debate, such as whether mRNA vaccines caused heart problems, whether mask mandates worked, and whether the virus emerged from a lab leak in China. For example, Twitter put Stanford professor Jay Bhattacharya on the Trends blacklist, which meant that the visibility of his tweets was curtailed. He had organized a declaration by some scientists arguing that lockdowns and school closures would be more harmful than helpful, a controversial view that turned out to have some validity. When Weiss uncovered how Bhattacharya had been suppressed, Musk texted him, "Hi, can you come this weekend to Twitter headquarters so we can show you what Twitter 1.0 did?" Musk, who had espoused similar views on COVID lockdowns, and Bhattacharya spoke for almost an hour. The Twitter files highlighted an evolution of mainstream journalism over the past 50 years. During Watergate and Vietnam, journalists generally regarded the CIA, military, and government officials with suspicion, or at least a healthy skepticism. Many of them had gotten into the craft inspired by the Vietnam reporting of David Halberstam and Neil Sheehan, and the Watergate reporting of Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein. But beginning in the 1990s and accelerating after 9/11, established journalists felt increasingly comfortable sharing information and cooperating with top people in the government and intelligence communities. That mindset was replicated at social media companies, as shown by all the briefings Twitter and other tech companies received. These companies seem not to have had much choice in being made key parts of a global surveillance and information control apparatus, Taibbi wrote, although evidence suggests their Quislingian executives were mostly all thrilled to be absorbed. I think the second half of his sentence is more true than the first. The Twitter files brought some transparency to how Twitter had handled content moderation, but they also showed how difficult the task can be. The FBI, for example, flagged Twitter that some accounts tweeting negatively about vaccines in Ukraine were being secretly run by Russia's intelligence directorate. If that was indeed the case, was it valid for Twitter to suppress these accounts? As Taibbi himself wrote, this is a difficult speech dilemma. Chapter 91. Rabbit Holes. Twitter, December 2022. At Elon Jet. Nothing would more surely make Musk go ballistic than a threat to his 2-year-old son X, his constant companion and cheerful energizer. One Tuesday night in December, as the Twitter files were unspooling, Musk perceived that such a threat had occurred, and the reverberations rattled the foundations of his proclaimed battle for free speech. A longtime stalker of Grimes had been lurking for a day on the road around the house where she and Musk were staying in the Los Angeles area, and at one point, they say, he followed a car driven by one of Musk's security detail that was taking X and his nanny to a nearby hotel. The security person pulled into a gas station and confronted the driver, taking a video of him dressed like a ninja with gloves and mask. The guy either jumped on the car hood or tried to climb over it when the car cornered him. The details were disputed, and when the police arrived, they made no arrests. Using the video that Musk posted, the Washington Post tracked down the guy, who told the paper that he believed Grimes was sending him coded messages through her Instagram posts. Musk tweeted, "Last night, car carrying Lil X in L.A. was followed by crazy stalker, thinking it was me, who later blocked car from moving and climbed onto hood." Musk believed that the stalker had been able to find where he and Grimes were staying because of a Twitter account called @ElonJet, run by a student named Jack Sweeney, that posted the real-time takeoffs and landings of Musk's jet based on public flight information. The connection was murky. Musk had landed in Los Angeles a day before, but Grimes said that is when she started noticing the stalker's car lurking outside. Musk had long been infuriated by the @ElonJet account, which he thought was doxing and endangering him. In April, when he was first thinking of buying Twitter, he discussed it at a dinner of friends and family in Austin, and both Grimes and his mother argued strongly that he should ban it. He agreed, but once he took over Twitter, he decided not to. "My commitment to free speech extends even to not banning the account following my plane, even though that is a direct personal safety risk," he tweeted in early November. That impressed Bari Weiss, but when she was putting together her first Twitter file thread, she discovered that Musk had done to @ElonJet what the previous Twitter regime had done to some on the far right. @ElonJet was being severely visibility filtered so that it did not show up in searches. She was disappointed. It seemed hypocritical. Then, after the incident involving X, Musk made the unilateral decision to suspend @ElonJet altogether. He justified it by saying that Twitter now had a policy against doxing people's location. Worse yet, especially from the vantage of making the site a haven for free speech, Musk arbitrarily suspended a handful of journalists who wrote about what he had done to @ElonJet. His ostensible reason was that their stories had linked to the @ElonJet account and were thus also doxing him, but in fact @ElonJet was no longer available and the links simply led to a page that said "account suspended." It thus seemed that Musk had acted partly out of pique, retaliating against journalists whose stories had been critical of him. These included Ryan Mack of the New York Times, Drew Harwell and Taylor Lorenz of the Washington Post, and at least 8 others. Weiss, who was still toiling in the hot box to produce more installments of the Twitter files, found herself in a difficult situation. He was doing the very things that he claimed to disdain about the previous overlords at Twitter, she says. Some of the people he was kicking off were my biggest bullies on Twitter. I don't like some of these people at all. But I felt like he was betraying the things he was claiming to want Twitter to be about, a public square that wasn't rigged in favor of one side or the other. And just from a purely strategic perspective, he was martyring a lot of assholes. Weiss wrote Musk a private message on Signal, an encrypted messaging service. "Hey, what's going on here?" "They doxed my plane," he answered. "They attacked my son." Weiss discussed the matter with some of the other journalists in the hot box, but ultimately she was the only one willing to speak up. "You can't be a journalist and watch journalists get kicked off Twitter and say nothing," she says. "Principles still matter to me." She knew it might mean that she would lose her access to report on the Twitter files, and as she joked to Nellie Bowles, "I guess Elon won't ever be our sperm donor now." The old regime at Twitter governed by its own whims and biases, and it sure looks like the new regime has the same problem, Weiss tweeted on the morning of December 16th, the day after the journalists had been kicked off. "I oppose it in both cases." Rather than rigorously pursuing truth, Musk responded on Twitter, "You are virtue signaling to show that you are good in the eyes of media elite to keep one foot in both worlds." He then restricted her access to the Twitter files. Twitter Spaces. "This is crazy," Jason Calacanis texted David Sachs about Musk's decision to suspend journalists. "This is going to ruin attention to the Twitter files. We've got to reverse it." So they jointly texted Musk, "You got to let these people come back." Musk was non-committal. In the middle of their text exchanges, Calacanis noticed that on Twitter Spaces, where users can organize audio discussions, a large group was chatting about the issue. Two of the suspended journalists, Drew Harwell of The Post and Matt Binder of Mashable, were participating. Although they were banned from posting, Twitter's software had not blocked them from the audio conversations. Calacanis told Musk, who surprised the participants by going to Spaces and, sounding very defensive and bristly, joining in the conversation. Word quickly spread, and within minutes 30,000 users were listening. When the organizer, BuzzFeed news reporter Katie Natopoulos, asked Musk to explain the suspensions, he said it was because they had linked to places that were doxing him. "You're suggesting that we're sharing your address, which is not true," Harwell said. "I never posted your address." "You posted a link to the address," Musk retorted. "We posted links to Elon Jet, which is now not online," Harwell replied. He accused Musk of using the same exact link-blocking technique that you have criticized as part of the Hunter Biden New York Post story. Musk got angry and then disappeared from the session. A few minutes later, Twitter abruptly shut it down. In fact, it shut down all of Spaces for a day in order to make it impossible for suspended users to join conversations. "We're fixing a legacy bug," Musk tweeted about the shutdown of Spaces. "Should be working tomorrow." Musk soon realized he had gone too far and looked for some way to reverse himself. He posted a poll asking users whether the barred journalists should have their counts restored. More than 58% of the 3.6 million voters said yes. The accounts were restored. Prosecute/Fauci. As the controversy swirled, Musk alternated between being angry and jokey. Sitting in the hotbox conference room one evening with Weiss, some of her colleagues, and James, he started poking fun at the practice of people posting their preferred pronouns. Someone made a joke that Musk's should be prosecute/Fauci. There were a few nervous laughs. Weiss admits not wanting to challenge Musk at that moment, and Musk started cackling. He repeated the joke 3 times. Then, at around 3 a.m., he impulsively tweeted it out. "My pronouns are prosecute/Fauci." It made little sense, wasn't funny, and managed in just 5 words to mock transgender people, conjure up conspiracies about the 81-year-old public health official Anthony Fauci, scare off more advertisers, and create a new handful of enemies who would now never buy Teslas. His brother was among those who were outraged. "What the heck, man? This is an old guy who was just trying to figure things out during COVID," Kimball told him. "This is not okay." Even Jay Bhattacharya, the Stanford professor whose criticism of Fauci's policies caused him to be filtered on Twitter, criticized the tweet. "I think that Fauci made tremendous mistakes," he said, "but I think the right redress is not to prosecute him, but for history to remember him having made those mistakes." The Fauci tweet was not merely an example of Musk expressing anti-woke or right-wing sentiments. He was skittering at times on the edges of the rabbit holes of conspiracy theories about sinister global elite forces. It was a flip side to his impish speculations that we might actually live in a simulation. In his darker moods, he brooded that behind our reality were dark conspiratorial forces like in the Matrix. For example, he retweeted comments by Robert Kennedy Jr., a fervent anti-vaxxer, who alleged that the CIA had killed his uncle, the president. After Musk's Fauci tweet, Kennedy posted, "Fauci purchased omerta among virologists globally, with a total of $37 billion in annual payoffs in research grants. With the paymaster gone, the orthodoxies will unravel." "Precisely," Musk replied. He would later host a Twitter Spaces with Kennedy when he decided to run for president against Biden. As often, there were unnerving echoes of his father. Errol had been spouting conspiracy theories about COVID for more than 2 years. "This man should be fired," he said of Fauci on Facebook in April 2020. Later that year, he alleged that Bill Gates knew about COVID 6 months before it spread and had negotiated a $100 billion contract to trace it. By 2021, he was a full-throated denier of COVID vaccines, Trump's election loss, and the 9/11 terrorist attacks. "From all the info coming out, it appears the 9/11 attacks were a setup, and the evidence is overwhelming," he said. And just a few weeks before Elon launched the Twitter files, Errol posted a rant on Facebook about how COVID was a lie. He said of the vaccines, "If you were stupid enough to have the injection, and especially boosters, you are going to die soon." After the Twitter files were published, Errol sent his son another unsolicited message. "The left, or gangsters, have got to be stopped," he wrote. "Civilization is at stake." The election had been stolen from Trump, and it was essential to let him back on Twitter. "He is our only ray of light." He then advised his son to remember the lesson he learned as a child on the playgrounds of South Africa. Trying to placate the gangsters is futile. The more you try, the less they fear or respect you. Hit them hard or hit anyone hard, and they will respect you. Elon never saw these messages. In an attempt to purge his father's demons, he had changed his email address and not given Errol the new one. Fallout. When Yoel Roth resigned from Twitter in November, his major worry was that Musk would unleash a Twitter mob on him that would threaten his safety. At first it seemed he had been spared. But then, when his emails and Slack messages were released in the Twitter files in December, Musk trained his flamethrower on him. The Twitter files showed Roth discussing how to handle such issues as the Hunter Biden laptop story. Most of his comments were thoughtful, but they still elicited angry reactions on Twitter. At one point, a user posted a tweet saying, "I think I may have found the problem." It pointed to a post Roth had made in 2010 that linked, without comment, to a journal article asking whether it was wrong for a teacher to have sex with an 18-year-old student. "That explains a lot," Musk replied. Musk then took up the bludgeon on his own. He tweeted out a screenshot of a paragraph of Roth's University of Pennsylvania doctoral dissertation titled "Gay Data," which noted discussed ways that gay hookup sites such as Grindr could deal with users under the age of 18. Musk commented, Looks like Yoel is arguing in favor of children being able to access adult internet services. Roth had nothing to do with pedophilia, but Musk's insinuations stirred up Pizzagate-style conspiracists lurking in the dark recesses of Twitter who unleashed a barrage of homophobic and anti-Semitic attacks. A tabloid then published Roth's address, forcing him to go into hiding. Musk made the decision to share a defamatory allegation that I support or condone pedophilia, Roth later said. I had to leave my home and sell it. Those are the consequences for this type of online harassment and speech. On the Sunday that he stirred up outrage with his Fauci tweet, Musk dropped in on the hotbox at Twitter and offered the Musketeers and others tickets for a Dave Chappelle comedy event that evening. Even at a show by the famously anti-woke comedian, it became evident that Musk's tweets had added a new layer of damage to his reputation. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the richest man in the world, Chappelle proclaimed as he invited Musk on stage. There was some applause, but also a long chorus of boos. It sounds like some of those people you fired are in the audience, Chappelle said. He jokingly reassured Musk that the booing was mainly from people in the terrible seats. Musk's erratic tweets further hurt Twitter with advertisers. He asked for a call with David Zaslav, the CEO of Warner Brothers Discovery, and they spoke for more than an hour. Zaslav told him that he was doing self-destructive things that made it harder to attract brands that were aspirational. He should focus on improving the product by adding longer video offerings and making ads more effective. The damage even spilled over to Tesla. Its stock had dropped to $156 a share, down from $340 when he first announced his interest in Twitter. At its meeting in Austin on December 14th, the Tesla board, usually very compliant, told Musk that the Twitter controversies were hurting the Tesla brand. Musk pushed back, saying that sales numbers were bad around the world, even where people were not paying attention to the controversies, and it was due mainly to macroeconomic factors. But both Kimball and board chair Robin Denholm kept pressing him, saying that his behavior was a factor. The giant elephant in the room was that he was acting like a fucking idiot, Kimball says. Chapter 92. Christmas Capers. December 2022. Head explosion emoji. Does this time frame seem like something that I would find remotely acceptable? Musk asked. Obviously not. If a timeline is long, it's wrong. It was late at night on December 22nd, and the meeting in Musk's 10th floor Twitter conference room had become tense. He was talking to two Twitter infrastructure managers who had not dealt with him much before, and certainly not when he was in a foul mood. One of them tried to explain the problem. The data services company that housed one of Twitter's server farms located in Sacramento had agreed to allow them some short-term extensions on their lease so they could begin to move out during 2023 in an orderly fashion. But this morning, the nervous manager told Musk, they came back to us and said that plan was no longer on the table because, and these are their words, they don't think that we will be financially viable. The facility was costing Twitter more than $100 million a year. Musk wanted to save that money by moving the servers to one of Twitter's other facilities in Portland, Oregon. Another manager at the meeting said that couldn't be done right away. We can't get out safely before 6 to 9 months, she said in a matter-of-fact tone. Sacramento still needs to be around to serve traffic. Over the years, Musk had been faced many times with a choice between what he thought was necessary and what others told him was possible. The result was almost always the same. He paused in silence for a few moments, then announced, "You have 90 days to do it. If you can't make that work, your resignation is accepted." The manager began to explain in detail some of the obstacles to relocating the servers to Portland. It has different rack densities, different power densities, she said, so the rooms need to be upgraded. She started to give a lot more details, but after a minute, Musk interrupted. "This is making my brain hurt," he said. "I'm sorry, that was not my intention," she replied in a measured monotone. "Do you know the head explosion emoji?" he asked her. "That's what my head feels like right now. What a pile of fucking bullshit. Jesus H. fucking Christ. Portland obviously has tons of room. It's trivial to move servers one place to another." The Twitter managers again tried to explain the constraints. Musk interrupted. "Can you have someone go to our server centers and send me videos of the insides?" he asked. It was 3 days before Christmas, and the manager promised the video in a week. "No, tomorrow," Musk ordered. "I've built server centers myself, and I can tell if you could put more servers there or not. That's why I asked if you had actually visited these facilities. If you've not been there, you're just talking bullshit." SpaceX and Tesla were successful because Musk relentlessly pushed his teams to be scrappier, more nimble, and to launch fire drill surges that extruded all obstacles. That's how they had cobbled together a car production line in a tent in Fremont, and a test facility in the Texas desert, and a launch site at Cape Canaveral made of used parts. "All you need to do is just move the fucking servers to Portland," he said. "If it takes longer than 30 days, that would blow my mind." He paused and recalculated. "Just get a moving company, and it will take a week to move the computers and another week to plug them in. 2 weeks. That's what should happen." Everyone was silent, but Musk was still warming up. "If you got a goddamn U-Haul, you could probably do it by yourself." The 2 Twitter managers looked to see if he was serious. Steve Davis and Omid Afshar were also at the table. They had seen him like this many times before, and they knew that he might be. The Sacramento Raid. "Why don't we do it right now?" James Musk asked. He and his brother Andrew were flying with Elon from San Francisco to Austin on Friday evening, December 23rd, the day after the frustrating infrastructure meeting about how long it would take to move the servers out of the Sacramento facility. Avid skiers, they had planned to go by themselves to Tahoe for Christmas, but Elon that day invited them to come to Austin instead. James was reluctant. He was mentally exhausted and didn't need more intensity, but Andrew convinced him that they should go. So that's how they ended up on the plane, with Musk, Grimes, and X, along with Steve Davis and Nicole Hollander and their baby, listening to Elon complain about the servers. They were somewhere over Las Vegas when James made his suggestion that they could move them now. It was the type of impulsive, impractical surge into the breach idea that Musk loved. It was already late evening, but he told his pilot to divert, and they made a loop back up to Sacramento. The only rental car they could find when they landed was a Toyota Corolla. Musk's chief security guard drove, Grimes sat on Elon's lap in the passenger seat, and the others crammed into the back. They were not sure how they would even get inside the data center at night, but one very surprised Twitter staffer, a guy named Alex from Uzbekistan, was still there. He merrily let them in and showed them around. The facility, which housed rooms of servers for many other companies as well, was very secure, with a retinal scan required for entry into each of the vaults. Alex, the Uzbek, was able to get them into the Twitter vault, which contained about 5,200 refrigerator-sized racks of 30 computers each. "These things do not look that hard to move," Elon announced. It was a reality-distorting assertion since each rack weighed about 2,500 pounds and was 8 feet tall. "You'll have to hire a contractor to lift the floor panels," Alex said. "They need to be lifted with suction cups." Another set of contractors, he said, would then have to go underneath the floor panels and disconnect the electric cables and seismic rods. Musk turned to his security guard and asked to borrow his pocket knife. Using it, he was able to lift one of the air vents in the floor, which allowed him to pry open the floor panels. He then crawled under the server floor himself, used the knife to jimmy open an electrical cabinet, pulled the server plugs, and waited to see what happened. Nothing exploded. The server was ready to be moved. "Well, that doesn't seem super hard," he said as Alex the Uzbek and the rest of the gang stared. Musk was totally jazzed by this point. It was, he said with a loud laugh, like a remake of Mission Impossible, Sacramento edition. The next day, Christmas Eve, Musk called in reinforcements. Ross Nordine drove from San Francisco. He stopped at the Apple store in Union Square and spent $2,000 to buy out the entire stock of AirTags so the servers could be tracked on their journey, and then stopped at Home Depot where he spent $2,500 on wrenches, bolt cutters, headlamps, and the tools needed to unscrew the seismic bolts. Steve Davis got someone from the Boring Company to procure a semi-truck and line up moving vans. Other enlistees arrived from SpaceX. The server racks were on wheels, so the team was able to disconnect 4 of them and roll them to the waiting truck. This showed that all 5,200 or so could probably be moved within days. The guys are kicking ass, Musk exulted. Other workers at the facility watched with a mix of amazement and horror. Musk and his renegade team were rolling servers out without putting them in crates or swaddling them in protective material, then using store-bought straps to secure them in the truck. "I've never loaded a semi before," James admitted. Ross called it terrifying. "It was like cleaning out a closet, but the stuff in it is totally critical." At 3 p.m., after they had gotten 4 servers onto the truck, word of the caper reached the top executives at NTT, the company that owned and managed the data center. They issued orders that Musk's team halt. Musk had the mix of glee and anger that often accompanied one of his manic surges. He called the CEO of the storage division, who told him it was impossible to move server racks without a bevy of experts. "Bullshit," Musk explained. "We have already loaded 4 onto the semi." The CEO then told him that some of the floors could not handle more than 500 pounds of pressure, so rolling a 2,000-pound server would cause damage. Musk replied that the servers had 4 wheels, so the pressure at any one point was only 500 pounds. "The dude is not very good at math," Musk told the Musketeers. Having ruined the Christmas Eve of the NTT managers as well as hitting them with a potential loss of more than $100 million in revenue for the coming year, Musk showed pity and said he would suspend moving the servers for 2 days. But they would resume, he warned, the day after Christmas. Family Christmas. Late Christmas Eve, with the temporary ceasefire in place at the Sacramento data center, Musk invited James and Andrew, their ski plans foiled, to come to Boulder to spend Christmas with Kimball and his family. Christiana scrambled to buy gifts and stuffed stockings for the 2 unexpected guests. Kimball cooked roast beef and a foot-high Yorkshire pudding. Elon's son Damien, also an avid chef, made a yam dish. X played with an air pump rocket, chanting the countdown, then stomping on the release button to make it launch. James and Andrew soaked in the hot tub, decompressing. The visit was a chance for Kimball to have a serious conversation with his brother about how, since the Twitter deal, he had been spinning out of control. A year earlier, he had been Person of the Year and the world's richest, and now he was neither. It was like what happened in 2018, and it was time for another open-loop warning. "You're making enemies at a dangerous pace and at dangerous levels," Kimball told him. "It's like the days of high school when you kept getting beaten up." Kimball even broached the topic of whether Elon wanted to remain as CEO of Tesla. It was in deep trouble and he wasn't focused on it. "Why don't you just not be CEO?" Kimball asked. Elon was not ready to answer that. There was also the issue of his late-night tweeting. Kimball had stopped following Elon on Twitter because it was too nerve-wracking. Elon admitted that the tweet about Paul Pelosi was a mistake. He had not realized that the story he saw online about a male prostitute was from an unreliable site. "You're an idiot," Kimball said. "Stop falling for weird shit." The same was true for his Fauci tweet. "It's not okay. It's not funny. You can't do that shit." Kimball also lectured James and Andrew for abetting him. "This is not okay, guys. This is not okay." One topic they did not discuss was Twitter, the company. When Elon brought it up, Kimball refused to talk about it. "I really don't give a shit about Twitter," he said. "It's just a pimple on the ass of what should be your impact on the world." Elon disagreed, but they didn't argue about it. One Christmas tradition that Kimball and Christiana had was to ask everyone to reflect on a question. This year it was, "What regrets do you have?" "My main regret," Elon answered, "is how often I stab myself in the thigh with a fork. How often I shoot my own feet and stab myself in the eye." Christmas gave Musk the opportunity to reconnect with his sons Griffin, Damien, and Kai, who had become distanced from him during the turmoil stirred up by Twitter and his tweets. Like James and Andrew, they were bestowed with outsized capabilities in math and science, but without the demons and harshness of their father and grandfather. Being the sons of Elon Musk was difficult, but they were stoics, as Musk called them. He discussed with Kai, then 16, the possibility of leaving high school and coming to work at Twitter. He's an outstanding programmer, so he could write software and do high school online, which is what Damien has done, Musk says. "I'm not pushing hard because I know there's a social element to school, but he's way too smart for high school. It's kind of ridiculous." Kai said he would think about it. Damien, Kai's identical twin, had the same brilliance but different interests. For more than a year, he had been working on quantum computation and cryptography in the academic lab of a particle physicist. After doing high school online, he was accepted at one of the nation's top research universities, but Musk thought it might not be intellectually challenging enough for him to enroll there as an undergraduate. He's already at the graduate school level in math and physics. Griffin was the most easygoing extrovert of the Musk family. As a freshman at an Ivy League college, he was dealing with the animosity directed at his father. In talking about himself, he is very deferential and humble, but he did say almost apologetically, "I'm sorry this may sound a bit boastful, but I was number 1 in my class of 450 in computer science." He spent a lot of his time like his father did as a teenager programming video games. His favorite to play was Elden Ring. Jenna, who was once known as Xavier, wasn't there, of course, but Christiana sent her a text message saying the whole family missed her and that she was sending along the Christmas stocking she had made for her. "Thank you," Jenna responded. "This means so much to me." As for Saxon, who is autistic, he again showed his wisdom. At one point, the family was discussing how they needed to use pseudonyms when they went to a restaurant. "Oh yes," he said. "If anyone finds out I'm Elon Musk's son, they are going to be mad at me because he's ruining Twitter." The heist continued. After Christmas, Andrew and James headed back to Sacramento to see how many more servers they could move. They hadn't brought enough clothes, so they went to Walmart and bought jeans and t-shirts. The NTT supervisors who ran the facility continued to throw up obstacles, some quite understandable. Instead of letting them prop open the door to the vault, for example, they required the musketeers and their crew to go through a retinal security scan each time they went in. One of the supervisors watched them at all times. "She was the most insufferable person I've ever worked with," James says. "But to be fair, I could understand where she was coming from because we were ruining her holidays, right?" The moving contractors that NTT wanted them to use charged $200 an hour, so James went on Yelp and found a company named Extra Care Movers that would do the work at 1/10 the cost. The motley company pushed the ideal of scrappiness to its outer limits. The owner had lived on the streets for a while, then had a kid, and he was trying to turn his life around. He didn't have a bank account, so James ended up using PayPal to pay him. The second day, the crew wanted cash, so James went to a bank and withdrew $13,000 from his personal account. 2 of the crew members had no identification, which made it hard for them to sign into the facility. But they made up for it in hustle. "You get $1 tip for every additional server we move," James announced at one point. From then on, when they got a new one on a truck, the workers would ask how many they were up to. The servers had user data on them, and James did not initially realize that for privacy reasons they were supposed to be wiped clean before being moved. By the time we learned this, the servers had already been unplugged and rolled out, so there was no way we would roll them back, plug them in, and then wipe them, he says. Plus, the wiping software wasn't working. "Fuck, what do we do?" he asked. Elon recommended that they lock the trucks and track them. So James sent someone to Home Depot to buy big padlocks, and they sent the combination codes on a spreadsheet to Portland so the trucks could be opened there. "I can't believe it worked," James says. "They all made it to Portland safely." By the end of the week, they had used all of the available trucks in Sacramento. Despite the area being pummeled by rain, they moved more than 700 of the racks in 3 days. The previous record at that facility had been moving 30 in a month. That still left a lot of servers in the facility, but the Musketeers had proven that they could be moved quickly. The rest were handled by the Twitter infrastructure team in January. Elon had promised James a big bonus, up to $1 million if he got the servers moved by the end of the year. Nothing was put in writing, but James trusted his cousin. After the move, he heard from Jared Birchall that the deal applied only to the number of servers that got up and running in Portland. Because they needed new electrical connections, that was zero. James texted Elon, who came back with the proposal that he would get $1,000 for every server that arrived safely in Portland, whether or not it was plugged in. That amounted to just over $700,000. Elon also offered him a stock option package to join Twitter. James accepted both. James loved his family in South Africa. Having missed the chance to spend Christmas with them, he planned to use part of the bonus to buy them tickets to visit the U.S. in the spring. He also was saving up to buy his parents a home in California. "My father loves woodworking, but he just sliced off part of his finger and is going through a rough time now," James says. "I'm very close to my dad." All very exciting and inspiring, right? An example of Musk's bold and scrappy approach. But as with all things Musk, it was, alas, not that simple. It was also an example of his recklessness, his impatience with pushback, and the way he intimidated people. Twitter's infrastructure engineers had tried to explain to him in that head explosion emoji meeting a week earlier why a quick shutdown of the Sacramento Center would be a problem, but he shot them down. He had a good track record of knowing when to ignore naysayers, but not a perfect one. For the next 2 months, Twitter was destabilized. The lack of servers caused meltdowns, including when Musk hosted a Twitter Spaces for presidential candidate Ron DeSantis. In retrospect, the whole Sacramento shutdown was a mistake, Musk would admit in March 2023. "I was told we had redundancy across our data centers. What I wasn't told was that we had 70,000 hard-coded references to Sacramento, and there's still shit that's broken because of it." His most valuable lieutenants at Tesla and SpaceX had learned ways to deflect his bad ideas and drip-feed him unwelcome information, but the legacy employees at Twitter didn't know how to handle him. That said, Twitter survived, and the Sacramento caper showed Twitter employees that he was serious when he spoke about the need for a maniacal sense of urgency. New Year's Eve. Musk badly needed to decompress. He was not good at vacations, but a few times each year he would get away for 2 or 3 days to Lanai, Hawaii, to stay at one of the homes of his mentor, Larry Ellison, as he had done in April when he decided to buy Twitter. At the end of December, he went there with Grimes and X. Ellison had recently built a domed astronomical observatory on the island with a 1-meter mirror telescope weighing 3,000 pounds. Musk asked to have it pointed toward Mars. After looking through the eyepiece for a while in silence, he called X over and lifted him up to see. "Look at this," he said. "This is where you are going to live someday." Then he and Grimes and X flew to Cabo San Lucas, Mexico to celebrate the welcome end to a tumultuous 2022 with Kimball and his family. His 4 older sons were there, so were all of Kimball's. It was good for our nervous system to be together, Kimball says. We are a very complex family, and it's really unusual for everyone to be happy at the same time. Ever since the Twitter purchase, Musk had been in war mode, feeling the siege mentality that had suffused his childhood and bred inside him easily triggered resentments. His feet were heavy, his body language fierce, and his posture tense for battle. But the family gatherings produced a few periods of intermittent calm. On his first evening in Cabo, he went to dinner with just Kimball, Kai, and Antonio Gracias at a very quiet restaurant. The next day they played board games and watched movies. The one that Musk picked was the 1993 action drama Demolition Man, in which Sylvester Stallone plays a risk-loving policeman who pursues his work with such intensity that he wreaks great collateral damage. He found it funny. There was a community party to celebrate New Year's Eve, which culminated with the traditional midnight countdown. After the hugging and fireworks were over, Musk took on his vacant look and started staring into the distance. His friends knew not to interrupt when he was in such a trance, but finally, Christiana put her hand on his back and asked if everything was okay. He stayed silent for another minute. "Gotta get Starship into orbit," he finally said. "We've got to get Starship into orbit." Chapter 93. AI for Cars. Tesla 2022 to 2023. Cars that learn from humans. It's like ChatGPT, but for cars, Deval Shroff told Musk. He was comparing his project at Tesla to the artificial intelligence chatbot that had just been released by OpenAI, the lab that Musk had co-founded with Sam Altman in 2015. For almost a decade, Musk had been working on various forms of artificial intelligence, including self-driving cars, Optimus the robot, and the Neuralink brain-machine interface. Shroff's project involved the latest machine learning frontier, devising a self-driving car system that would learn from human behavior. We process an enormous amount of data on how real humans acted in a complex driving situation, and then we train a computer's neural network to mimic that. Musk had asked to meet with Shroff, who had occasionally served as a fourth musketeer with James, Andrew, and Ross, because he was thinking about persuading him to leave Tesla's autopilot team and come work at Twitter. Shroff was hoping to avoid that by convincing Musk of the crucial importance, to Tesla and to the world, of the project he was working on, a Learn from Humans component to Tesla's self-driving software that they were calling the Neural Network Path Planner. Their meeting was scheduled for a day that turned out to be so wildly crammed with plot lines that it would seem too contrived if it were part of a screenplay. Friday, December 2nd, 2022, which was when the first set of Twitter files was due to be posted by Matt Taibbi. Shroff arrived at Twitter headquarters that morning as requested, but Musk, who had just come back from unveiling the Cybertruck in Nevada, apologized. He had forgotten that he was due to fly to New Orleans to meet with President Macron to talk about European content moderation regulations. He asked Shroff to come back that evening. As he was waiting for Macron, Musk sent Shroff texts pushing their meeting later. "I'm going to be delayed by 4 hours," Musk texted at one point. "Do you mind waiting?" That's also when he texted Barry Weiss and Nellie Bowles, out of the blue, asking them to fly up to San Francisco and meet him that night to help with the Twitter files. When Musk arrived back in San Francisco late that night, he finally got a chance to sit down with Shroff, who explained the details of the Neural Network Planner project he was working on. "I think it's super important that I continue doing what I'm doing," Shroff said. Listening to him, Musk got excited again about the project and agreed. In the future, he realized Tesla was going to be not just a car company and not just a clean energy company. With full self-driving and the Optimus robot and the Dojo machine learning supercomputer, it was going to be an artificial intelligence company, one that operated not only in the virtual world of chatbots, but also in the physical real world of factories and roads. He was already thinking about hiring a group of AI experts to compete with OpenAI, and Tesla's neural network planning team would complement their work. For years, Tesla's autopilot system relied on a rules-based approach. It took visual data from a car's cameras and identified such things as lane markings, pedestrians, vehicles, traffic signals, and anything else in range of the 8 cameras. Then the software applied a set of rules, such as stop when the light is red, go when it's green, stay in the middle of the lane markers, don't cross double yellow lines into incoming traffic, proceed through an intersection only when there are no cars coming fast enough to hit you, and so on. Tesla's engineers manually wrote and updated hundreds of thousands of lines of C++ code to apply these rules to complex situations. The neural network planner project that Schroff was working on would add a new layer. Instead of determining the proper path of the car based only on rules, Schroff says, we determine the car's proper path by also relying on a neural network that learns from millions of examples of what humans have done. In other words, it's human imitation. Faced with a situation, the neural network chooses a path based on what humans have done in thousands of similar situations. It's like the way humans learn to speak and drive and play chess and eat spaghetti and do almost everything else. We might be given a set of rules to follow, but mainly we pick up the skills by observing how other people do them. It was the approach to machine learning envisioned by Alan Turing in his 1950 paper, Computing Machinery and Intelligence. Tesla had one of the world's largest supercomputers to train neural networks. It was powered by graphics processing units, GPUs, made by the chipmaker NVIDIA. Musk's goal for 2023 was to transition to using Dojo, the supercomputer that Tesla was building from the ground up, to use video data to train the AI system. With chips and infrastructure designed in-house by Tesla's AI team, it has nearly 8 exaflops, 10 to the 18th power operations per second, of processing power, making it the world's most powerful computer for that purpose. It would be used for both self-driving software and for Optimus the robot. It's interesting to work on them together, Musk says. They are both trying to navigate the world. By early 2023, the Neural Network Planner project had analyzed 10 million frames of video collected from the cars of Tesla customers. Does that mean it would merely be as good as the average of human drivers? No, because we only use data from humans when they handled a situation well, Schroff explains. Human labelers, many of them based in Buffalo, New York, assessed the videos and gave them grades. Musk told them to look for things a 5-star Uber driver would do, and those were the videos used to train the computer. Musk regularly walked through Tesla's Palo Alto building where the autopilot engineers sat in an open workspace, and he would kneel down next to them for impromptu discussions. One day, Schroff showed him the progress they were making. Musk was impressed, but he had a question. Was this whole new approach truly needed? Might it be a bit of overkill? One of his maxims was that you should never use a cruise missile to kill a fly. Just use a fly swatter. Was using a neural network to plan paths an unnecessarily complicated way to deal with a few very unlikely edge cases? Schroff showed Musk instances where a neural network planner would work better than a rules-based approach. The demo had a road littered with trash cans, fallen traffic cones, and random debris. A car, guided by the neural network planner, was able to skitter around the obstacles, crossing the lane lines and breaking some rules as necessary. Here's what happens when we move from rules-based to network path-based, Schroff told him. The car will never get into a collision if you turn this thing on, even in unstructured environments. It was the type of leap into the future that excited Musk. We should do a James Bond-style demonstration, he said, where there are bombs exploding on all sides and a UFO is falling from the sky while the car speeds through without hitting anything. Machine learning systems generally need a goal or metric that guides them as they train themselves. Musk, who liked to manage by decreeing what metrics should be paramount, gave them their lodestar, the number of miles that cars with Tesla full self-driving were able to travel without a human intervening. I want the latest data on miles per intervention to be the starting slide at each of our meetings, he decreed. If we're training AI, what do we optimize? The answer is higher miles between interventions. He told them to make it like a video game where they could see their score every day. Video games without a score are boring, so it will be motivating to watch each day as the miles per intervention increases. Members of the team installed massive 85-inch television monitors in their workspace that displayed in real time how many miles the FSD cars were driving on average without interventions. Whenever they would see a type of intervention recurring, such as drivers grabbing the wheel during a lane change or a merge or a turn into a complex intersection, they would work with both the rules and the neural network planner to make a fix. They put a gong near their desks, and whenever they successfully solved a problem causing an intervention, they got to bang the gong. An AI test drive. By mid-April 2023, it was time for Musk to put this new neural network planner to the test. He took it for a drive through Palo Alto. Shroff and the Autopilot team had configured a car to rely on software that had been trained by the neural network to imitate human drivers. The software had only a bare minimum of traditional rules-based code. Musk sat in the driver's seat next to Ashok Elaswamy, Tesla's director of Autopilot software. Shroff got in the back with the two other members of his team, Matt Bach and Chris Payne. The trio had been working at adjoining desks at Tesla for 8 years, and they all lived within blocks of each other in San Francisco. On their desks, where most people have a picture of their family, they each had identical pictures of the three of them posing together at a Halloween party. James Musk had been the fourth member of their team until his uncle took over Twitter and redeployed him there, the fate Shroff had avoided. As they prepared to leave the parking lot at Tesla's Palo Alto office complex, Musk selected a location on the map for the car to go, clicked on full self-driving, and took his hands off the wheel. When the car turned onto the main road, the first scary challenge arose. A bicyclist was heading their way. We were all holding our breath because cyclists can be unpredictable, Shroff says. But Musk was unconcerned and didn't try to grab the wheel. On its own, the car yielded. It felt exactly like what a human driver would do, says Shroff. Shroff and his two teammates explained in detail how the FSD software they were using had been trained on millions of video clips collected from the cameras on customers' cars. The result was a software stack that was much simpler than the traditional one based on thousands of rules coded by humans. It runs 10 times faster, and it could eventually allow for the deletion of 300,000 lines of code, Shroff said. Bach said it was like an AI bot playing a really boring video game. Musk let out his laughing snort. Then, as the car wove on its own through traffic, he pulled out his phone and started tweeting. For 25 minutes, the car drove on fast roads and neighborhood streets, handling complex turns and avoiding cyclists, pedestrians, and pets. Musk never touched the wheel. Only a couple of times did he intervene by tapping the accelerator when he thought the car was being overly cautious, such as when it was too deferential at a four-way stop sign. At one point, the car conducted a maneuver that he thought was better than he would have done. "Oh, wow," he said. "Even my human neural network failed here, but the car did the right thing." He was so pleased that he started whistling Mozart's A Little Night Music Serenade in G major. "Amazing work, guys," Musk said at the end. "This is really impressive." They all then went to the weekly meeting of the Autopilot team where 20 guys, almost all in black t-shirts, sat around a conference table to hear the verdict. Many had not believed that the neural network project would work. Musk declared that he was now a believer, and they should move a lot of resources to push it forward. During the discussion, Musk latched on to a key fact the team had discovered. The neural network did not work well until it had been trained on at least 1 million video clips, and it started getting really good after 1.5 million clips. This gave Tesla a huge advantage over other car and AI companies. It had a fleet of almost 2 million Teslas around the world, collecting billions of video frames per day. We are uniquely positioned to do this, Eliswamy said at the meeting. The ability to collect and analyze vast flows of real-time data would be crucial to all forms of AI, from self-driving cars to Optimus robots to ChatGPT-like bots. And Musk now had two powerful gushers of real-time data, the video from self-driving cars and the billions of postings each week on Twitter. He told the Autopilot meeting that he had just made a major purchase of 10,000 more GPU data processing chips for use at Twitter, and he announced that he would hold more frequent meetings on the potentially more powerful Dojo chips being designed at Tesla. He also ruefully admitted that his impulsive Christmas-time caper of gutting Twitter's Sacramento data center was a mistake. Listening in on the meeting was a superstar AI engineer. Musk had just that week hired him for a secret new project he was about to launch. Chapter 94, AI for Humans, X.AI, 2023. The Great Race. Technology revolutions usually start with little fanfare. No one woke up one morning in 1760 and shouted, "OMG, the Industrial Revolution has just begun." Even the digital revolution chugged away for many years in the background, with hobbyists cobbling together personal computers to show off at geeky gatherings such as the Homebrew Computer Club, before people noticed that the world was being fundamentally transformed. But the artificial intelligence revolution was different. Within a few weeks in the spring of 2023, millions of tech-aware and then ordinary folks noticed that a transformation was happening with head-snapping speed that would change the nature of work, learning, creativity, and the tasks of daily life. For a decade, Musk had been worried about the danger that artificial intelligence could someday run amok, develop a mind of its own, so to speak, and threaten humanity. When Google co-founder Larry Page dismissed his concerns, calling him a speciesist for favoring the human species over other forms of intelligence, it destroyed their friendship. Musk tried to prevent Page and Google from purchasing DeepMind, the company formed by AI pioneer Demis Hassabis. When that failed, he formed a competing lab, a nonprofit called OpenAI with Sam Altman in 2015. Humans can be pricklier than machines, and Musk eventually split with Altman, left the board of OpenAI, and lured away its high-profile engineer, Andrej Karpathy, to lead the Autopilot team at Tesla. Altman then formed a for-profit arm of OpenAI, got a $13 billion investment from Microsoft, and recruited Karpathy back. Among the products that OpenAI developed was a bot called ChatGPT, that was trained on large internet data sets to answer questions posed by users. When Altman and his team showed an early version of it to Bill Gates in June of 2022, he said he would not be interested until it could do something like pass an advanced placement biology exam. "I thought that would make them go away for 2 or 3 years," he says. Instead, they were back in 3 months. Altman, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, and others came to dinner at his house to show him a new version called GPT-4, and Gates bombarded it with biology questions. "It was mind-blowing," Gates says. He then asked what it would say to a father with a sick child. It gave this very careful, excellent answer that was perhaps better than any of us in the room might have given. In March 2023, OpenAI released GPT-4 to the public. Google then released a rival chatbot named Bard. The stage was thus set for a competition between OpenAI Microsoft and DeepMind Google to create products that could chat with humans in a natural way and perform an endless array of text-based intellectual tasks. Musk worried that these chatbots and AI systems, especially in the hands of Microsoft and Google, could become politically indoctrinated, perhaps even infected by what he called the woke mind virus. He also feared that self-learning AI systems might turn hostile to the human species. And on a more immediate level, he worried that chatbots could be trained to flood Twitter with disinformation, biased reporting, and financial scams. All of those things were already being done by humans, of course, but the ability to deploy thousands of weaponized chatbots would make the problem 2 or 3 orders of magnitude worse. His compulsion to ride to the rescue kicked in. The two-way competition between OpenAI and Google needed, he thought, a third gladiator, one that would focus on AI safety and preserving humanity. He was resentful that he had founded and funded OpenAI, but was now left out of the fray. AI was the biggest storm brewing, and there was no one more attracted to a storm than Musk. In February 2023, he invited, perhaps a better word is summoned, Sam Altman to meet with him at Twitter and asked him to bring the founding documents for OpenAI. Musk challenged him to justify how he could legally transform a nonprofit funded by donations into a for-profit that could make millions. Altman tried to show that it was all legitimate, and he insisted that he personally was not a shareholder or cashing in. He also offered Musk shares in the new company, which Musk declined. Instead, Musk unleashed a barrage of attacks on OpenAI and Altman. OpenAI was created as an open source, which is why I named it OpenAI, non-profit company to serve as a counterweight to Google. But now it has become a closed source, maximum profit company, effectively controlled by Microsoft, he said. I'm still confused as to how a non-profit to which I donated $100 million somehow became a $30 billion market cap for-profit. If this is legal, why doesn't everyone do it? He called AI the most powerful tool that mankind has ever created, and then lamented that it was now in the hands of a ruthless corporate monopoly. Altman was pained. Unlike Musk, he is sensitive and non-confrontational. He was not making any money off of OpenAI, and he felt that Musk had not drilled down enough into the complexity of the issue of AI safety. However, he did feel that Musk's criticisms came from a sincere concern. He's a jerk, Altman told Kara Swisher. He has a style that is not a style that I'd want to have for myself. But I think he does really care, and he is feeling very stressed about what the future's going to look like for humanity. Musk's data streams. The fuel for AI is data. The new chatbots were being trained on massive amounts of information, such as billions of pages on the Internet and other documents. Google and Microsoft, with their search engines and cloud services and access to emails, had huge gushers of data to help train these systems. What could Musk bring to the party? One asset was the Twitter feed, which included more than 1 trillion tweets posted over the years, 500 million added each day. It was humanity's hive mind, the world's most timely data set of real-life human conversations, news, interests, trends, arguments, and lingo. Plus, it was a great training ground for a chatbot to test how real humans react to its responses. The value of this data feed was not something Musk considered when buying Twitter. It was a side benefit, actually, that I realized only after the purchase, he says. Twitter had rather loosely permitted other companies to make use of this data stream. In January, Musk convened a series of late-night meetings in his Twitter conference room to work out ways to charge for it. It's a monetization opportunity, he told the engineers. It was also a way to restrict Google and Microsoft from using this data to improve their AI chatbots. There was another data trove that Musk had. The 160 billion frames per day of video that Tesla received and processed from the cameras on its cars. This data was different from the text-based documents that informed chatbots. It was video data of humans navigating in real-world situations. It could help create AI for physical robots, not just text-generating chatbots. The holy grail of artificial general intelligence was building machines that could operate like humans in physical spaces, such as factories and offices, and on the surface of Mars, not just wow us with disembodied chatting. Tesla and Twitter together could provide the data sets and the processing capability for both approaches, teaching machines to navigate in physical space and to answer questions in natural language. The Ides of March. What can be done to make AI safe? Musk asked. I keep wrestling with that. What actions can we take to minimize AI danger and assure that human consciousness survives? He was sitting cross-legged and barefoot on the poolside patio of the Austin house of Siobhan Zillis, the Neuralink executive who was the mother of two of his children and who had been his intellectual companion on artificial intelligence since the founding of OpenAI 8 years earlier. Their twins, Strider and Azure, now 16 months old, were sitting on their laps. Musk was still on his intermittent fasting diet. For his late brunch he had donuts, which he had begun eating regularly. Zillis made coffee and then put his in the microwave to get it super hot so he wouldn't chug it too fast. A week earlier, Musk had texted me. There are a few important things I would like to talk to you about. Can only be done in person. When I asked where and when he wanted to meet, he answered, the Ides of March in Austin. I was baffled and admittedly a bit worried. Should I beware? It turned out that he wanted to talk about issues he was facing in the future, and the first on his mind was AI. We had to leave our phones in the house while we sat outside because he said someone could use them to monitor our conversation, but he later agreed that I could use what he said about AI in the book. He spoke in a low monotone punctuated by bouts of almost manic laughter. The amount of human intelligence, he noted, was leveling off because people were not having enough children. Meanwhile, the amount of computer intelligence was going up exponentially, like Moore's law on steroids. At some point, biological brain power would be dwarfed by digital brain power. In addition, new AI learning systems could ingest information on their own and teach themselves how to generate outputs, even upgrade their own code and capabilities. The term singularity was used by the mathematician John von Neumann and the sci-fi writer Vernor Vinge to describe the moment when artificial intelligence could forge ahead on its own at an uncontrollable pace and leave us mere humans behind. That could happen sooner than we expected, Musk said in an ominous tone. For a moment I was struck by the oddness of the scene. We were sitting on a suburban patio by a tranquil backyard swimming pool on a sunny spring day, with two bright-eyed twins learning to toddle, as Musk somberly speculated about the window of opportunity for building a sustainable human colony on Mars before an AI apocalypse destroyed earthly civilization. It made me recall the words of Sam Teller on his second day working for Musk when he attended a SpaceX board meeting. They're sitting around seriously discussing plans to build a city on Mars and what people will wear there, and everyone's just acting like this is a totally normal conversation. Musk lapsed into one of his long silences. He was, as Siobhan called it, batch processing, referring to the way an old-fashioned computer would queue up a number of tasks and run them sequentially when it had enough processing power available. I can't just sit around and do nothing, he finally said softly. With AI coming, I'm sort of wondering whether it's worth spending that much time thinking about Twitter. Sure, I could probably make it the biggest financial institution in the world, but I only have so many brain cycles and hours in the day. I mean, it's not like I need to be richer or something. I started to speak, but he knew what I was going to ask. So what should my time be spent on? He said. Getting Starship launched. Getting to Mars is now far more pressing. He paused again, then added, Also, I need to focus on making AI safe. That's why I'm starting an AI company. XAI. Musk dubbed his new company XAI and personally recruited Igor Babushkin, a leading AI researcher at Google's DeepMind unit, to be the chief engineer. XAI would initially house some of its new employees at Twitter, But it would be necessary, said Musk, to turn it into an independent startup like Neuralink. He was having some trouble recruiting AI scientists because the new frenzy about the field meant that anyone with experience could command starting bonuses of $1 million or more. It will be easier to get them if they can become founders of a new company and get equity in it, he explained. I calculated that would mean he would be running 6 companies: Tesla, SpaceX and its Starlink unit, Twitter, The Boring Company, Neuralink, and XAI. That was 3 times as many as Steve Jobs, Apple and Pixar, at his peak. He admitted that he was starting off way behind OpenAI and creating a chatbot that could give natural language responses to questions. But Tesla's work on self-driving cars and Optimus the robot put it way ahead in creating the type of AI needed to navigate in the physical world. This meant that his engineers were actually ahead of OpenAI in creating full-fledged artificial general intelligence, which requires both abilities. Tesla's real-world AI is underrated, he said. Imagine if Tesla and OpenAI had to swap tasks. They would have to make self-driving, and we would have to make large language model chatbots. Who wins? We do. In April, Musk assigned Babushkin and his team 3 major goals. The first was to make an AI bot that could write computer code. A programmer could begin typing in any coding language, and the XAI bot would auto-complete the task for the most likely action they were trying to take. The second product would be a chatbot competitor to OpenAI's GPT series, one that used algorithms and trained on data sets that would assure its political neutrality. The third goal that Musk gave the team was even grander. His overriding mission had always been to assure that AI developed in a way that helped guarantee that human consciousness endured. That was best achieved, he thought, by creating a form of artificial general intelligence that could reason and think and pursue truth as its guiding principle. You should be able to give it big tasks, such as build a better rocket engine. Someday, Musk hoped, it would be able to take on even grander and more existential questions. It would be a maximum truth-seeking AI. It would care about understanding the universe, and that would probably lead it to want to preserve humanity, because we are an interesting part of the universe. That sounded vaguely familiar, and then I realized why. He was embarking on a mission similar to the one chronicled in the formative, perhaps too formative, Bible of his childhood years, the one that pulled him out of his adolescent existential depression. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which featured a supercomputer designed to figure out the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. Chapter 95. The Starship Launch. SpaceX, April 2023. Risky business. My stomach is twisted in knots, Musk told Mark Juncosa as they stood on the balcony atop the 265-foot-tall high bay assembly building at Starbase. It always happens before a big launch. I have PTSD from the failures on Quad. It was April 2023, time for the experimental launch of Starship. When he arrived in South Texas, Musk did what he often did before a major rocket launch, including his first one 17 years earlier. He retreated into the future. He peppered Juncosa with ideas and edicts for replacing Starbase's 4 football field-sized assembly tents with a mammoth factory building that could make rockets at a rate of more than 1 a month. They should start constructing the factory right away, along with a new village of solar-roofed homes for workers. Creating a rocket like Starship was hard, but he knew that the more important step was being able to churn it out at scale. It would eventually take a fleet of 1,000 to sustain a human colony on Mars. My biggest concern is our trajectory. Are we on a trajectory to get to Mars before civilization crumbles? When the other engineers joined them for a 3-hour pre-launch review in the conference room atop the high bay, Musk gave them a pep talk. It's worth keeping in mind as you go through all the tribulations that the thing you're working on is the coolest fucking thing on Earth, by a lot. What's the second coolest? This is far cooler than whatever is the second coolest. The talk then turned to the topic of risk. The dozen or so regulatory agencies that had to approve the flight test did not share Musk's love of it. The engineers briefed him on all the safety reviews and requirements they had endured. Getting the license was existentially soul-sucking, Juncosa said. Shauna Diaz and Jake McKenzie provided details. My fucking brain is hurting, Musk said, holding his head. I'm trying to figure out how we get humanity to Mars with all this bullshit. He processed in silence for 2 minutes, and when he emerged from his trance, he was philosophical. This is how civilizations decline. They quit taking risks, and when they quit taking risks, their arteries harden. Every year there are more referees and fewer doers. That's why America could no longer build things like high-speed rail or rockets that go to the moon. When you've had success for too long, you lose the desire to take risks. An awesome day. The countdown that Monday was aborted with 40 seconds left because of a valve problem, and the launch was rescheduled for 3 days later, April 20th. Was the 420 date intentional? Yet another reference to the 420 dope-smoking meme, along the lines of his $420 offer to take Tesla private and $54.20 offer to buy Twitter. In fact, it was mainly guided by weather predictions and readiness, but it amused Musk, who had been saying for weeks that the 420 date was fated. The filmmaker Jonah Nolan, who was documenting the mission, had a maxim that the most ironic outcome is the most likely. Musk added his corollary. The most entertaining outcome is the most likely. Musk had flown to Miami after the aborted first countdown to speak to an advertising conference and reassure them about his plans for Twitter. He arrived back in Boca Chica just after midnight on April 20th, slept for 3 hours, then had some Red Bull and got to the launch control room at 4:30 a.m., 4 hours before the scheduled liftoff. 40 engineers and flight operations officers, many wearing Occupy Mars t-shirts, sat in rows of consoles in a heat-shielded building with a view across the wetlands to the launch pad 6 miles away. At dawn, Grimes arrived with X, Y, and their new baby boy, Technomechanicus, known as Tau. A half hour before the scheduled launch, Juncosa came out to the deck and briefed Musk on an issue that had been detected by one of the sensors. Musk processed it for a few seconds and then declared, "I don't think that would be an actual risk." Juncosa did a quick jig, said, "Perfect," and darted back into the control room. Musk soon followed and took his seat at a front-row console, whistling Beethoven's Ode to Joy. After a brief pause at T-minus 40 seconds to make final assessments, Musk gave a nod and the countdown proceeded. At ignition, the flames from the booster's 33 Raptors could be seen out of the control room window and on a dozen monitors. The rocket lifted very slowly. "Holy shit, it's going up," Musk shouted, then leaped from his chair and ran outside onto the deck in time to hear the deep rumbling boom from the blastoff. For more than 3 minutes, the rocket lifted into the air and rose out of sight. But when Musk went back inside, it was clear on the monitors that the rocket was wobbling. 2 of the engines had started up poorly in the seconds before launch, and a command had been sent to shut them down. That left 31 engines on the booster, which would have been enough to complete the mission. But 30 seconds into the flight, 2 more engines on the rim of the booster blew out due to fuel bleeding from an open valve, and the fire started to spread to adjacent engine bays. The rocket kept climbing, but it was clear by then that it was not going to get into orbit. Protocols required that they intentionally blow it up over water where it would not be a danger. Musk nodded to the launch director, who sent a destruct signal to the rocket 3 minutes and 10 seconds into the flight. 48 seconds later, the video feed from the rocket went black, just as had happened on the first 3 launches from Quaj. Once again, the team got to use the slightly ironic phrase, rapid unscheduled disassembly, to describe what had happened. As they rewatched the videos of the launch, it was clear that the blasts of the Raptor engines had shattered the base of the launch pad, sending huge chunks of concrete into the air. Some of the engines may have been struck by the debris. Musk, as usual, had been willing to take some risks. When building the pad in 2020, he had decided not to dig a flame trench beneath the launch mount like most pads have that would divert the blast from the engines. This could turn out to be a mistake, he had said at the time. In addition, in early 2023, the launch pad team had started building a big steel plate that would go on top of the launch mount's foundation and be cooled by gushers of water. But it turned out not to be ready by the time of the launch, and Musk had calculated based on data from static fire tests that the high-density concrete would survive. Like the decision to forego slosh baffles on the early version of the Falcon 1, taking these risks turned out to be a mistake. It's unlikely that NASA or Boeing, with their stay-safe approach, would have made those decisions. But Musk believed in a fail-fast approach to building rockets. Take risks, learn by blowing things up, revise, repeat. We don't want to design to eliminate every risk, he said. Otherwise, we will never get anywhere. He had declared beforehand that he would consider the experimental launch a success if the rocket cleared the pad, rose high enough to blow up out of sight, and provided a lot of useful new information and data. It accomplished those goals. Nevertheless, it had exploded. Most of the public would consider it a flaming failure, and for a moment, as he stared at the monitor, Musk seemed subdued. But the rest of the control room began applauding. They were jubilant at what they had achieved and what they had learned. Musk finally stood up, put his hands above his head, and turned to the room. "Nicely done, guys," he said. "Success. Our goal was to get clear of the pad and explode out of sight, and we did. There's too much that can go wrong to get to orbit the first time. This is an awesome day." That evening, 100 or so SpaceX employees and friends gathered at the Tiki Bar at Starbase for a semi-celebratory party featuring slow-roasted suckling pig and dancing. Behind the bandstand were some older starships, their stainless steel reflecting the lights from the party, with Mars, bright and red, rising as if on cue in the night sky just above them. On one side of the lawn, Gwen Shotwell talked to Hans Königsmann, the 4th employee of SpaceX who had brought her to meet Musk 21 years earlier. Königsmann, a veteran of the Quaj launches, had flown to South Texas on his own to watch this one as a spectator. He had not seen Musk since the Inspiration 4 launch in 2021, when he was being eased out of the company. He thought about going over to say hello, but decided against it. "Elon is not one for looking back and being sentimental," he said. "He's not good at that type of empathy." Musk and Grimes sat at one of the picnic tables with his mother, May, who had arrived late the night before after celebrating her 75th birthday in New York. She reminisced about how her parents had flown the family to explore South Africa's Kalahari Desert every year when she was a child. Elon took after them, she said, one generation of risk-seekers passing along the trait to the next. X wandered over to one of the fire pits, and when Musk gently tried to pull him away, he squirmed and squealed, not happy to be restrained. So Musk let him go. "One day when I was young, my parents warned me against playing with fire," he recalled. "So I took a box of matches behind a tree and started lighting them." Molded out of faults. The explosion of Starship was emblematic of Musk, a fitting metaphor for his compulsion to aim high, act impulsively, take wild risks, and accomplish amazing things, but also to blow things up and leave smoldering debris in his wake while cackling maniacally. His life had long been an admixture of historically transforming achievements along with wild flameouts, broken promises, and arrogant impulses. Both his accomplishments and his failures were epic. That made him revered by fanboys and reviled by critics, each side exhibiting the feverish fervor of the hyper-polarized age of Twitter. Driven since childhood by demons and heroic compulsions, he stoked the controversies by making inflammatory political pronouncements and picking unnecessary fights. Completely possessed at times, he regularly propelled himself to the Kármán line of craziness, the blurry border that separates vision from hallucination. His life had too few flame diverters. In these regards, the launch had been part of a typical week, one filled with a willingness to embrace the type of risks seldom taken in mature industries or by mature CEOs. On a Tesla earnings call that week, he doubled down on his strategy of cutting prices in order to increase sales volume, and once again he predicted, as he had every year since 2016, that full self-driving would be ready within a year. At the ad sales conference he attended in Miami that week, the person who interviewed him on stage, NBC Universal's advertising chief Linda Yaccarino, made a surprising private suggestion. She could be the person he was seeking to run Twitter. They had never met before, but ever since he bought Twitter, she had been pursuing him by text and phone to convince him to come to the conference. We had a similar vision of what Twitter could become, and I wanted to help him, which led me to stalking him to let me interview him in Miami, she says. She arranged a dinner for him that night with a dozen top advertisers, and he stayed for 4 hours. He realized that she might be a perfect fit. She was wickedly smart, eager for the job, understood advertising and subscription revenues, and had the right down-to-earth spunkiness to smooth relationships like Gwen Shotwell did at SpaceX. But he didn't want to cede too much control. I would still have to work at Twitter, he told her, which was a polite way of saying that he would still be in charge. She told him to think about it as a relay race. You build the product, you pass the baton to me, and I execute and sell it. He would end up offering her the title of Twitter's CEO, with him remaining executive chairman and chief technology officer. On the morning of the launch, he barreled ahead at Twitter with his plan to remove the identity verification blue check marks that had been bestowed on celebrities, journalists, and other notables. Only those who had signed up to pay a subscription fee, which few had, would be able to keep them. He acted out of an overly righteous sense of moral fairness rather than considering what would make the service best for users, and it detonated paroxysms of knicker-twisting indignation among the Twitterati about who did or did not desire or deserve checkmarks. Over at Neuralink that week, a final round of animal studies was completed, and the company started working with the Food and Drug Administration to allow chips to be implanted into the brains of human test subjects. The approval would come 4 weeks later. Musk urged them to hold public demonstrations of their progress. We want to bring the public in on everything we're doing, he told the team. Then they will support us. That's why we live-streamed the Starship launch, even knowing it was likely to explode at some point. After another test drive at Tesla, he declared that he was now convinced they should go all in on AI by using the neural network path planner being developed by Deval Shroff and his teammates, which learns from video clips how to imitate a good human driver. He told them to create one integrated neural network for full self-driving. Just like ChatGPT can predict the next words in a conversation, FSD's AI system should take in images from a car's cameras and predict the next actions for the steering wheel and pedals. A SpaceX Dragon capsule departed the International Space Station and splashed down safely off the Florida coast. It was still the only American craft that could go up to the space station and return, as it had done a month earlier with 4 astronauts, including one from Russia and one from Japan, as it would do again 4 weeks later. Do the audaciousness and hubris that drive him to attempt epic feats Excuse his bad behavior, his callousness, his recklessness, the times he's an asshole? The answer is no, of course not. One can admire a person's good traits and decry the bad ones. But it's also important to understand how the strands are woven together, sometimes tightly. It can be hard to remove the dark ones without unraveling the whole cloth. As Shakespeare teaches us, all heroes have flaws, some tragic, some conquered, and those we cast as villains can be complex. Even the best people, he wrote, are molded out of faults. During launch week, Antonio Gracias and some other friends talked to Musk about the need to restrain his impetuous and destructive instincts. If he was going to lead a new era of space exploration, they said, he needed to be more elevated, to be above the fray politically. They recalled the time Gracias made him put his phone in a hotel safe overnight, with Gracias punching in the code so Musk couldn't get it out to tweet during the wee hours. Musk woke up at 3 a.m. and summoned hotel security to open the safe. After the launch, he displayed a touch of self-awareness. I've shot myself in the foot so often I ought to buy some Kevlar boots, he joked. Perhaps, he ruminated, Twitter should have an impulse control delay button. It was a pleasing concept, an impulse control button that could diffuse Musk's tweets as well as all of his dark impulsive actions and demon mode eruptions that leave rubble in his wake. But would a restrained Musk accomplish as much as a Musk unbound? Is being unfiltered and untethered integral to who he is? Could you get the rockets to orbit or the transition to electric vehicles without accepting all aspects of him, hinged and unhinged? Sometimes great innovators are risk-seeking man-children who resist potty training. They can be reckless, cringe-worthy, sometimes even toxic. They can also be crazy. Crazy enough to think they can change the world.
Elon Musk was written by Walter Isaacson and read by Jeremy Bobb, with a prologue read by the author. It was recorded by Sidney Fuqua at Simon & Schuster in New York, New York. Editing and post-production by Frog Pond Productions. The associate producer was Hana Matsudaira. Elon Musk was produced and directed by Tara Thomas. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Elon Musk is available in print from Simon & Schuster. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, The Codebreaker, Jennifer Doudna, Gene Editing, and the Future of the Human Race by Walter Isaacson. Read by Kada Mazer and Walter Isaacson.